What's good, everyone? Whoa, whoa, whoa. What's good, everyone? Joining up the stream right now. What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? We're going to start getting debates up here in a quick second, but what's up, everyone? Joining in the stream. What's up, what's up, what's up? What's up, Ruben? What's up, Masada? How you doing? What's up, Jason? What's up, everyone? Joining in the stream. Let me get everything completely set up right now. What's good, everyone? Joining in. What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? Hopefully, everyone is having a good day so far. How's everybody doing? What's up, Vibe? How you doing? What's up, Tree? What's up, Witch? What's up, CNT? What's up, McKinley? What's up, Emma? What's up, Adam? How you doing? Spooky, what's up? What's up, Alana? What's up, Tyler? What's up, Alien Cat? How you doing? Squishy, what's up? What's up, everyone joining in? Jazzy, what's up? What's up, Waterfall? What's up, everyone joining in? We're going to start getting people up here for debates very, very soon. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Let me get everything completely set up right now. What's up, Sandra? What's up, Brielle? What's up, FB? What's up, Aubrey? How you doing? What's up, Mira? What's up, Abby? How you doing? What's up, what's up? Let me get everything completely set up real quick. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We're just looking for debates, everybody. I think I've got mostly everything set up. Let me let the Instagram know that we are live. Let me let the Instagram know that we are live. Alrighty. I am live. Alrighty. What's up, everyone? Let's get the criteria up on the screen. Let's get everything going right now. What's up, everyone, though, joining in? Overnight, everyone, House Republicans, actually, like, specifically, like, the top ones in the party, like Mike Johnson, they took down a vote for the War Powers Act after having congressional members wait within Congress to be able to vote on it. And that's because they thought that they were not going to have the votes, and they thought it would embarrass Trump. So that's something that happened overnight. Where he doesn't have the votes to continue his war, and it's going to be made blatantly obvious. They thought maybe they could possibly get the votes to continue it, but it backfired, and it didn't look well for them. We're going to start getting people up here for debates right now. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Again, everyone, we are just looking for debates. What's up, everyone joining in? So embarrassing for him? Yeah, it's honestly really embarrassing. It really is. David, think of the $2, by the way. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are
Hello?
you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
No, I don't like pedophiles.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We actually don't have any guest requests right now, so we're going to give it a second for people to join in. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Sorry, I'm responding to a person real quick. Already, we're actually waiting for people to join in. There's literally no guest requests. I actually got on a little, almost 30 minutes late, so we're typically even later on in the day than usual. So let's just give it a second for people to join in. I might actually go to my second account real quick and repost my account or my stream from my second account, and that will help send it out to more people. What's up, everyone, though, joining in? Ooh, I can't wait for that. That's going to be fun. Alrighty, there we go. Hit repost. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Let's get everything going real quick. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? 26.
Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump all the way.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
So I support Trump because he is protecting the petrodollar, which is essential for the U.S. economy, and he's also preventing Iran from getting their hands on a nuke.
Okay. I would say he got Iran closer to getting a nuclear weapon because he actually pulled out of the JCPOA, which prevented their nuclear enrichment of uranium up until 3.67% until 2030, which would still be in effect to this day. So Trump actively got them closer. They're near 60% right now because he decided to pull out of the JCPOA. So you could start with that one.
Well, no, because he not like kaboom their I don't know, wherever that place was located back in summer of 2025 from with the B-2 bombers.
Yeah, so they already did it. That means the war was useless?
Not necessarily because Iran is also a sponsor of T groups in the Middle East.
Okay. How did the war prevent them from doing that?
Well, we by overthrowing the government in Syria, that was an ally to Russia and Iran, and that was Syria was also used to smuggle in weapons into Lebanon and help the H group in Lebanon.
I'm waiting to hear a response to the point I just asked. So like I'm asking like, how about this? What objectives did we meet through the war?
Well, the war is not over yet.
Okay, so well, have we met any objectives so far?
I mean, we're strangling them economically, so it's just a waiting game until like they, you know, surrender.
Okay, so you think that it's just a waiting game till they surrender? We're strangling them economically, even though we're getting harmed economically as well. Um,
I
are
mean,
we really
suppose.
harming more the civilians or the IRGC? Because the IRGC is being funded by Russia.
I mean, the IRGC is also being, harmed. I mean, while yes, there is going to be civilians harmed, of course, but the IRGC is also being harmed as well. I mean, they're not getting the same amount of revenue as they used to pre-war and
So
pre-sanction.
who can last longer? Because it seems like the War Powers Act that the Republicans were going to set up today wouldn't have got enough votes within the House in order to be able to pass. So how is Trump going to keep up the war legally? Because right now it seems like you said he's continuing the war past the 60 days and he hasn't gotten that vote in Congress to continue it. So do you think he's actively violating the law within that respect?
I mean, if he is, I'd say let him. Iran must
Let
be
him.
dealt with.
Just let him.
As
You have no
for
issue with the president violating the law?
if it's to prevent another country like Iran from getting their hands on a nuke, absolutely.
Okay, so you understand that they were prevented to a greater extent under the JCPOA 10 years ago, right? So
Hey,
can you explain to me why you think that it's better off, given that Trump has been in office and has got them closer to developing a nuclear weapon? Because it doesn't seem like Trump is preventing them from doing so when he was the one who got them closer to it in the very first place.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man. He's trying to prevent Iran from getting their hands on a nuke, and he's doing a great job of it so far.
Okay, so like, are you going to respond to any of the points I made? They're closer to a nuclear weapon right now than they were under Obama's JCPOA
How so?
because Obama's JCPOA prevented them from going over 3.67% enrichment of uranium until 2030.
Hmm.
Okay, it's 2026. They're at
Yeah,
60%.
I'm alright, bro. That was a bad deal by Obama because Iran shouldn't even have their hands on uranium to begin with.
Well, that level that they have specifically is for nuclear power. That's civilian usage. Yes, they should have access to civilian usage. What are you talking about? So wait,
Why
by
should
the
a
way, you'd
state
rather them have higher levels of enriched uranium than lower levels of enriched uranium?
they shouldn't have enriched uranium at all?
That makes no sense. They need it for nuclear power.
They could just use oil and whatnot for power.
No, you're being ridiculous. How about you
Yeah,
just
but
have like a particular agreement that's set up that has unprecedented levels of surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities? It seems like you're just gonna. Oh, he just left. I was like, they're just gonna say anything to justify Trump. They'll say anything to justify Trump. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty, alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. I'm a neo-libertarian phalangist. What?
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Do
28.
you support Trump?
I very much do.
Okay, what's your birth year?
June 298.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump? Evil Dean. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I am 23,
Do
born
you
in
support
02.
Trump?
Yes and no, but the same thing, I would go for the Republican and the Democrat Party.
Okay, like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for? And if you can also choose to not vote if you want.
It's a weird scenario for the Democrats and Republicans, though. I would say I'm more of an independent. Does that make sense?
Is that a response directly to the question?
Well,
So what would
so
you
both
do?
parties
You have
have their
about 5
cons.
seconds.
Their pro. Their. I'm sorry. What?
You have 5 seconds to respond.
To what?
Okay. Simple questions here. Simple questions here. You what's up, how old are
We
you?
are Charlie.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. You what's up, how old are you?
Yo, what's going on? 21.
Yeah, and do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
Nigga.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. You what's up, how old are you?
2008, bro.
How old are you?
What? Oh, how old am I? Sorry, I was saying my birth year. Sorry, I'm 16.
You did the math wrong as well, dude. Wow, that was embarrassing. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Oh,
We are just looking for debates, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Thank you for the hand art, by the way. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And what's your birth year?
2008, May.
Okay.
It was a bit earlier this month.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, okay. I'd say Trump, I feel like economically, just kind of, lines up with what I believe in. You know what I mean?
Okay. So, like, in what specific things?
So, my family makes over $4,000 a year. So I get, or at least my family, and eventually me, get tax breaks.
Okay. So based upon the money that you get from your parents, you'll pay more on it because whenever you buy things, you'll have higher prices for products because of the tariffs and because of his war with Iran. So either way, you're still going to be disenfranchised
But
to a greater extent
how
under Trump.
much? But how much does that outweigh the benefits of the tax breaks?
I mean, you're not seeing any of those benefits, sir.
No, but I have a family business. So
Okay.
say, yeah, in a few years, will I, get those benefits still?
Okay,
Or
well,
would it
here's
be
the
outweighed
question.
by?
Do you care about benefiting at the expense of other people?
I guess it
Do you
depends
want,
on.
do you want to do that?
It
Do you
depends.
want to benefit? And by the way, you'll benefit either way. If you guys have a business, you guys are already doing well, you'll be fine either way. Even if Democrats are in office, you'll be able to figure it out. You'll be fine. But can millions of Americans say that otherwise? Those that don't have access to health insurance because they're cut off of Medicaid, those that are cut off of food stamps, and the 420,000 kids cut off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month?
Yeah, that's pretty bad. So that's within the big beautiful bill.
Yes.
Can you pull something up, a source for that? I believe you. I just want to see
The Congressional
numbers.
Budget Office, big beautiful bill.
Oh, okay.
That's
I'll
where
look
you can
into
find
that.
exactly everything I just said. That's
I'll
it.
look into
Congressional
that.
Budget Office is a bipartisan committee from the federal government.
I didn't know about all that. You know, being around Trump supporters, you don't really hear the bad parts. You just kind of hear what will help you out because that's really all my family cares about. But you know, I did want to talk about you and Dean. I was on Dean's live last night, and I tried to call him a grifter, and he thought I was trolling. But I have a genuine question that I want to ask.
Okay, go for it.
It was a few years ago, like 2023. You guys used to do debates on like homosexuality and religion and women, you know. But ever since the election leading into it, you guys only ever really do debates about Trump anymore, which I understand. You know, with midterms coming up, you want to win over voters. But wouldn't it also be important in, you know, quiet times maybe to speak about other like issues primarily?
Oh, it can be important to do other things, but the goal doesn't have to be to do everything in which is important, right? There are some things I can focus on doing that are important that inevitably I think could have more of a benefit and I think can also address everything else that we talk about. Like, I do still talk about those topics, right? They just happen to be talked about less on the live. Also, when I bring up those specific topics, it restricts me to a certain type of debate for a longer period of time, which limits the amount that's said on the stream. So the thing I like about political debates is the fact that we can have a conversation about a bunch of different topics and that there's a lot more that we can cover, has more impact specifically in terms of voting habits, and I can obviously address everything I also addressed ideologically prior.
That's a
So
fair point.
why does that inevitably make you think grifting?
Well,
Because someone focuses on a specific topic.
well, because you guys probably, I mean, you probably draw in. Maybe I wouldn't say you wouldn't have any viewers, but I definitely think you get more based off of
Isn't that
talking
more
about
effective to
Trump.
push out my message as well? Don't I want more people in the stream so that more people can hear the arguments that I'm making, so that I can change the world in more of a way?
I mean,
Doesn't that make sense?
that's one part of it, but you also make more money doing it on with more
Sure, that
viewers and stuff.
inevitably can be a result of that, but the inevitable goal is the fact that I want to reach more people.
How many more viewers? So say if you were to do a stream about
Why do I have to
purely-
justify this to you? Honestly, do I really care? No. Why do you care?
I don't know. I don't like it when people. I'm not saying this is you, but I don't like when people. I don't know, use positive things to get their own gain.
Yeah,
you know
but
what I mean?
what could I say to you that would justify to you that I'm actually doing this in good intention? Like, it doesn't seem like there's anything I could say to you that would get you to believe that. You're just going to think this either way. Like, tell me, what could I say? What could I say that would tell you that I have good intentions? How are you going to be able to identify that I have good intentions? If you just have this vibe that I don't have good intentions, well, how am I ever going to surpass that? Just by describing to you that I have good intentions.
Ah, yeah, it is.
And also, like, where was this same level of analysis with Trump? Like, you think I'm dishonest with my views, but you don't think that about Trump?
Yeah, I mean, okay, with Trump, I just haven't really gotten much into it because I have kind of this it's a echo chamber for me, so it's not like I know I can do independent research, but it's just not really on my mind a lot of the time, which
Do you
is
question if I'm
selfish.
genuine simply because of the fact that you've only heard views that are right wing, so you think that I have to be right wing as well, or something?
That might be like a deep-seated thing that I'm not realizing.
Yeah, but like, I
That
mean, think about people who grow up in different cultures than you. Think about people who have different types of experiences than you. Of course, they can come to different conclusions. Not everyone's in the same friend group or culture as you. Right? I live in California now. I mean, I grew up in Iowa, but I live in California now. Of course, I live in a different type of society, probably than, or type of state than what you're living in.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I guess, like, what's your goal of asking me these questions?
I don't know. I just want to get
Is
into the.
apparently you asking
into
the same
weeds of it.
questions?
Yeah, I asked him, and I was trying to get into the weeds of it. I was trying to get a good debate going, but I think he just got off live. It was like where I was like the last guest. So,
Okay.
what was I was trying to ask him the same questions. There was something else with the economy.
Can you name one
Tariffs?
economic metric that's better off since Trump got in office?
How's unemployment doing?
It's higher since Trump got in office.
How about inflation?
Higher since Trump got in office.
How about wages?
Real median wages have grown at a lower rate since Trump got in office. Including like last month, we saw actually a decline in real wages.
How about well, I mean, grocery prices around me aren't too bad. I mean,
Grocery prices have gone up, especially
How
because of
much?
Trump's war with Iran that have caused gas prices and energy prices to go up, which he said would be down by 50% within a year.
How about okay? How about we talk about like foreign stuff like Russia, Ukraine. I really don't know what's going on with that. I haven't heard anything about it in a long time. But I was told that Trump is better for it.
Trump
Or
is better
somehow
for what? Sorry, say it one more time.
for the Russia Ukraine war. Like he's better for the
How so?
Ukrainians. I don't know. This is just something I've been told. I don't like I said.
Definitely
I just
not. I mean, he cut the funding and then brought it back because he said he was wrong.
cut all the funding.
Yeah, he cut the funding, thinking that he was going to get some deal with Putin, laid out the red carpet for Putin, got nothing, and then decided to increase the funding again because he said he was wrong.
Is there anything redeemable?
Nope.
Is that like
He's
one?
undermined our democracy, our rule of law, our constitution. He's called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders. He said that he's glad that Robert Mueller and Rob Reiner are dead simply because they disagreed with him or investigated him. Right? This guy is horrible.
Huh. You know, I think I'm gonna look at some stuff on my own, and I really appreciate talking to you, man.
All right, well, appreciate you coming up.
All right.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter by the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter by the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Alrighty, let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, Parker. I'm 65 years old.
And do you
I
support
am a
Trump?
French Canadian from Quebec.
Oh, okay. Well, we are just looking for debates with people specifically who meet that criteria on the screen. Really appreciate you very much, though. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Man, give birth.
How old? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. The Taffy, thank you so much for the 5 membership subscriptions. Thank you very much. And by the way, Kathy, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you very much, Kathy. That is so kind of you. Happy Friday to you. Happy Friday to you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
We love you, Parker!
Appreciate you. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, if the
But,
election were held today, Harris
primarily-
versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I think that I'd still vote Trump.
And what
But
state do you live in?
primarily, I'm a neo-libertarian phalangist.
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Genuinely don't understand how they find that fun, to be honest with you. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
In the beginning I did, but currently I'm nervous.
Oh, sorry. I heard in the beginning I did, and then like currently I just assumed that they're saying they don't support Trump anymore. So I'm gonna go on to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. I probably could have waited a little bit longer. That was actually my bad. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Can you get me out of here?
Yes. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm just listening.
Oh, you're good, don't worry. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter by the age of 18, everybody. We are just looking for debates. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Oh my god, my voice just cracked, bro. I've been having voice cracks recently. What's been going on with my voice, bro? What has been going on with my voice? Seriously, absolutely insane. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello there.
Yo.
30.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What state do you live in?
Texas. I'm on holiday. It's
Oh, okay.
11:52.
Okay, if the
I
election
want to
was
debate.
Yeah, if the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Harris versus Trump. For one
Okay.
reason,
Okay, why do you support Trump?
because of the crime rate. He was tough on it. If you compare to Biden administration, crime rate is a lot lower.
Okay, did you know that crime decreased by a similar percentage between 2023 and 2024? Can I ask you a question? Can you name
go
three
ahead.
cities in Texas?
Houston, Dallas, Austin, El Paso, Arlington.
All right, go for it. Keep going.
So obviously he's failed in many policies like the petrol and gas because of the whole Iran war. He said no wars. So obviously I will be honest, he did fail on many things, but the only thing I care about is the crime.
Yeah, okay,
The
so
crime.
you voted for Donald Trump to address crime, and when he's a convicted criminal over a former prosecutor, by the way, and Donald Trump pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, called them patriots, and then created a $1.7 billion slush fund to try to give them all $1 million.
Well, obviously he is a convicted criminal, but is protected under the amendment. So we can't judge him for that.
We can judge him for it. Yes, we can.
Yeah, no, you can judge him for it, but you can't stop him from becoming president.
You could say it's a reason why you don't want to support him. So the point
Yeah.
that I'm making is that if you care about addressing crime, why would you expect a convicted criminal to address crime better than a former prosecutor?
Well, obviously with him, it's all alleged. We haven't seen any
It's not alleged. He's been
evidence.
convicted. He's been convicted. He was convicted of 34
What?
felonies, beyond a reasonable doubt in a criminal court.
Was he charged with all of them or just some of them?
He was convicted with all of them.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, all
Well,
34 counts.
I mean, there's a reason why he got the mugshot. I mean, he looked pretty good.
Okay, you're
But
trolling.
to be honest, yeah, if you look at the debate,
I don't take that seriously. Anytime anyone ever says that about Trump, I just never take it seriously. I can't do that, dude. No, not taking that seriously. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. I do have a few people to thank. Juliana, thank you so much for the $5.55. I'm trying my hardest to get through all these trolls. Thank you so much. Jose, thank you for the $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, though, they are such snowflakes. Thank you so much, Jose. I appreciate it. Thank you. And Kieran, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $30. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it. Thank you. And Danny, thank you so much. I really appreciate the dollar. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm in my 60s.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, if the election were held today,
Absolutely do.
Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Well, Harris would be the last person I would ever vote for.
Okay,
She
why do you
doesn't have
support
the,
Trump?
she just doesn't have the experience, and she's not presidential material. So that's
Experience?
the reason I wouldn't. But I mean, I know her past. I know what she's done.
Can I ask you a question, sir?
Sure.
Who would you have voted for in 2016? Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton?
Donald Trump, for sure.
Okay, but Hillary Clinton had significantly more experience.
Yeah, too much of a wicked past. Don't want to have anything to do with it.
But Trump doesn't
this
have too
man-
much of a wicked past?
This man, yeah, he's done a few things he probably shouldn't have. But here's the thing:
A lot more than that.
This man has stood his ground for the last 40 years that I know of. He's talked the same stuff. He's never changed from his agenda and the way he looks at the U.S. Everybody says, well, he ran on no new wars. That's what he preached when he was running. And he also said that Iran would not have a nuclear weapon. Nobody wants to talk about that.
So he contradicted himself?
Maybe he did. If you want to look at it that way, maybe he did. But here's the thing, he's been a powerful man for years and years and years. One of the most wealthiest men in the world, and people want to put him down for it. But yet, what I see happening, especially today, is that there's a lot of people that make money off the coattails of Donald Trump.
Okay, so is that because he's engaging in market manipulation? Is that because he's quite literally engaging in actions in the Oval Office where he's making money, he's engaging in stock trades, he's using the information that he has as president in order to make money, he's allowing for his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, to go in and make deals all across the Middle East specifically to try to engage in real estate deals?
Why he's in office. He's in office. He's being the president right now. He's not.
He's
running
making
the
trillions of
Trump
dollars.
Foundation.
He's or not trillions, billions. I apologize. He's went from $2.1 billion net worth in 2024 to $6.5 billion of net worth in 2026.
But nobody wants to talk about Biden, the money he had when he came in the office, and how rich he was when he left. Nobody wants to talk about the Clintons. Nobody wants to talk about the
No.
Clintons,
What's the difference between Biden's net worth? Tell me.
What's the difference in his net
Yeah,
worth?
what was the difference in his net worth when he first got in office versus the very end when he got out of office?
To be able to quote the numbers, I probably wouldn't be accurate, but I'm thinking something like, he was worth like $2 million and he was worth like 10 when he left.
Nope, not even close.
Okay, well, you say so. But the fact that I'm making, the point that I'm trying to make is that, everybody wants to stand out there and curse this man for trying to do the best that he can. And these things take time, by the way. You can't just do it overnight. Some things you can address, some things you can't. And you want to come back and say, well, people are starving to death and the grocery prices are higher. Yeah, they are higher. I complain about it every time I walk into the grocery store, but I understand what the man's doing. And he's making us safer, and people are making money off of it, off of his name, while he's trying to provide the freedom that this country deserves. And nobody wants to talk about that.
So before presidency, Joe Biden's net worth was $8 million. After presidency, it was $10 million, which, by the way, is what you would expect given like a market trend over that many years.
The market trend. What do they make? What is the wage of a president? 400,000?
Yes.
Something like that. Okay.
That on top of he had books that he had prior people would buy. He obviously is going to make money from the increase in the stocks, any of retirement assets he has, or any investments he has.
I don't have a problem with any of that. I don't have a problem with any of that. I think the Clintons were.
Yeah, but it's not like he's engaging in new investments and then using the presidency to triple his net worth. That's going from 8 to 10 million, which is something that you would expect, right? Given just an increase of the appreciation of his assets.
Sure, but my point is, Parker, is that there's still a lot of people out there making a lot of money off of Donald Trump. And I can name just a few that prosper off of him. If you didn't have him, if you personally didn't have him to talk about right now, you wouldn't have a show.
Yes, I would. I had a show prior to even talking about politics. But again, what you're not understanding is that I would still talk about politics even when he's not going to be in politics anymore. You just think that this is only Trump-minded because you've been involved in politics for the past 10 years, and it's only been about Trump being involved in politics on the right wing because the Republican Party is completely and solely dominated by MAGA. How about you guys define your party outside of just MAGA, and that won't be the only thing to talk to?
I don't look at that. I don't consider myself MAGA. You know,
I mean,
consider
you are, though.
myself
You
as-
support Trump.
No, I'm not. I consider myself as a U.S. citizen trying to make the right decisions for what goes on in my neighborhood and who I think can do a better job. That's
And
the
you're
way I
ideologically MAGA. Okay, so let me ask you this question.
Okay.
Trump says America's great already. Do you think so?
I think it will be by the time he's done.
He said it's great again already. He said it's already great again.
That would be a tough call. I don't think I could honestly come out and say, yeah, everything's perfect. Everything's the way it should be, because it's not.
But he said he
It's
made
not.
it great again.
But what he's doing, okay, if he wants to brag, let him brag. Which politician doesn't?
Okay, can you name one aspect of the economy that he's made better off since he got in office?
Where the economy isn't back yet. The economy isn't back. I buy stocks and things like that, and I see the stock market go up and down, and I've seen it to where it's doing very, very well, and then it'll go down again.
Okay, stock market growth was better in 2024 than it was in 2025. How do you feel about that?
That's not true.
Yep, if you look at S&P 500, Dow Jones,
Well, I'm just
and
looking at the
NASDAQ,
investments
it
I've
grew
made and the returns
higher in
that I've got.
2024.
Okay, well, I'm just looking at investments that I've made and the return that I've got. We're working out pretty good.
Okay, but I'm just telling you what those index funds are for like the overall markets.
But I'm just saying, I don't think it's right for people to, to get on these forums and stuff, and they complain and they throw stones and they just, and yet they're sitting there and they're making money off of this man. Okay, go ahead.
So you're
but don't
mad that I'm
complain.
complaining about Trump and then also this is my job? So complain harder, bro. I don't care.
I know you don't.
Respectfully, no one gives a fuck.
Yeah, no, but
so
if you didn't have him, you wouldn't be making the money you're making, and you know it.
Yeah, keep saying that. I don't give a shit. It would still be
I
true.
know you
I
don't.
would still
I
have
know
the
you don't.
platform.
I just
And you're
wanted to say
mad,
my
bro.
piece.
Stay
I
coping,
just
bro.
wanted to say
Stay
my
mad,
piece.
bro.
Oh, I'm not mad. I just
You
think
are.
it's disgraceful.
How is it
I
disgraceful?
just think it's just disgraceful that you know what you're doing.
I know what I'm doing. Yes, I am doing this as my job. Yes.
You are. No different than Adam, which that guy is, he's a waste of my time. But out of just a few that I can stand to listen to, I do got to say, I listen to you more than I do the rest of them, because I just think the rest of them are full of it. And they were the only reason that they're on there. The only reason is so they know that their supporters are going to give them money, and it's all because of the name of Trump. And that's just the facts. But anyway, you have a great day. That's all I wanted to say.
So by the way, the only thing you're gonna say, you're not even gonna debate me. You're not even gonna have a conversation about these topics. You're just gonna get mad about the fact that I'm making money, bro. Are you jealous? Is that what it is?
No, I'm not jealous at all.
It sounds like what it is. I mean, you're just mad that all these people are making money on the internet and not you.
No,
is that what it is?
I'm not mad about anything.
Well, then why are you complaining so much about it? Of course, there are people in a fucking capitalist society making money off of streaming. You're acting like this is something that's so crazy, dude. No fucking shit. We live in a capitalist society. We live in a society where people have to make money in order to survive. Of course, there are people making money off of the things that they're doing on the internet. Dude, stop complaining, bro.
It's a two-sided coin. It's okay if you do it on your side, but it's not good if he does it on his.
Wait, no one ever said that there's an issue with being a content creator in of itself, whether you're right on the left. Our disagreement is with their right-wing ideological beliefs and what they're pushing onto society. Our disagreement is not with them making money off of what they believe in.
Yeah, well, we don't live in a perfect world, do we?
What? You're not of course we don't live in a perfect world. What's your point, though?
So, as far as debating, there's really no point to debate, because
there is a point to debate.
No, there's not. Not with you guys. There's not, because no matter what is said from my side, no matter what I say, you're gonna debunk it. You're going to refuse it. You're going to
Yeah,
say
I'm
that
gonna
it's
debunk
wrong.
it. Yeah,
It
so
doesn't
like
matter. And I'm not.
he's mad that no matter what he says, I'm going to debunk it. Yep, you're right. You know
Well,
what? I'm sorry.
you
What can I
pretty much
say?
did.
Yes, I am going to debunk it. Why? Because your
Okay.
position is harmful to this country.
Yeah, it's not harmful to the country.
Yes, he's mad that
Now,
I'm gonna
what would
debunk
be
him.
great for the
I can't
country?
believe
What
he
would
just
be
said that,
what
dude.
would be
He's
great
having a
for the country?
man-child breakdown because I'm
What would be?
going to
Now, see, there
debunk
you
him
go
on
with
whatever
your
he
insult.
says.
There's no point in having insults here. None.
You
I
think
haven't
I'm the
insulted
one
you.
insulting you? Didn't you just insult me multiple times?
No.
No?
I just tell.
Wait,
No,
I'm
I'm
sorry. I'm
stating
sorry.
the
You saying
facts.
that you don't think it's an insult for you to say that I'm doing this just for money and I don't care about anyone?
No, I'm saying without him, you wouldn't be making the money you're
Yeah, is
making.
that not an insult? Is that not you trying to insult me?
No, not at all.
Can you define to me
Just
what
don't.
didn't you call me
That's just
disgraceful?
the truth.
Didn't you say I was
I said.
disgraceful?
I said what people do with this is disgraceful.
Yeah,
The best
which
thing
you're
to happen.
describing what I'm
The
doing right now.
best
So do
thing
you
to
think I'm
happen.
disgraceful for what I'm doing right now?
The best thing to happen in this country is for both sides to get
Am I
together
disgraceful
and
for
move
what I'm
on.
doing right now?
If all you're going to do is sit and talk about Trump and make money off of his name when he's out there trying to provide the freedom that he gives you, yes,
That's
it's
an insult,
disgraceful.
genius. Plus, he's undermined our freedoms, the Human Freedom
Okay?
Index, the Social Mobility Index. We can talk about the Economic Freedom Index. All of those things he's undermined, by the way. And I mean, yeah, you can stay mad, bro. I'm gonna continue to do this,
I'm not
and
mad.
people are
I'm just
continue to
stating
support me
that.
because they like my content. And if that makes you mad, cope, bro. Cope.
Yeah.
Like you can just thank Dub. Thank you so much for the €6. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Dub in the comment section. Beast, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. This is not because of the most corrupt president in U.S. history. It's because it's important for progressives to be on social media. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right,
Blue
well, have
Baron,
a
thank you
great
so much
day.
for the $2. Thank you. He's gonna run away. Taffy, thank you for the 5 membership subscriptions. Thank you very much. Hannah, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Danny, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you. Look at him run away. Actually, look at that, everyone. He's too scared. I'm gonna debunk him on whatever he says. Sorry, bro. I just wanted to piss him off to get him to leave. What is wrong with you? Why are you genuinely getting mad at people sending me donations? Like, how does that make you angry, bro? Like, I can't imagine. Like, how? Seriously, bro. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, brother, I'm 32.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Are you driving?
I'm riding. We're all in a little caravan going up north.
Oh, for sure. Is there a way you can turn off Bluetooth? Because I hear myself in a feedback.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. Yeah, let me, do you mind if I just drop and get that figured out and call back up?
Yeah, for sure.
Thanks, brother.
Alrighty, I'll wait for them. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Jose, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know why. He just gets angry at that and doesn't even want to debate on like the specific topics. So like he literally says it's like dumb to debate us because all we care about is making money. All he cared about was getting attention there. Like he didn't actually care about debating. When I was trying to get him to debate, bro. It's kind of diabolical. Well, we're gonna wait for them. I think they're gonna figure that out. So we'll add someone else up in the meantime. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. I'll wait to see if I can find them in the box. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Thank you for that.
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
September 30th, 2007.
Okay. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Yeah, probably Trump.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
I support him for like two main reasons. Like first, his stance on abortion, and then his executive order about like banning trans women from competing in women's sports.
Okay. How many trans women were competing in women's sports that you think were dominating?
Well, I know a couple.
Okay. Name
I don't
one.
know the exact amount.
Name one. I can't hear
swimming
you.
contest, or that one like swimming contest or something.
The one
I could
swimming
like go
contest.
search it up if you want. What?
Wow, that's a specific person that was dominating a swimming contest.
Well, I don't know the exact because I just remember reading it a while ago.
Okay. Yeah, there's no case that you can provide of someone dominating.
I mean,
even
if I
so.
go, I could go like search it up in like a minute and come
Go
back.
for it. I'll give you time.
All right, perfect.
So the person's name is swimming contest. Everybody, just remember that. And also, like, let me just clarify. Dominating means you win many times without losing. That's what dominating means. I just want to clarify. I hope he knows what that means. It's not tying for 5th place. That's not dominating. Okay, we'll give it a second, everyone. Paige, thank you so much for the appreciation. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Yeah, that guy was ridiculous, wasn't he? That guy was so ridiculous. He was very, very, very much hating on me for just existing, actually. That's what it is. Also, like, why is he hating on random people who were literally just doing this? Right? Like, there are plenty of other content creators that will, like, do politics debates, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like, what is wrong with that? Also, like,
Oh, yeah, so
this
like
is one of the
Leah
most, like,
Thomas.
out of every single way to make money, this is one of the most, like, the best ways to do so. It's literally in accordance with your values. It's just you expressing your values on the internet. So it's like, I don't know.
Yeah, Leah Thomas. I just searched it
She
up.
wasn't dominating. Okay, like I already addressed this. Okay, she tied for 5th place. She didn't get 1st place every single time. And
I mean,
without
like,
losing.
you still don't think it's unfair for like a biological male for them to like compete in woman competitions?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
After multiple years of HRT and they're not going through a male puberty, there's no particular unfair biological advantages you'd be able to point to that would say that they should be restricted from playing. Plus,
Well,
this
like
is not
better
something to address.
cardiovascular capacity,
Plus, this is
just
not
better-
something to address in terms of federal policy. It's something that local sports organizations will deal with in terms of policy. Would you want to
Well,
to
I mean, his
force?
executive
Wait, let me ask you a
order
question.
literally
Would you want to
specifically banned-
force sports organizations to operate in certain ways?
Say it again.
Do you want to force sports organizations to prevent trans women from being able to play?
I mean, yeah, it would.
So if they didn't prevent trans people from being able to play, you would say that we should use the law to force them to prevent trans people from playing? What should be the
Yeah,
response?
I
Should
don't
they
see
go
why
to
not.
jail? Should they be fined? What should happen to them?
Well, they just shouldn't be able to compete in women's sports. Kind of like as simple as
So
that.
what should happen to the sports organizations, though? Should they be fined? Should the people running the sports organizations go to prison? What should happen to them if they don't follow what you just said they should?
See, I mean, it's kind of not like up for me to decide.
Well, I'm asking you what you think the law should be. You're the one deciding to say that's the reason why you voted for Trump.
Well, whatever Trump decides, because that's what his executive order.
Whatever
kinda-
Trump decides, there you go, right there. You have TDS, bro. Trump
is that?
devotion syndrome. Okay, you said whatever Trump says, bro. Are you serious? Hello, think for yourself. Hello,
What?
use your brain.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not a fucking
What do you mean, whatever Trump
policymaker or
says?
whatnot. I don't know.
What?
I'm not like no policymaker or politician. So
You
I
don't need
know.
to be.
I'm just kind of just giving my opinion.
Yeah, but like you're the one that's saying this is a reason as to why you want to support a candidate. Why would you just say whatever Trump says? Like what? That's crazy, bro.
Well, I like how he'd go about it. Like, I don't know whether they should be in prison or whatnot. I just like think it's completely unfair if they were to compete. And like, there's so many cases where
Okay.
like they underwent.
You couldn't
these,
name a
like,
single
hormone
scenario
therapy
where they're
surgeries.
dominating.
What?
You couldn't name a single scenario where they're dominating. Based upon your argument, any higher performing person should be restricted from playing. And they get 5th place. They're dominating too much. We shouldn't let them play. Actually, it's too unfair. Okay, too unfair. 5th place actually. What? Wouldn't you say like it would make sense to say like it's unfair if the person got like 1st place and they won by like a 50% margin? Maybe you could then plus you could make.
I'd
a point.
argue that like Leah
But,
Thomas
like,
was dominating.
She got 5th place, my guy. Why are you complaining? Do you even watch women's sports? So I back into the app, bro. Do you watch women's sports, Peter?
No, but I'm saying like, say my sister was competing in a women's sport, worked like her entire life.
Say your sister.
Kind of get to
Wait,
a point
wait.
and
Say
then
Donald
just-
Trump went up to your 10-year-old sister and said he'd be dating her in 10 years. Would you still vote for him?
Did he actually say that?
Yeah, he did. You want me to play the clip?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I've never heard of that, so.
Oh, well, I got you. Listen here.
Thursday night. You going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
So if that was your little sister, would you still vote for him?
No, but like in terms of like
So why would you vote for him if it was someone
policies-
else's sister? Or someone else's
Well-
daughter?
These fucking gotcha moments are so gay, bro.
Okay, so you think
Like,
gay,
okay,
being
I'm
gay is an
literally talking
insult,
about-
and 2, you just got cooked and you're mad.
Oh my god, like you.
Would you like
I
to
don't know,
respond,
you-
bro? Like, answer the question.
Yeah, I mean, you told me why I support Trump. I gave like 2 main reasons, and you're kind of just like pivoting.
I'm not pivoting for shit.
Okay,
You're
so
the
then-
one pivoting right now from answering the question I just posed to you. That's
Well,
ironic
like,
that you just said
completely
that.
unrelated. That's completely unrelated.
It's not unrelated. Yeah, if
How?
wait,
Because if I said
you
I
said what
support
if this
Trump for
happened with
his
my little
stance on
sister? I said
abortion,
okay, so I said what if Donald Trump went up to your 10-year-old daughter and said he'd be dating her in 10 years? Because you can't even provide me a scenario of a trans person dominating, and I'm giving you a scenario where actually Donald Trump did this.
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't support him then if he did that, I guess. But like, just who would you vote for? Would you vote for Kamala or Trump
Kamala.
if like if they switched like say what's it called? Trump had all of Kamala's policies, but he still did those things he did. Would you like support him then or no?
You're saying if Kamala Harris was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, would I support her?
Yeah, or like if they just
No.
switched policy. If they switched policies, I'm saying, like, say Trump had all the
In
policies,
that
he
scenario, I
still,
would just choose not to vote because I'm not going to vote for
even
someone
if
held
that meant
civilly
like
liable of
the
sexually abusing a woman.
even if that meant like millions of Americans were better off.
I think you could. Well, one, you can't say that millions of Americans are better off under Trump. So, two, what you're giving is a false dichotomy. Okay, because you have to provide a third scenario where someone can choose not to vote. Otherwise,
But
it's a
like,
false dichotomy because it's not the only two scenarios that you could have. It's not like there's a gun to your head.
but like, I'm just saying, like, if Trump had all of Kamala's policies, but he was still held civilly liable and whatnot, if you were to vote for him, that'd mean like, because you think Kamala's policies means that
Kamala.
millions of you think that her policies mean that like millions of Americans are better off. So I don't
Yes.
see. Yeah, so then why wouldn't vote for anyone in that case?
I think it's a disqualifier to be held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. I think it should be illegal for someone to run for president of the United States if that's true.
And so like even if that meant like millions of Americans were better off, right?
Well, I would want the millions of Americans to be better off, but in either scenario, I would think that they would disqualify.
Okay. Well, like another thing I wanted to talk about was like abortion. I mean, I'm kind of open-minded to it, but like I really do think it's pretty wrong. Like,
What,
it's
say it again?
murder essentially. Yeah, another topic I kind of wanted to like touch on was abortion.
Can we finish the point that I was making before we do?
What was it?
Yeah, like if Donald Trump went up to your 10-year-old sister and said he'd be dating her in 10 years, you said you wouldn't vote for him. So if he did that to someone else's daughter or sister, why would you still vote for him?
Well, yeah, I guess I wouldn't.
Okay, so given that I just played a clip of him saying this to someone who is 10 years old, would you say that you wouldn't support him anymore, given that you now have heard this?
I mean, yeah, I guess that's pretty disgusting. So.
Okay, so you don't support Trump anymore? You wouldn't vote for him?
Yeah, I mean, I guess not. I kind of just wanted to like talk about those two topics. So.
Okay, well, Peter, I'm assuming you're going to end up supporting Republicans in the next election cycle?
I mean,
or would you vote for Democrats here in the midterms?
I mean, I definitely have to do like more research, kind of see where everything's at. But yeah, I'm like kind of open to both as long as I like do research and whatnot.
Okay, I guess if you're open to both and you don't support Trump anymore, we got to a point where you obviously like don't support Trump. So like, I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, I appreciate it, bro.
Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Andy, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. From George Soros, thank you so much. I really appreciate the DNC money coming in like crazy. But thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said I would give you more money, but I bought 30 cases of adrenochrome for my big Memorial Day cookout. That's absolutely diabolical, Andy. Thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you. Miss Icon, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Lucas, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Hannah, thank you for the $5. As well as Roberta, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, though, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Xander, thank you for the $50. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I wouldn't know like the specific best places to eat. I'd have to go down and look at a specific list, or I'd have to ask my siblings or my parents. I don't remember the names of any places like in that particular area. There was like a particular like barcade I went to that was really nice. I still won't remember the name, so I'm horrible to ask. I apologize. I'm horrible to ask. And a place I used to go to around there, they literally like ICE went in and shut it down. It's fucking crazy. It's like actually nuts. It's so fucking crazy. My mom sent me a fucking article on that, and I was like, that's so fucking sad. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yeah, Xander, you know what? You're right. Ever since I shaved, my memory has been shot. You're right. You're right. My memory will never have been the same. You know, once I get, you know, my mustache, it actually just helps me retain all my memory. You know, that's just how it works. Thank you, Xander, again for the $50. Thank you. Mentally unstable. Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Brandon Gill personally, because I'm already thinking about the next Republican
Okay. But do you support Trump?
to a higher level.
Do you support Trump?
Oh, yeah. I'd vote for him again if he could run again, but yes, dumbass. I've said it 1,000 times.
Hey, dude, there's a
Can
lag.
you speak English?
Dude, there's a lag because it seems like you got Trump Mobile. You must have bought the new Trump Mobile phone, so you're having a bit of lag. That's the only reason it repeated.
I did, dude. He sent me it.
I bet so. Are you
Okay,
driving?
buddy. What's your point? I'm not. No, I'm in a car though.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, give me one quick second. I need to say something. Just letting everyone know, Tulsi
Take your time,
Gabbard.
buddy.
Okay. I'm gonna mute you just because there's a little bit of background noise. Just letting you know. Tulsi Gabbard's actually resigning. Everyone. I just got this information. Apparently, her husband is very sick and has bone cancer. So that is one thing that I just saw dropped. She was the director of national intelligence, so she had just submitted her resignation due to her husband's bone cancer. Alrighty. Let me unmute them. We can continue our conversation. Oh, yeah, so that's honestly horrible to hear.
You good, dude?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm good. So do you want to go to your point? Why do you support Trump?
Because for the longest time, I didn't know what to believe about the UFOs, right? Until I now know that aliens are real. So how can I not support a president releasing Epstein files, UFO files, literally just declassifying all these hidden kept secrets in our government?
Okay, so you understand that he prevented the release
That's
of the
why I
Epstein
support him,
files.
yeah.
He called it a hoax, said anyone who wants him to release the Epstein files never support him in the first place, and they still to this day have not released all the Epstein files and abided by the Epstein Files Transparency Act, which literally says that they have to release all the files by like literally 6 months ago.
No. That's not true. It says if it's an ongoing investigation, which they're investigating Ghislaine Maxwell, who's currently in prison and is currently a witness to all these crimes, that they can withhold these documents that might hurt reputable persons of interest. So I think that's what's kind of these
you're
liberals
saying,
are thinking.
So they're preventing P3DOs from being held accountable, is what you're saying?
Well, no, it's preventing victims from being blasted all over the country and all over the world.
That's just not true. Victims have come out and talked about the fact that they have blasted out their names,
How
right,
many-
all publicly.
how many victims-
and those
how many
particular
victims
files, they're
do we
not
have?
looking through them to prevent victims' names from being released. They're literally just saying they're not going to release them.
Okay, but how many victims have came out?
I don't know the exact specific number.
Do you know a
There's-
number off the top of your head?
No, I don't. But there's countless.
And
there's-
how many witnesses have said Trump? How many witnesses have said Trump was on that island?
No one's claiming Trump's on the
Zero.
island right now. No, well, I
But
mean, you can say
you're
that
saying-
Howard Lutnick, a person on Trump's administration, who Trump has not fired, was
And
caught
same
on
with
a
Chuck
picture.
Schumer.
Was caught on a picture, and Chuck Schumer was not seen on the island. But and
What
I'm
about
not saying
Mamdani's mom,
I'm
who
not
was
someone who
at
likes Chuck
Maxwell's
Schumer. I'm just
party?
like, come on. So, but wait, what did you just say?
Mamdani's mom was at a party with Ghislaine Maxwell at her New York penthouse.
Hey, dude, are you trolling?
No, why would I be trolling right now?
Because you sound genuinely stupid
Why-
as fuck. Because that was AI. That was not a real picture.
No. This was in the files that she, Nair.
No, it was not.
His mom, Mamdani is Epstein's son.
That was
like
okay.
I'm
Yeah, obviously trolling. Okay. I thought possibly, but not. Like, dude, I just like I don't know. Sometimes with MAGA because like they just have crazy views. So it's like sometimes I can't tell the difference between MAGA and reality. You know. Because like, dude, they just like already don't believe in that shit. What's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. By the way, Lucas, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on to the next individual here. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Election on today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
2008.
And what month?
April 4th.
Okay,
April
why do you support
4th.
Trump?
I support Trump because he most aligns with neolibertarian phalangism.
So the next person, only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Justin, get out of my box, bro. You're here every day. You are obsessed. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
No, I just want to say everyone in the government sucks.
Okay, cool. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates.
I love
Yo,
you,
what's up?
Parker.
How old are you?
I love you, Parker.
Appreciate you. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
2007, December 18th.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
First of all, I gotta admit, bro, I'm gonna give you credit. You are probably the best rage baiter of all time, bro. You're actually good at it for some reason. But yeah, I support Trump because.
Thank you. I love being number one.
He stands on abortion. I feel like he's better for the country right now. I just feel like at this point in time, I think Harris wouldn't have been the better pick. I mean, I know you got all the stats, statistics. You know, I know Trump. You
just said you think Harris would be the better pick?
No, I said I think Trump right now would be the better pick. I don't think Harris would be best suited right now. You know, I'm not denying any stuff she could have done right or wrong. I know that's all you in the stats, statistics, and I know like that one thing you brought up about like how like Trump said like the 10-year-old or whatever and social data. I know Trump just be saying stuff, bro. I don't think he really means it. I know it's kind of crazy, but yeah, mainly because abortion. I feel like it's just insanely wrong how left wing people like support that, like even the presidents like that. That's like that stems.
Trump thinks that abortion should be legal. Did you know that?
I can't hear you. Hello.
Trump thinks it should be legal depending on the state.
No, you're muted.
Oh, sorry, I keep doing that. Trump thinks that it should be legal depending on the state.
What, abortion?
Mm-hmm.
No, he don't support it. He don't support it.
Well, he thinks it should be legal depending on the state. Dude, you have feedback. Is there a way you could fix that?
Say it again.
Is there a way you could fix your feedback? Like I can hear myself.
You hear yourself?
Yeah, that's why I keep muting myself.
This is in the car.
Wait, do you still hear yourself?
Because he's driving in the car.
Okay. Can the person in the back just stop being a weirdo?
Yeah, Isaac, stop. All right, yeah, but
like how
anyways.
embarrassing, dude.
My fault.
It's
okay.
okay.
Yeah, so I just think.
Okay.
I mean, I think Trump. Obviously, I think right now in the country, he would have been better than Harris. I mean, I'm not denying the fact that he's obviously not been the best to what we want him to be. But I feel like his stance on wars, I think he'll eventually clear up these wars. I think eventually by the end of the presidency, he will have. I mean, it's not the best, but I think he'll hold his ground. I think he'll do the best for the nation. I don't think we'll really get into too much chaos. So yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm confused. What's your point? What? How about this?
Like
Maybe can you name a policy you support of Trump?
abortion.
Just that. So you want to save
Yep.
human lives?
Yes.
Okay. How do you feel about the fact that
And first off,
Donald
all,
Trump?
you know, abortion. You realize abortion is rooted in slavery.
Okay, I'm just gonna go to the next person. Like, dude, how fucking embarrassing, dude. What's up? How old are you? Alrighty. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. What's up? How old are you?
Fuck Trump. Fuck ICE. Fuck.
Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Kirsten, thank you so much for the $3. I just reported on that. Yeah, I did. I did just see that. What's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. What's up? How old are you?
Man, I lied. But I just want to.
Okay, we are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It should help get it out to more people, as always, everyone. What's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Only again, send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. What's up? How old are you?
Hello? I'm 18.
You support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
It's July 25th, 2007.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
Well, it's mainly because the other side just keeps on lying about facts for no reason.
Okay. What facts did we lie about?
Well, a great example would just be you. You keep saying that Trump impersonating Jesus Christ is an unforgivable sin. That doesn't make sense.
Oh, do you think that's blasphemy? To portray yourself as the Lord and Savior?
Yeah, you could say it's blasphemy, sure.
Okay. Well, if it's blasphemy, then wouldn't that be unforgivable?
No, if you actually read the Bible, the unforgivable sin is blasphemy against the Holy Spirit, and
Yeah,
the way that,
Do you believe in
and the way
Trinity?
that's being, yeah, sure, but the way that's being interpreted is saying that is when you acknowledge that God is powerful, all loving, and all that, but still you decide to not follow Him. That's what it actually means to I guess blasphemize the Holy Spirit.
Do you agree that the Holy Spirit is God and God is the Holy Spirit?
Sure.
Okay. So if you are blaspheming God, you're necessarily blaspheming the Holy Spirit?
Yeah, but the way
Okay,
we
thanks
use
for the
that
concession.
term, wait, but the way we use that term, you're not using it correctly. So when
How
we
am I
say
using
you're
it correctly?
blaspheming, when we say that we're blaspheming against the Holy Spirit, the way that is interpreted is saying that you acknowledge that God exists. However, you're just gonna remain ignorant and not follow His ways.
Okay. So your argument is that someone who doesn't follow all of his, which is every Christian, by the way, who doesn't follow all of the teachings.
No, it's not just following the teachings. Everybody sins. I'm saying that you know God exists, you know He's good, you know He's powerful. However, you are purposely deciding to go against His teaching and saying basically "F Him, I don't care."
Yeah, that's purposefully sinning. Have you ever purposefully sinned?
No,
You don't purposefully sin at all?
I don't purposely sin. That doesn't make sense. I could be tempted, right? It's not purposely. I don't try to intentionally sin.
So there's never a circumstance where you've intentionally lied, or you've intentionally fornicated, or you've intentionally cheated, or you've intentionally done anything wrong under your own worldview? Bull fucking shit. Okay, you are not Jesus Christ, okay? Come back into the stream and acknowledge that you absolutely have intentionally sinned. You're being ridiculous. That's actually you right now, and that's you not repenting. That's not you showing repentance. Okay, he's still swiped out of the app. Xander, thank you for the $20, by the way. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Xander. Give me some W's for Xander in the comment section. Appreciate you. As well as, I also have another person to thank. I think it like literally just went away. They just left, by the way, for some reason. Omega, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much for the UFO files. Thank you for Let's See Them Aliens. Thank you very much. Shadow Lord, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's amazing to hear. That's amazing to hear. I hope the best for you. I hope the best for you. And Ariella, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's a really weird troll, isn't it? Let's go into the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, faggot?
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
Do you support Trump?
I voted for him, yeah.
Like, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, or you could not vote, what would you choose to do?
Let's see. I would probably, at the moment, still vote Trump, though.
Okay, for sure. Why do you support Trump?
At the moment is because he's putting out the UFO files and stuff like that. But I think in the whole, he's pretty much being a martyr, doing bad things on purpose so that it's for, our regime change.
What is that even supposed to mean?
Because our government has been corrupt and bullshit for the most of the U.S. and I think he's kind of, what do you call it, shaking it up.
Okay, so you're saying he's purposefully doing bad things to try to dismantle the U.S. system?
Yes.
You want the U.S. system to be dismantled?
I want it to be better. So him doing bad things on purpose to show everybody else that, hey, this system doesn't
that harm people in this country?
I mean, it does, but
okay.
Kind of like if you clean up your house, it gets worse before it gets better.
Okay, well, like, when you're saying it's getting worse, you're talking about more people dying. You're talking about more people not having health care. You're talking about children not having food in their stomachs at school. Like, I hope you know that, right? There's actual harm. It's not just like an object on the ground that you're moving out of the way so that you can clean behind it.
When you say more people dying, how's that happening?
What's that?
When you say more people are dying, how is that happening?
What? How's it happening? Because they cut U.S. aid, which is going to lead to 14 million people dying, which would have otherwise not died.
What's the source on that one?
The Lancet.
Okay. Okay. But isn't that just mainly estimations?
Of course, based upon a study.
Okay. How else is this harming? Like, how would this not be better if the U.S. government goes, okay, wait, that doesn't work. Let us change how this all benefits.
I'm confused what you're saying.
Well,
do you actually support Trump, or are you just trying to have a conversation with me?
No, I voted for Trump.
So you want him to cause the country to be worse because you think inevitably it will lead to a better system. One, do you have any evidence that it will lead to a better system? And two, why would you want to harm the country without knowing whether or not it would get better? That makes no sense.
Well, I mean, like historically, the American Revolution, that got worse before everything got better. The Boston Tea Party stuff got worse before things got better.
Okay. Do you think that we have the ability to fight violently against the U.S. government and win? Do you think that that's comparable to literally the 1700s when they were fighting with muskets?
I think we have the ability to, but I don't want it to go to another like revolution war or anything like
we
that.
have the ability to engage in democracy and change the system without using violence. Why wouldn't you prefer that? Because what you're advocating for is civil war. Okay, millions of Americans will die within that. I don't think you understand the devastation that would be caused by something like that. And by the way, how do you ensure that the system that comes from it would be good? You don't. You can't. How do you know that far right-wing individuals wouldn't take over, especially when you're putting those far right-wing individuals into power? That makes no sense. You're just causing a vacuum of power with no actual meaningful plan to fill that vacuum.
You make a good point there.
So how do you meaningfully change the world? You vote for politicians that actively make things better, not things worse.
Okay, so who on the Republican side, who would that be?
No one. It would be that you don't vote for Republicans.
What about independent or green or?
I would prefer the progressives in the Democratic Party. Like they're fighting for expanding access to healthcare, childcare, housing affordability, addressing climate change, believing in science. They want to make this country affordable for people. They want to care about the average person. And they want to tax the rich to be able to afford that.
You make really good points here. I'll have to do my research because the voting stuff is going to come into the in the mail relatively soon, right? Because midterms.
Depends on what state you're in. For me, I already have mine, and I'm going to be filling out very soon.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to like read that properly and put up with a pros and cons list and what I believe would be beneficial, and then vote for that.
Well, all right. Well, I appreciate you coming up. Hopefully you can keep looking into these things and maybe change your mind.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. Appreciate you. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We're just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Let's get on to this next individual here real quick.
Sheesh, that was quick.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32?
Do you support Trump?
That's what I wanted to ask you about. Sometimes it's not about supporting Trump. It's just leaning towards the better option.
Yeah, can I ask you a question? Like, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, or you could choose not to vote, which would you rather do?
I would vote for Harris.
Okay.
Or wait. No.
What? I mean, what? Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
Of course I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Oh, Trump. Harris is a horrible candidate. We don't know nothing about her.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
2004.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
Because is leaning towards the immigration thing, kind of like what Dude was saying before. It's more sort of supporting the things that he do. We needed to get the immigrants out of the African American communities, and that helped.
Okay, and what's wrong with immigrants? And why only specifically African American communities?
Well, because only specifically y'all send them to African American communities. Usually the other races of communities, they usually are, well, that's racist to say. Whoa. Other groups of communities and areas are usually more wealthy. So they don't send them to them areas, which I think is unfair. I think they should be sent to every area. If everyone supports it, all Democrats supports it, it should go to every Democratic area.
No, immigrants will choose to go where they want to.
No, they do not, though.
Yeah, they
They got
choose.
bus
Let me
on-
clarify. They'll choose where they can and they want to go. If there's some sort of, if you're talking about busing immigrants places, that's called Republicans getting buses and then busing migrants to like larger cities and sanctuary cities, right? Specifically, that's what they were trying to do in order to be able to try to quote unquote overrun these cities based on their own determinations. By the way, that's just what they were trying to do, which by the way failed and actually has led to economic booms in these areas. So.
It has not added to economic.
It has. Immigrants actually over the past
diluted
30
that.
years have decreased the level of deficit by $14.5 trillion.
Okay, them are immigrants who came here as grad students, not immigrants who just came across the border trying to get a better life.
Those are all
We're
immigrants
talking about totally
overall,
different.
including immigrants that
Okay.
came across the border in that way.
Well, we're talking. No, there's not.
Yes, it
The
is.
same immigrants. Majority of the immigrants who came across the border are people living inside of the hood. They started corn stands.
I
They
don't.
started
Can you give me
multiple
a
other-
stat on this?
What, the majority of immigrants who are grad students make the most money in the
Wait,
immigration?
no. You said a majority of immigrants specifically are living in these specific communities.
You think
So
poor
I'm asking you,
immigrants
like,
just
what
come over
evidence
here
do you
and they
have
go
for this
straight to
claim?
college without even citizenship? You can't even go to college. You can't
Sir,
even get funded to go to college.
What's the
without
evidence?
citizenship.
Sir, what's the evidence?
So you can get funded for college. So they get federal funding to go to college.
So I'm asking, like, what's the source that they're specifically going to these certain communities mostly? Is this just like some random claim we're making here?
This is multiple sources.
Name one.
Where is the immigrant sent? Majority
Name
of
one.
the
Name
time.
one source.
Well, I don't have to show you a source. You know that's a fact.
I found the source. Do you see the source?
Oh my god, bro.
Trust me, bro. Please trust me. Okay,
Bro, I
like
live in
if you
reality,
just
bro. You're
trust
not
me,
living in reality.
then you'll believe, bro.
Fact-based system.
If you
When the
trust me, you'll
fact-based
believe,
system
bro.
is that they get sent
If
to
you'll
African
trust me, you'll
American communities.
believe.
Where do they get
Just
sent?
trust
Do you have how
me,
many immigrants live in your
please.
community? How many immigrants live in
Please,
your
just
community?
trust me.
How many immigrants live in your community? That's how we just fact check it. How many immigrants do live in your community specifically?
I don't know how to judge how many immigrants live in my community.
Yes, you
but
can. You can look it
I
up.
think
You can
that
look it
I
up.
think it's
You can look
amazing
it
that
up. It's on
immigrants live in
census.
my community, and I welcome more of them.
They do not live in your community. In your
They
community,
absolutely
will be
do.
in an uproar if they come.
Hey, dude,
live
I
in your
live in Los Angeles. A lot of immigrants live here.
Los Angeles. What
Yeah.
community? What district?
I'm not gonna tell you where in Los Angeles I live.
Okay. Cool. But still, either way it go, still they're going to
You're
areas
just
that is
hoping that
diluting
immigrants
the
make this
immigration.
country a better place.
They're not making it a better place. They're diluting the voter rights of Native Hispanics who are already here and African American people who are already
Why
here.
are you only bringing up those communities to try to use those communities against immigrants? Why are you trying to act like
That's
because immigrants
diluting
are
the
coming
voting
in
rights.
destroying
That's
the voting
diluting our
power of
voting.
already exist? So wait, why don't you bring up white communities? Are they actually diluting the power of white communities in this country?
Yes, they're diluting the power of any community
Okay.
that they go into,
So
but
then
they
would you
don't.
say
They
that's
only send them
true?
to the
Would you, okay.
impoverished
Do
communities.
you think it's
That's
wrong to
the
have
problem. They only send it
answer
to
this question? Do you think it's
impoverished
wrong to have
communities like trailer
children?
parks.
Is it wrong to have
They're-
children?
No.
But you're
Why?
diluting
But
the
if
voting
American
power.
citizens is having children, we should fund
Sir,
our American
sir,
children who are poor
sir,
already
Sir,
instead
but
of
you're
funding other people.
sir, but then
who
you're
are
diluting
poor.
the
That don't
voting
make
power of already existing Americans when you have children.
What does that have to do with funding other people if we have poor people already in our country?
Well, again,
They
immigrants
send
reduce the
immigrants
deficit, genius.
to the poor white areas, the poor Hispanic areas, the poor black people areas, the poor any group areas that is usually impoverished. Normally not in LA because Los Angeles is good with the immigrants and stuff because they support immigration. But in places like Illinois, a lot of areas do not support immigration. And in areas that do not support it, the Illinois governor just sends them to Chicago. They just send them to Chicago because they don't want
So,
to
I mean, I
deal
would
with
like
the
to see like
Republicans.
any of the actual evidence for any of those points that you're making there. But like, can you actually just engage with the point that I just made, please?
Okay, what is the
Like
point you
that
made?
that like immigrants make our society better. All data existing shows us that immigrants make our society better. You're just coping and saying that immigrants make our society
Okay,
worse
European
because you have no
immigrants,
actual
grad
genuine
students.
intellectual argument to back why you support Trump. So you have
Okay,
to try
what
to
group of
use
immigrants are
you,
you
you have to
talking
try to
about
use
that
fear
makes the country
mongering
better?
about immigrants in order
What
to try
group
to
of
distract
immigrants
people away
specifically?
from why you
You have to
shouldn't
be
support
specific.
Trump.
The immigrants who ran across the border, from Venezuela, that was only
Fearmonger,
here for
fearmonger,
approximately
fearmonger,
5
fearmonger,
years.
fearmonger,
They
fear.
have
Let
made
me
our
just fearmonger some
economy better.
more. Let me just blame
Or the
immigrants here. Let me
immigrants
just
who have
blame
been
them there. Let
working
me just
hard
scapegoat them
already
here.
in
Let me
our
just
country,
scapegoat them there.
worked hard
Let
to
me
get
provide an
citizenship,
unjustified
or
argument here. Let me
and have
provide an
houses, have
unjustified
jobs,
argument
and
there.
run
Watch. Let
businesses
me just
already.
blame him here, blame them there. Provide no argument. Just to give it. Trust me, bro. Try again.
Okay, you saying trust me, bro, because you just saying that the only immigrants that support our economy is the immigrants who just run across the border, and not the grad students who already been here, the immigrants who
I
have
said
already
immigration
have
as a whole.
families,
Why are you
building
bringing up
wealth
these
already
irrelevant
in this
points?
country, and you're just totally dismissing everything that them people have already did and contributing all their success to a group of people who just ran across the border 5 years ago,
No,
who
I'm
had
telling you
no
the effect of
opportunity, don't
immigration
even have
because there's.
citizenship yet.
Hey, genius, I'm telling you the effect of immigration because of the fact that there's a study proving that this is the impact from immigration. Not because I'm specifically just looking at, oh, what happened after, then attributing it to immigrants. No, it's because we have a study conducted that actually demonstrates it's from immigrants. So how about you address the actual contents of what I'm saying, other than just demonizing and fear-mongering about immigrants because you don't want to do any fucking basic
You are
research into how immigrants
fear-mongering about
actually
immigrants.
benefit our society.
Okay, I did the research.
No, you
Immigrant
didn't.
grad
You've
students
done zero
from other
research.
countries who come here to become doctors, lawyers, other groups who've already been here before and was raised as immigrant childs who got funding to go to college. Them people have already been here and they've been helping build the society. Them are the people that they say helped build America. Them are the immigrants that they are talking about, not immigrants who just came across the border 5 years ago. That does not make sense.
Actually, I can give you more evidence to say that the immigration over the past few years has been more profitable for this country because actually the deficit is reduced even more by the immigration that we've seen over the past few years because we've seen massive GDP increases due to the immigration surge that happened under the Biden administration. So you're actually wrong. The Congressional Budget Office proves you
The
wrong.
GDP
If
went
you
up
looked at
because the
any
GDP
actual
dropped.
economic data, you'd be proven wrong. But you decide to
Okay,
not look at
show me the economic data.
Please, I'm
Let's
just going to
look
mute
at
you. Shut the fuck up. So I'm going to tell you, and I want you to listen here real quick, okay? You, because you don't do research, are then going to continue to believe whatever bullshit you make up in your own mind and whatever you tell yourself you want to believe, okay? If you actually care about facts, if you actually care about evidence, if you actually care what's better for the country, you'll do basic research, like in the bibliography in my bio, that will demonstrate to you that immigrants are very positive to this country when it comes to the economy, okay? You are just lying on immigrants specifically to try to make them seem like they're a harm to this country when they're actually a benefit.
All right, let's look at the GDP that you said went up in the Biden and the surge. Let's look at it.
Yeah,
There was already a
because of
dip that
immigration.
happened. Okay, hold on, wait.
Okay, I'll let you. I'm sorry.
That wasn't because of the United States economy just boomed after after everybody was stuck in their houses for over a year. That does not. We didn't do nothing. We didn't go back to work and started up our businesses back. We didn't do nothing. We didn't contribute at all to that GDP. It was just the immigrants, right? Like, what the fuck is you talking about? Let's look at the chart.
So if you go to the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, you type in the title, specifically effects of immigration surge on federal budget and the economy from July 2024, you can actually see the positive impact of over $7 trillion in GDP growth, specifically from the increase in the amount of people coming to our country.
Wait, you repeat how much money you just said?
Around $7 trillion.
Okay, and the United States citizens also contributed to the GDP
Of
rising
course, I'm
too.
not
Over
disputing that, but I'm saying
31.86
specifically what the immigration surge under the Biden administration contributed to the economy. So this whole argument that like, oh, yeah, this is true about immigrants in the past, but it's not true about
Criminals
immigrants now
contribute money
is
to the
not based in the
economy.
data.
So we need criminals to stay. We need to let criminals free. They contribute money to the economy. Drug dealers
No,
contribute money
no,
to
no,
the
no.
economy.
If someone's committed
So
a
what are you
violent or
talking about?
sir, if someone's committed a violent or serious offense, I'm okay with them being deported if they are undocumented in the country. No one has an issue with that. The issue that we have is specifically when you're going after people who are just coming here for a better life.
I know they're coming here for a better life, but we have people here that's looking for a better life too. We need to support them first.
Well,
That's the whole
wait,
point
but
I'm making.
immigration helps us do that, especially because our
No, it
population.
does not.
Let me explain. Especially because our population, on average, is getting older, so a greater proportion of our of like the baby boomers in our society are going to be retiring and are retiring right now, which inevitably is leading to a lower proportion of people who are working in this country. The labor force participation rate is declining. So the way that we can actually increase the labor force participation rate is by increasing the amount of immigration, because immigrants they are more likely to
Whoa.
they're more likely to what's it called to decrease that.
So we're going to just exploit immigrants to try to raise our labor force.
No, that's
basically
not
what we're gonna
exploiting immigrants, dude. You're such a
you are.
dishonest fuck. Genuinely, that's not exploitation of immigrants. That's them deciding to come to our society, which inevitably also benefits our society. That's not exploitation, dumbass. Dude,
But
like,
why wouldn't we give
why the
them
hell would you
jobs
ever
to
frame it that way? That's
people who are
fucking.
American
I'm sorry, that's
citizens?
fucking nuts to frame it that way.
Okay, 'cause they're
That is
going
so dishonest as fuck to frame it like I
That's
want to
not
exploit
dishonest.
people
How much
because
are
I'm
they
saying
gonna
that they
get paid?
benefit
How
the
much will they be
country
paid?
after you just claim that they make the country worse off.
They do. How much will they be paid? Instead of raising our federal minimum wage to $25 an
Dude,
hour
do you have
that
any
we've been
facts to
asking
actually
for,
substantiate
how
what you're
much
saying,
will
or
they
you just
be
have
paid?
feelings?
People aren't working because they want the federal minimum wage to raise. They're not going to
No, less
raise
people
it
are
if they
working
have
because a
immigrants.
proportionally greater, more of our society is proportionally older. That's why.
No, it's
That's
mainly
true.
because most jobs do not support a lifestyle inside of this day of age. You cannot
That's
even buy
because
you
of
a
Trump to a
house
greater
nowadays.
extent. And by the way, what you're
That's
saying is
not
not true, by
contributed
the
to
way. I just
Trump
want to
at all.
clarify.
That's contributed
That is
to
not the main
actually
cause of labor force
Ronald
participation going
Reagan.
down.
If you want to say anybody, that's contributed to Ronald Reagan. If anyone, I don't even know why you said Trump. That was bullshit. Like what? Our economy been on a decline for the past 30 years, and ain't none of our politicians did nothing about it. So stop saying that that's about Trump. Like, what the fuck?
That's not true. We had increasing real median wages under the Obama administration and under the Biden administration. All right, and I would say that Donald Trump has decreased that level of trend of growth. So I would say that there are actively things I can point to that have made it worse since he got in office.
Still, you just dodging the point. We can
What
raise
point
the
am I
federal
dodging?
minimum wage because the point is we're going to exploit immigrants, pay them a lower wage because we don't want to raise the federal minimum wage for American citizens. That's basically what you're
Who's
saying.
fighting
Instead
to
of
increase
us
the federal
advocating
minimum
for
wage?
American citizens to get jobs, to work
Everything
at
that
these
comes out of
places,
this guy's mouth is dishonest. Who wants to increase the federal minimum wage? Democrats or Republicans?
neither.
Democrats do. They even tried to do
Democrats
that
are
under
allowed
the
to
Biden
do
administration.
that. You can't raise the federal minimum wage if a company can pay someone lower wages. That's not going to work. They're just not going
Wait,
to
have
hire
I debated you
American
before?
citizens. Hell nah. Never debated you before, dude.
I think you made a claim about minimum wage and you owe me $1,000.
That's bullshit.
I'm pretty sure that that's true because you just made almost the exact same fucking claim that I was right about, that I proved you wrong about, that you owe me $1,000 on. Holy shit, that is you.
First time ever coming up, buddy.
Where's my grand?
Don't know you, dude.
Yeah, you do. You're lying.
Okay, now you're just pivoting because you know that my point
Wait,
is
wait,
right.
wait. Can you pause? You
That's
owe me
great.
$1,000.
So we just proven that the
Wait,
point.
wait. Can
that
you
the point
admit
is
that you
right.
owe me
You know that the
$1,000?
immigrants will be. Can you admit that the
You were
immigrants will
wrong
be
on this
exploited?
very point, and you're still making it.
Can
Why would you
admit
come
that
back
the
on the live
immigrants
and
will
make this
be
point?
exploited and United States citizens will not be getting paid a federal minimum?
Why are you coming back on the live and making this point? If, by the way, if you're unwilling to engage with me right now and you're just gonna keep doing this bullshit, I'm gonna kick you.
You just pivot.
Like, no wonder I was like, dude, this person feels like it's not even they're talking. It's not even like they're talking to me. It's not even like they're having a conversation with me. And you're just like saying things, okay? So you can either choose to engage with what I'm saying and acknowledge that you literally owe me $1,000, or I'm gonna kick you.
Okay. Let's look at the federal minimum wage.
And you agree that Democrats advocated to increase the federal minimum wage?
Yes, they advocated.
Yes, they did. Oh, well, by the way,
that advocation, and we agreed that it was only.
By the way, he just
Buy
conceded that now he owes me $1,000 because that was the bet. That was the bet.
Buy $7. That wasn't even a bet. The bet was
That was the bet.
do
Oh, now there
immigrants
is a bet, by the
contribute to
way.
the society. You
What was
did
the
not
bet?
win that debate. You kicked me from the live because you got mad and kept pivoting.
No,
So
what was the bet? Tell
win.
me. What was the bet?
I don't even remember that shit. That
The
shit was
bet
all the way in the
specifically was
beginning
me
of the year.
saying that Joe Biden and Democrats advocated to increase the federal minimum wage, and you said no, they didn't, and we bet $1,000
That
on
was
it.
not the bet.
That was
not
exactly the bet. This is literally on my YouTube account. You know that, right?
I pull up the video.
Well, I have to scroll back. There's a lot of videos on my page. But if you scroll through the video
crazy
specifically
that you
of
guys
like
remembered that word
this
for word
person
something that
bets
happened all
me
the way in
1,000, like I promise you'll find it.
That was not the debate. That was not the debate. It was about the GDP.
Really? Because I mean, what about the GDP? How about you tell me that?
It was something about the GDP.
Yeah, tell me.
I just told you the whole talking point. You just
What
pivoted
about the
because you
GDP? I just want to know.
I just proved you wrong, bro. So at the end of the day,
So what about the GDP?
I don't remember, nigga.
You don't know anything about the GDP, so you don't know what the bet was about, but yet you're saying that was the bet.
Well, I know what happened today when we was just debating about the 2020 when you said that American citizens didn't contribute to the GDP rise in 2020 after the 2020.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna kick you. You're wasting my time.
Okay.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Tess, thank you for the hand art. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 34.
Do you support Trump?
I used to. I don't anymore. I might
Nice.
swear.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Thank you for the hand art. Thank you, thank you. Let's go to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you support Trump?
I'm starting to.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, I feel like he's saving us from, the end of America.
Okay, and what makes you think that?
Just the way that Russia, China, and Iran are all ganging up on the other side of the world. And now with Trump and the Iran war, they kind of know, they can't do that, and they don't have each other's backs like they thought they would. So I think it's just an eye-opener for the whole world, that America still has the power, even though, we gave the power to the worst, probably one of the worst Americans, but, sometimes we need to give that kind of power to get respect back.
So I would say that we have less respect around the world. We've distanced ourselves from our allies all around the world, especially our European allies, because of the threats to literally annex and take over Greenland, the threats to undermine NATO, the tariffs that we placed on countries all around the world. Those have destabilized our relationships with some of our closest allies, which have destabilized our relationships all around the world. They obviously don't know what we're even doing in most of these instances. That's a really big problem. You say that it's weakened Russia, China, and our adversaries. I would argue that Trump being in office emboldens them, and that Russia was weaker under a Democratic administration because of the fact that they kept up a quicker response to Russia within the context of Ukraine, whereas Donald Trump undermined that, rolled out the red carpet for Putin, and then realized he was wrong on it. So that's one thing we can say there. And then plus, if you want to say like him going to war with Iran, I don't think that's benefited us in any meaningful extent. Can you explain to me how that's benefited us?
Like you said, short-term pain, long-term gain. I'm a black man from Minneapolis, so I'm not, the biggest Trump supporter. I don't like the shit he's doing with ICE. That really bothers me, but I just know at the end of his term, America's going to be stronger. We're going to be more united. I'm not like an accelerationist, as you said, I want to see America strong, but I just think that, Trump is the best option, or he is the best option right now.
Okay, so what I would say is that we're definitely not as strong and not as united. Donald Trump has called for the execution of some Democrats. Trump has literally said that he's glad that Rob Reiner and Robert Mueller's dead. These things are not something that you would ever see a president do prior to this. Let's just be totally honest. That does not make us stronger. That does not make us more united. That makes us more divided. that makes us weaker, that makes us less respected on a world stage. It's embarrassing, right? We should never let someone in the position of presidency do this and abuse power like this. They need to be held accountable. We need to have standards in our country, and we need to have checks and balances, the rule of law, our constitution, and our democracy. And those are fundamentally almost everything that Donald Trump has tried to undermine.
Okay. Well, I got one more point for you, and you might not completely understand it, but as a black man in America, you know, it's really hard to, you know, get along with everybody online and this and that, especially during Trump's first term and MAGA just being like playing Call of Duty and stuff. You would hear the most vile stuff. But I just feel like, you know, the South is a little bit more, you know, accepting when they get their way every now and then. So even though we might have to go through 4 years of hell, I just feel like, you know, at the end of the 4 years, the North and the South, we might be able to get along a little bit more better.
I see no good reason to believe that that's true at all. I think things have gotten worse, not better. And I think that if Hillary Clinton or Biden won, we would have been better off.
Okay. Well, that's all I got for you.
All right.
Thank you.
Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Everybody, only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Again, if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So also you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. On time, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $6 on PayPal. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, because there are W's for them in the comment section right now. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Mr. Parker.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Probably not Harris.
So would you vote for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Okay, I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
So Steph Curry.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 18, man.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. We are just looking for debates.
Hi,
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 23 years old.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What state do you live in?
Sorry?
What state do you live in?
I live in the UK.
Oh, okay. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Okay, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
We are Charlie Cook.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'd rather vote for Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I think he's pretty funny. He's amusing. I don't really like presidents in general, so he's actually been the most hilarious to me out of all the presidents.
Anything else than that, or otherwise, I'm not interested in having the conversation. I think that's just a useless conversation to have.
Yeah, that's true. Well, that's pretty much it.
Okay. Honestly, dude, are you serious, or are you trolling?
No, I'm serious.
You should think more critically about these things, because he's literally a rapist. Okay? You shouldn't support a rapist because they're quote-unquote funny.
I don't think he's a rapist. Where did they say he's a rapist?
Yeah, he was held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people, a jury of his peers, of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will, and the judge came out and said that Donald Trump, in fact, raped E. Jean Carroll.
And he didn't go to jail for it?
No, because it was in a civil court, not a criminal court, because of statute of limitations for criminal courts that says after a certain amount of years that you can't try them in a criminal court regardless.
Right. Kind of like OJ.
Well, OJ was in a criminal court. They didn't determine that he was guilty in the criminal court, but they found him liable in the civil court.
Right. What was that case called? With Trump?
Look up E. Jean Carroll, civil case against Trump. Carroll versus Trump.
Did he settle, or it went all the way to jury?
No, he was forced to pay by jury.
Interesting.
Plus, he's tried to prevent the release of the Epstein files. Right now, they're legally obligated to release all of them. He hasn't done that. There's like half of the files they haven't released. He's even incredibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files that got a settlement with the Epstein estate. We can also point to the fact that he's kept a person, Howard Lutnick, on his administration that was caught on picture with Epstein on his island after claiming he was never on the island, and then now admits he was on the island.
Yeah, but everyone's been on that island, from Republicans to Democrats.
Nope. Kamala Harris, Joe Biden have not. Barack Obama has not.
I'm talking about, like, what's his name? Bill Clinton?
There's no evidence he was on the island.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
He admitted he was on the island.
No, he didn't.
He did?
No, he didn't.
I remember seeing that video. That one I remember pretty clear.
Never admitted he was on the island.
Really?
No, Bill Clinton did not say that.
I'm not, like, super into politics. I don't know these off the top of my head, but I do remember seeing that video where he's talking about it.
I promise you it's not a real one.
Maybe. I mean, AI is pretty good now.
Because like he had testified in front of Congress, and I would have known if he said this in front of Congress.
No, I don't remember where he was.
That would have been huge news. I would hear about all the time.
I mean, it was pretty big news, but I mean, everyone already knew Bill Clinton's kind of a creep anyway, so it's like.
Okay. So again, no evidence he's on the island. And even so, if he was, that would be evidence against him, right? That would be not good.
Right. But he's already not in politics anyway, so it doesn't really matter. He's an old dude.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, all right, man. I'll catch you later.
All right, for sure. Alrighty, let's go on the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. If you want to support me, as always, everyone, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, so as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Alrighty. Oh, Marina literally just sent me $2 and said the person who was just on wasn't even her, and that they were just playing a clip of her. They said these impersonators really wish they had my voice. Okay, okay. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
2003.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
Because Kamala's a dumb bitch. And
okay, you should not be saying that. The fuck is wrong with you?
I mean, that's just my opinion, man.
Yep. Okay, well, they just left. So he thinks it's okay to refer to women that way. That's fucking disgusting. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
25.
Do you support Trump?
No.
Okay, we are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
Affirmative.
You said what?
Affirmative.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, what state do you live in?
California.
And what time is it?
It is 11:15.
Okay, and can you name three cities in California?
Sacramento, San Jose, Los Angeles, Eureka.
Okay, all right. Why do you support Trump?
That's a very good question, my friend. Let me give you one good reason. The border policy, keeping out all the immigrants.
Okay, and why do you like that?
Because it's good. Keeping out immigrants is always good for the economy, prevents crime, all this good stuff.
Okay. And you think that the convicted criminals could be better at addressing crime than the former prosecutor?
Say again?
You think the convicted criminal will be better at addressing crime than the former prosecutor?
Negative. No.
Okay, so then why do you support Trump?
Because good border policy, spierdala джипка курва, иди нахуй даваю, блядь, сука, пошел нахуй, блядь, пидорас.
Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Alrighty. Do give it a second. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18, bro.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2008.
And what month?
May 11.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, and what state do you live in?
Sorry, can you speak up?
What state do you live in?
California. That's the same guy.
Okay, and what time is it?
11:17.
Okay, can you name 3 states that border California?
No. Why?
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Honestly, I just want to play COD Zombies with you. Can we hop on?
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates.
You're so right, girl.
Okay, only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Okay, we have like no guest requests. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19. All I
Do you
want to
support
say
Trump?
is, kinda.
Like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump. I'm gonna be honest.
Okay.
Nothing
all right.
against Harris.
All right. Why do you support Trump?
To be honest, I don't know. It's like my family's very Republican, right? Like very Republican, very. My grandpa, he's a different story. He's Republican, but he likes AOC.
What is this?
Hold up. I'm sorry.
Okay. I just like there's too much background noise and they're fucking around. So let's go to the next person. I thought I heard a slur too. I wasn't sure if I did. I was like speaking while it happened, so I didn't really hear. I was kind of waiting to see if people in the comment section would say. I was saying something when it happened, so I wasn't sure because I couldn't really hear. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Okay, let's go to the next individual. Again, only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Hello?
Do you support Trump?
Hear you?
Okay, let's just go to the next person. Everyone, only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. I'm sorry, they're just weird names. Let's go to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
We are sure.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, what a weirdo. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Tenderloin. Everybody say pork tenderloin.
Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I just wanted to play Call of Duty with.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person, everyone. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. For 2,700 people here, hit that thumbs up. It'll help get out some more people. Try to get to 2,000 likes. And if you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get out some more people as always. Let's try to get to a million likes if we can. Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Again, everyone, only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Fossey, thank you for the $9. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Friday's alright so far. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
I just wanted to say, we are Charlie Kirk.
Okay. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Do you support Trump?
Officer Kyle Newman, Fort Smith PD. Go donate to his GoFundMe. That's all I got to say.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Charlie Kirk?
Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Oh, hey, dude. What's going on, man? I am 57 years old. I'm in Huntsville, Alabama. I'm a business owner.
Do you support Trump?
Well, obviously, yes. I'm a business owner. I support Trump. I support any Republican. I'm a staunch Republican, staunch conservative. Man, it's just amazing what a great job he's doing. I'm excited for the future. Excited for you. Young man like you, you're going to have a chance to open up a business, to not pay a bunch of high taxes, to be a great entrepreneur,
Can I say
to
one
grow
thing,
your
Robert?
company.
You
Of
have
course.
you have
I'm
an
just
echo. Is
telling
there
you
a
how
way you can
excited I am.
unplug from your Bluetooth?
Yeah, let's do that. Hold on. Hold on a second. Let's do this. Let's be better. Hold on a second. Yeah. Is that better?
I think
Hold on. Give it a second. Hold on. We'll give it a second. Let's do this. It'll cut out. Hold on. There we go. Is that better?
Yeah, it is better. Okay.
All
So
right,
you
great, great,
said
great,
you're a
great.
staunch conservative. So like, on what specific points?
Man, just listen. I am an entrepreneur, capitalist, and I just feel that this younger generation, man, I just want you to be a smart entrepreneur, and I don't think you can do that with the Democratic Party. I mean, socialism is it's a scourge, man, and I think that the Republicans, the old school Republicans like Clinton, like any of the, let's go back in time. I mean, any of the old school Clinton being my favorite of all time Democrats. My family was Democratic all the way up to probably, heck, man, probably all the way up to Trump in actuality. It's just the Democratic parties just went off the rails. And they got guys like you that, your mind's bent where you think that socialism's the answer, and it's not.
Can you define socialism?
You know what socialism is, and I know what socialism is. And I don't need to define it. It's you want big government, and you're trying to sell it. And you're trying to make a living selling it on TikTok, and I get it. And I mean that's a smart gig for you. But the only true way to ever be successful is to be an entrepreneur, grow your business, and pay your own way. Government will never be the answer for America. Big government won't be. It'll be the downfall of America.
So socialism isn't when big government. That's not what socialism is. Socialism is when the workers
Well,
control the means of production. That's not what I'm advocating for.
It's by the few. Socialism is ran by. It's where the few run everybody. It's
No,
where government
that's actually what
controls
capitalism
pricing.
is. So by the way,
No.
that's what capitalism is. So I just want to clarify.
No, it's not, bro.
Yeah,
no,
it is.
no, not at all.
Unfettered
You have the
capitalism is
opportunity.
literally where a few people control everything because they have all the access
You
to
have
resources.
the
in life.
opportunity. No, you have the opportunity in a capitalist society to become whatever you want to become.
Yeah,
you become a multi-millionaire. You become. So I have a good friend of mine
Can I
who was
respond?
walking across the. Let me hold up. I have a good friend of mine who was
'Cause
walking
you just
across.
cut me off in the middle of my statement. I just want to clarify.
All right,
Like,
clarify.
I never got to be able to even say my piece.
Okay. Well, let me just finish this one little thing, then I'll let you. Then I'll shut up. All right. This last thing I'm gonna say. So I got it.
You there? Hello? Did he just leave?
Layla, we want to be.
Oh, he just left. He was there and then he just left. He must have got Trump Mobile. And, the connection's not very great for those devices. So just send a guest request back real quick. And you remember his name? I can add him right back up. Because Trump Mobile has been dropping callers, so. Anyone remember his name? You can send a guest request back. Flipping something? Okay, I remember that. Yes, I remember that. Hey, Flipping, send a guest request back. We can continue our conversation. Tess, thank you for the hand heart. Is he just gone now? Okay. Well, we're gonna, okay, I guess we'll continue on to the next person. I don't see him in the box. If he hops back in the box, I'll debating him, I guess. Yo, it's about
Shut up, nigger. Shut up, nigger. Shut up.
You're disgusting. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. You know what's how old are you?
I'm 34.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
For sure. So you kind of have to vote for him too. Like shit.
Why?
I'm thinking on a third term. Not gonna lie.
Why?
Why not?
Held civilly liable of sexually abusing women, bragged about walking in the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without the consent, where two 18-year-olds came out, so there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He has undermined this country by imposing tariffs, which have caused inflation. He started a war with Iran, which caused inflation, made every economic indicator worse off, whether it be real GDP growth, real median wage growth. Unemployment's gotten higher since Trump got in office. We had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years, and we saw inflation go up. Plus, we've also seen real domestic manufacturing investment decline every single quarter of Trump's administration after massive growth under the Biden-Harris administration.
Oh my god, that's a lot of things. Are those like all true?
Mm-hmm.
You got any proof?
Yep. Question any of them, and I'll show you the proof.
Sexually liable.
Yep, he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll. Look up Trump liable essay AP News. You can find it on the court documents as well.
So why he's not arrested then? Like why he's not in jail? Like why?
Civil
he's
court, not a
arrested?
criminal court, because of statute of limitations that prevents a victim from coming out in a criminal court after a certain amount of years, regardless of the level of evidence.
So if something like that happens to me, that means I don't go to court as well? I mean, I don't go to jail.
Yeah, in the
I can
context
just,
of New York for sexual abuse cases, yeah.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
It's
I need
insane,
to do a
yeah.
little bit more research on that. I didn't know that. I gotta lie. Wow. Let's talk about the economy then. But I actually know that I will say just that itself will make me stop supporting it. I need to do a little bit more research. I'm completely against that shit.
Okay, so okay, if that's true, then that would get you to stop supporting him. Maybe you should do more research into that. You can look into that. He was held civilly liable. A judge said that Donald Trump in fact raped E. Jean Carroll.
Wow. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm out then.
Alrighty. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter, again, above the age of 18, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
They always said that Charlie Kirk was a Nazi, then they celebrated after they killed him.
Okay, do you support Trump? Okay, I think they were just a troll. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. That song is really cringe. If you've ever heard of that song before. I haven't heard the whole thing, but when swiping on my For You page, heard it for a second. I'm like, wow, that is so unbelievably
Parker,
corny.
love what you do. Just want to say I'm proud of you.
Appreciate you very much. Fit Dad, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. Did you see Tulsi Gabbard has sent in her letter of resignation? Yes, I did see that. Plus, I also see that there is a new Reuters article that just came out. It says White House forced top spy Gabbard to resign, source says. That's from Reuters. As well as Lord Tomoyoshi, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. For socialism for the rich in America is awesome. Also, if 340 million people can't be in the top 0.1% and or own a business, the wealthy didn't just get here by themselves, but the governments with both government subsidies. I mean, I don't think it's true in all circumstances. I mean, I would say that like our system, like I think it's good phraseology for like how people might commonly understand it, but obviously we're technically using socialism wrong in that context. Like that's actually like what Bernie says is socialism for the rich. I mean, it makes sense because of what people are thinking of in their head, but technically, like when you reference the actual term of socialism,
I was gonna say I'm proud of you for not hitting the anxiety.
It doesn't actually make sense. I accidentally added them back up. Only do you send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
33.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, and why do you support Donald Trump?
Think.
Okay, they're definitely young. So I was just gonna like let them speak for a second and then ask them. But let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We're just looking for debates, everybody. I have some more people to thank as well, everyone. Just give it a quick second. Yo, what's up? How old are you? What's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Do you support, sorry, one more second, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you're, I can't speak. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Okay, let's go to the next person. Do just give us a quick second, everyone. Barbie, thank you for the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Barbie in the comment section right now for the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll have to make sure to look into them. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And of course, alrighty. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
2009.
That doesn't even make any sense. Pamela, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much, of course. Thank you so much. And Amelia, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. Oh, don't worry. Don't worry, Amelia. I just appreciate you very much. I swear I just got another message. I can't see. I'll have to scroll down. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. Again, we are just looking for debates. Judy as well, thank you for the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it on PayPal. Thank you very much. Get some W's for Judy as well in the comment section. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Again, everyone, only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19 years old.
And do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your birth year?
2007.
And what month?
February.
Okay. Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Because I really support his stance on the expansion of our country. Like, I feel like Manifest Destiny is a really good thing. I really agree with 50-44 fight. We gotta okay,
I think you're trolling. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Hey, do you actually want to debate me this time instead of running away like a coward?
I didn't run last time.
You've run every single time.
No.
Yes, you have. Then why do you support Trump?
I don't support Trump.
Oh, okay. Then why do you keep sending guest requests? What's wrong with you? Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. You have to how old are you?
Hey, 21.
Tess, thank you for the handout. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And what's your birth year?
2004.
And what month?
November.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I wanted to bring up a possible scenario about our involvement in Iran. So I'm not in support of us being in Iran. I don't think we have any business being there. But someone that's close to me brought up a possible reason why Trump put us in Iran, and it kind of makes sense to me, and I want to get your take on it.
Okay.
So he told me that the reason that Trump is in Iran is to strengthen the U.S. dollar. You're aware of OPEC, I'm guessing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he pretty much told me that there was an agreement between the U.S. and Saudi Arabia, and I think it was the 70s. I did a little bit of research on it too, that oil is only to be traded using the U.S. dollar. And I think up until a few years ago, China started buying oil from Venezuela using yen, and that really weakened the dollar. And I think he told me his motive by going into Iran is to obviously take control of the Strait of Hormuz, and by doing that, he will control the trade of oil in the countries of, I think, UAE, Qatar, and Saudi, and Kuwait as well, I think. So I think if he gets control of the currency they're using, those countries are using the main OPEC countries to trade oil, then the US dollar will be super strengthened, and that's his motive. That's not really being talked about.
So you're thinking yuan, and specifically, I don't think this is a good.
I'm sorry, yuan. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I don't think that it is a good justification for this, because I do think that there are actually countries around the world are less likely to utilize the U.S. dollar in trade because of the fact that the U.S. is engaging this way and destroying our relationships with countries all around the world. Right now, the only thing that's holding it up is literally just habit. That's it.
It's just what?
It's habit.
Okay.
So the only way that you can maintain it is by maintaining diplomatic relationships in a positive manner. Otherwise, people are going to change.
Yeah, but I don't think his goal is to for
That's what's happening.
every.
So wait, let me just clarify. Do you have any evidence that there's an increased use of the US dollar within trade of oil around the world?
Are you saying since we went into
Yes.
Iran? Well, I don't think he's okay. Let's say hypothetically that what I said is his like underlying goal for going into Iran. He hasn't achieved that yet, so I can't really say. If hypothetically that was the case, I can't say that countries are using the dollar more.
Well,
but are you saying that
if it's this goal and it hasn't changed at all over the past few months, well then he hasn't been meeting his objectives.
Because I mean he hasn't taken the Strait of Hormuz yet, has he?
Well, I mean he'd have to stay there forever as well.
Meaning what, like having troops there
Yeah,
permanently?
we would have to have troops there forever. And we'd also have to completely get rid of Iran's missile capabilities completely. Because anytime they could build up missile capabilities, they could make it not able for us to go through the Strait of Hormuz. Because all you have to do is just make it not safe enough for ships to go through. Because then insurance companies won't cover it.
Can you explain to me how that relates to a country using the dollar to trade oil?
How that relates to the countries using a dollar to trade oil? Well, I'm telling you the Strait of Hormuz, the control over that. If you're saying the control that the U.S. will then have in terms of the U.S. dollars, because we'll have control over the Strait of Hormuz, right, directly. If no one can use the Strait of Hormuz, that doesn't do anything for us. It's only if people are going through the Strait of Hormuz, right?
Yeah.
So if they
I was
can
thinking more in
continually
terms
make
of
it
having
not safe
direct.
to go through.
I was thinking more in terms of having direct influence on the countries that are bordering the Strait of Hormuz.
I'm confused what you mean.
Like, okay, what are the bordering countries? Like, correct me if I'm wrong. It's Iran, UAE, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia?
Wait, bordering countries to what country?
To the Strait of Hormuz.
Let me pull up a map. Just to make sure that we're completely clear, because I'm not a geography expert either. Sorry, why is it not loading? What the hell? Okay. For some reason, it won't show me on the map and load. Give me 1 second.
You're good.
Yeah. So, well, right there, it's going to be Iran, UAE, Oman, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think all of those countries,
and also
except
Iraq.
And Iraq.
Yeah, I think Iraq has a little small portion.
Yeah. So I think all those countries except for Oman are the main OPEC countries.
Okay. What's your point with this?
So I think so you're saying we have to take out their missile capabilities so we can send the ships
what
of
I'm
whatever.
saying is that the only way for you to meet that objective is if you completely got rid of Iran's missile capabilities, because they can continue to just use their geographical position to be able to make the Strait of Hormuz too risky to go through.
I see what you're saying. Is Trump not doing that? Is he not?
Because like the point that I'm making is that they don't even need direct control over the Strait of Hormuz. They just need to make it too risky to go through, and then they can immediately halt all of that.
I see what you're saying. Okay. All right, man. Thanks for your take. I appreciate it.
Okay, for sure. I mean, so why do you support Trump?
I honestly don't anymore. I lied to you. I just wanted to get your take on it.
Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
40.
I've debated you before. Recently, haven't I?
I don't know. I got kicked off for misinformation, so.
But didn't we talk for like an hour and 30 minutes or something?
I don't know. Did we? If you don't want to debate, that's okay.
I guess I don't want to go over the same stuff we just recently went over.
Sure. Sure. Like, this is all my personal opinion. I don't really exactly remember what we debated, but
Okay, I'll talk to you
I
for
hate
15 minutes, and then after 15 minutes, I'll just go on to the next person. So, can you name one economic metric that's better off since Trump got in office?
Well, I would have said gasoline prices, but not now. That would have been true about 3 months ago.
Okay, so given that we're talking about now, what macro indicator within the economy, GDP growth, real median wage growth, inflation, unemployment, any of those things, what is better off since Trump got in office?
What's really most important, look, the reason we can talk about the economy, but the economy, it's based on American power. This is why we have about 750 military bases around the world. We have a fiat currency. And the reason we can run the debt we do is because of the American empire. And that's what Trump is trying to maintain. That's why he moved on Venezuela. That's what he's doing in Iran. It's to contain China. And look, the political left is a fucking disaster, man.
I think it's a disaster that you say that our entire basis in the country needs to rely on expanding imperialist action and actions for oil companies around the entire world or for the American empire on a global stage. That's embarrassing. Okay, this isn't literally Star Wars. Okay, you straight up in Star Wars are defending Emperor Palpatine, being like, for our new empire, actually. Okay, but dude, the empire is what keeps the galaxy together. Come on, bro. Come on.
Now, look, Parker, like I said, it's all my personal opinion. The left is insane. Y'all are you're crazy.
How so? How am I crazy?
You believe things that are delusional.
Like what?
Delusion. You have this idea that race and gender are socially constructed, that person's SCX orientation is fluid, and you just this is
it
the
can be
delusion.
But like in terms of sexual orientation, do you think it's a choice of someone?
The behavior's a choice.
Okay, but not the sexual orientation.
Well, look, there's people we're talking about a conflict between the id and the superego, which is the case of all morally questionable behavior, right? So I'm sure
I'm asking, is it a choice, or is it something that is innate to us?
The behavior is a choice, yeah. Look,
no, I'm not asking about the behavior. I'm asking about the sexual orientation.
Is it a choice? No, I don't think attraction is a choice, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, that is what I'm asking. So the attraction's not a choice. What you think is the choice is the action. You think it's wrong to engage in the action or to have the attraction?
Well, certainly, if being a P3DO is wrong and unacceptable, and so is invest, right? Just put a C where the V is. We don't tolerate that, do we? Do those people have choices on their attractions? They do on their behavior, don't you? And they need to, because some things are unacceptable, aren't they? Or do you think they're not?
Yeah, those are unacceptable. Now, can you explain to me how that's comparable to being gay?
Well, look, this is the problem with queer theory, that it's just
how is that comparable?
Well, because look, I agree with you that being a P3DO is far worse, but the idea of queer theory, if you read like
why
Judith
is being
Butler,
gay wrong?
Huh?
Why is being gay wrong?
Because it's a deviation from the norm.
Okay, so do you think all deviations from the norm are wrong?
Well, some are worse than others.
Okay, so what makes you think that any type of deviation from a norm is wrong? Like, for example, my eyes are hazel. That's a deviation from the norm. Do you think that's wrong?
No.
Okay, but that's a deviation from the norm.
I think children being brainwashed into getting gender-affirming care, or look, man, your generation is about 30% LGBTQ. Baby boomers were about 3%, and I imagine the generation younger than you is probably going to be about 60% because the left has glamorized this and they've made it trendy.
No. By the way, it's 20% amongst our generation, and if we reference that 20%, you're saying it's going to be 60%. You have no evidence for any of these things. The reason why it's gone up is because it's just people who are coming out, right? So that those people existed prior, right? They were gay prior. They just didn't tell people that they were gay. The same way that like prior to us normalizing having or being left-handed, right, there was a smaller portion of the population that was recognized as left-handed. As soon as we normalized being left-handed, it increased in terms of the level of population and plateaued. That's likely what we're seeing here too.
Do you disagree that people are malleable?
Well, I do think that people as human beings are malleable, but that doesn't mean all characteristics about them are.
Okay, so I mean, do you think that culture and environment has an impact on a person's sexual orientation, or do you think it's all genetic?
I think it's going to be like a genetic response. There can be some social impacts, but I think it's mostly determined by one's biology.
See, this is something very interesting about the left. Look, that you think that sexual orientation is all genetic, yet you think that IQ is all environment when it comes to race.
No, I mean obviously there are genetic. Wait. Obviously there are genetic elements to IQ, but I think that a huge portion of IQ is not genetic, is through socialization, right? Through education access. Right, because I don't think IQ is looking for how intelligent a person really is from a basis. It's looking about how educated they are within the context of the confines of the education system that we have, not within all understandings of intelligence.
Well, see, this is the problem with equity, is that the left wants to achieve equity, and it's a delusion. It's the same problem with third world immigration. That it's just
what's up with all these overgeneralizations that you have no evidence for?
Okay, look, Parker, all I have to do is take a look at Sierra Leone or Liberia or Haiti or the inner cities of America to realize that there's something innate going on when it comes to races, okay?
What about races? What about races?
In terms of IQ.
No, there's nothing about race specifically that would demonstrate that. All studies indicate actually the complete opposite. You have no actual evidence to substantiate your position. What you believe in is delusion. There are more genetic differences amongst two black people in Africa than there are amongst a black person and a white person in the United States.
Not in terms of hair. Not in terms of.
Anna, thank you for the LA route. Thank you.
Not in terms of hair color, for example, or melanin.
I don't think you care about those, do you? Wait,
Mm-hmm.
you
Or
actually.
IQ for that matter.
Wait. Does that matter to you?
What? Does what matter?
Do those things matter to you? Do you matter what someone's hair color, eye color, or skin color is?
Not necessarily, but this is why race is not.
What do you mean, not necessarily? So you're saying you partially do?
No, I'm just saying.
Why does that concern you?
Hmm?
Why does it concern you what someone's hair color, eye color, or skin color is?
It doesn't concern me. I'm just telling you that these things.
It does sound like it's concerning you.
What concerns me is this delusion of the left of turning Western civilization into a third world hellhole. And that's what you all are doing.
Yeah, this isn't a third world hellhole. You make this country a third world hellhole because you're advocating for Donald Trump that's making our country worse off economically, making our country worse off culturally. You're promoting degeneracy by getting people to believe in bigoted ideologies that's making our country worse because it's leading to more marginalization targeted against people who specifically should not be disenfranchised for just being a person. You know what I mean? You're creating more judgment and stigmatization for no reason, for no justification. You're quite literally advocating for fear-mongering targeted against people who are gay, people who are black, people who are trans, or people of any marginalized community in this country, simply because it makes you feel scared that everyone is getting equality, right? That everyone is getting treated the same. You don't think that that's going to be a good thing. You think that that's a bad thing. That's a threat to you as a person because you need global dominance. You need to dominate over other groups of people to make yourself feel better as an insecure little man-child you are. That's just the reality, is that you feel the need to have dominance and control over others, right, through oppressing them in order to make yourself feel more like a man, to make yourself feel better internally. And what I'm telling you is that's destructive to our country, it's destructive to our culture, it's destructive to our economy, and you are a blight on our society that we need to get rid of through the context of the future by educating the masses so that people don't end up as stupid as you.
Okay, if I just say that in sub-Saharan Africa, the average IQ
Do you see what I mean? He's just going to go on some like racist rant, by the way. right?
Well, you just
Wait,
insult.
do you think
What
do you
would
think
you,
that
what, would you
education
rather I
influences
insult you?
IQ?
Would you rather that? Would you rather?
Do you think
that I
education
insult
influences IQ?
a little bit, but it's more.
Okay,
than
so
that.
I have a question. Do you think access to resources influences IQ? So let me ask you a
little
question
bit.
then. If you were to go
Little
to a
bit.
different point in history, specifically where Islam was more prevalent, where Europe was significantly poorer, do you think that Europe would have had a significantly lower IQ than Muslims that existed at the time, Arabs that existed at the time? Yes, that's factually true. Why? Because of the access to education at that particular time. So could you then make some sort of generalization that white people, based upon their race, are dumber?
Parker,
No,
I
you
would
couldn't
just
make
tell
such a
you, look
claim
at-
because
just look
in
at-
that
are you
situation,
letting
at that
me
point in
talk?
time,
You're
it
gonna
was
keep
specifically
fucking
predicated off
interrupting
of access to resources, off of financial stability. And at that point in time, Europe was very fucking poor. Europe
Can I
was
talk
in
without being
extreme levels of
interrupted?
poverty, and many people were starving to death. Okay? That's what existed in Europe. So you will never look at those points in history to then make some sort of over generalizing claim specifically about white people, but for some reason you're going to point to particular countries within Africa to try to generalize all black people based upon the economic conditions within certain countries within Africa. Is that your argument?
My argument is, if you would not interrupt me, is that on average there's differences in IQ. American black people have an average IQ of 85. There's also higher levels of average levels of serum testosterone.
Who has an
black
average
men.
higher IQ, men or women?
They're probably pretty close.
Women have a higher IQ on average than men. Do you think that
I've
makes
seen different-
do you
I've
think
seen
that we can then use IQ as a statistic to say that like we shouldn't consider men
I think
because
they're
they're less
actually pretty
intelligent on
close,
average,
but-
including
No,
yourself?
I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you to stop blaming white systematic racism on all the problems of the black community.
Oh, that's not
Okay,
something that we
that's-
blame
that's what-
every problem for, but it's something that causes a lot of problems in society. You're just trying to say it doesn't cause any problems because you're a dishonest piece of shit.
Okay, you can fucking keep insulting me all you want, but would you just?
Does it hurt your feelings, John? Does it hurt your feelings?
No, but you wouldn't do it if we were face to face, Parker.
I would.
No, you
I would
wouldn't.
say this directly to your face, John. What are you going to do about it? You going to threaten to harm me? Because I disagreed with you, because I told you that you're a piece of shit to your face, that you're a monster, that you're literally a racist, bigoted piece of shit, that is a degenerate, that literally makes our society worse within every measurable characteristic possible?
You think
Yeah.
you can
Does
just
that make
talk
you
to
mad?
people like,
Does that make
this
you
is the
angry? I would
problem
say
with-
it directly to your face. What are you going to do about it,
No,
buddy?
you wouldn't.
Well,
You're a
what are you going to
fucking
do about
pussy.
it?
You want to get in a cage?
Oh, you see, he's got to threaten violence. So, John,
Not
your mind,
threatening
your
violence.
caveman brain goes immediately to violence
wanna
when
run
someone
your
calls you
fucking
out for your
mouth?
shitty opinions.
You want to run your fucking mouth?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I'm gonna say what I think to your face, and you're gonna sit there and cry about it and want to threaten violence towards me because I fucking dog walked your entire ideological beliefs because they're stupid and horrible for our society and they're detrimental to the outcomes for the entirety of every person in this country.
You're a fucking pussy, Parker. It's a problem with your fucking generation. All you can do
Yeah,
is
you think
run
it's my
your fucking
generation?
mouth.
You just got super mad. You're emotional right now because I dog walked you in a debate. Because I literally
just
proved you wrong. Because you
you're
have
just
no intellectual
insulting me.
argument against anything that I've said right now.
Just-
I've
well, you keep
embarrassed you
interrupt-
repeatedly, and all you
you
have to
keep
say is,
interrupting
"Oh
and
my God,
insulting
Parker, I'm gonna threaten to go in a cage with you." Yeah, Parker.
It's not a
Ah!
threat. It's not a threat, Parker. It's a question. Do you want to fight me?
No, I would not fight you. I don't threaten
All
my.
you can do is
I don't.
run your.
So there you go. You just got a flag for harassment and bullying. So I don't finish my disputes with people by using violence. I do it by intellectually debunking their position, by fact checking them, and by showing them what it means to rationally and critically think. Obviously, what John Stone couldn't do there. He's just a racist, eugenicist, literal fucking insane person, right? That wants to perpetuate literally marginalization onto every community that does not fully 100% represent him. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Heavensley, thank you for the $20 for the medical bills after John beats me down. Yeah, that's really funny. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Stacy, thank you so much for the $10. B, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jesse, thank you so much for the $10 for putting that racist in his place. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Rachel, thank you so much for the $5. I do have to remove it. I do have to. As well as Barbie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Good W's for Barbie in the comment section right now. Let's go to the next individual here real quick. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
25.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, but nobody's dog walking you, so I had to come up.
Okay. If the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Shit, that's a hard one. Probably Trump.
Okay. Alrighty. Harold, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's really funny, Harold. Deb, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That guy is insane, right? Alrighty,
Hey,
alrighty.
before everybody starts saying it, I am not from Toronto. I just put that on my bio so that way, who puts their actual location on their Instagram.
Okay, alright. Why do you support Trump? Why do you support the most horrible candidate for president in the modern era?
I just didn't really like Harris's policies that she was implementing.
Can you name one specific policy that you disagree with her on?
Yeah, she wasn't for fracking. That's just one. She wasn't for energy independency here in the United States.
Did you know the Inflation Reduction Act built up renewable energy infrastructure within this country to make us more energy independent and also had fracking leases within it? So she was willing to compromise on fracking in order to be able to get renewable energy policy passed in the first place. So no, her policy under the Biden-Harris administration did not completely ban fracking.
Okay. Yeah, I just didn't really like the way that she answered questions. When she was asked questions about her views on stuff, she just couldn't really answer much of it.
Can you give me any specific examples, sir?
Yeah, I mean, in the debates and stuff, or when she wouldn't really do interviews, she didn't really many interviews. Whenever she was interviewed, she didn't really answer the questions. She would just kind of pivot over to she was raised in a middle class family. She didn't really focus on what she was going to do to better the economy, and I think that's why she lost, is because people really just were tired of seeing where the economy was going, and I think that's why Trump won.
Okay. So can you name one economic policy that she did advocate for?
I will give you that she was. I think her and Biden were trying to secure the border. I do think that did kind of block that because he wanted to run on the problem. I do agree with her on that.
I asked you
she obviously
economic
wanted
policy,
to do
sir.
a couple things. Say it again. Sorry, it was lagging.
Economic policy?
Didn't she want to do a child tax credit or something like that?
Yeah, she did want to expand the child tax credit. So
Yeah.
she advocated to expand it to $6,000 for the first
Trump
year of
did
child's
too,
life,
right?
$3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18. She advocated for a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, a $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket for everyone, a $35 cap per month on insulin for everyone. She also advocated for wanting to address corporate greed. And wanting to limit huge corporations from being able to buy single-family homes. We can point to the fact that she advocated to expand access to healthcare through the context of a universal healthcare system, a public option that other countries around the world have adopted, and they spend nearly half as much per person and have better average health outcomes.
Okay.
So she talked a lot
wasn't
about
Trump also
policies economically. Can you name how Trump is better economically?
Well, I mean, it's just something for example, when Trump said he was going to cut tax on tips and overtime and stuff like that, and then she was all in favor of that. It just seemed like she was kind of just kind of copying what he was in favor of.
No, it just sounds like she heard something she agreed with and said that she agreed with it. That sounds like she's nonpartisan. Then.
Yeah, well, when she said that she was going to do a child tax credit, Trump shook his head yes as well. He also agreed with that.
Wait, but he doesn't want to do as much of a child tax credit. And by the way, I want to clarify the no tax on tips, no tax on overtime deduction, not even no tax on those overall, was something that Bernie advocated for prior than Trump. So did Bernie steal it, or did Trump steal it from Bernie?
Well, no, I would have rather had Bernie over Kamala.
Wait, but did Trump steal it from Bernie?
No, he just agreed with something that Bernie said.
Oh, so now it's just that you agree with something that Bernie said.
No, I'm just saying.
So do you see how the reasoning changes as soon as it's Trump and not Kamala Harris that you're referencing?
No, I was just saying that because I know you said that. So I do agree that he has some.
Then you do agree then.
Sure.
Okay.
I just don't really align with a lot of her policies. I just couldn't see myself voting for someone like that. I'm not saying that Trump's perfect. I don't like Trump as a person. I think he's bigoted. I just don't align with her policies.
Okay, but
That's
like, what
it.
policies do you not align with?
Well, because I don't want to piss off half of your audience. But just everything, just women in sports, and men and women sports and just everything. I just don't really agree with all of that. Too much government, just too much stuff. And, I think it's good that I better be careful. I'm not even going to go there.
Ironic that
Is
you
it
say
all-
too much government and then advocate for the government to determine whether or not a local sports organization can allow trans people to play or not.
Yeah,
That
because I
sounds
think
like
the
big
people
government.
that are in the states, I think they should be able to vote on that, not the federal government. Just like
So
abortion.
so that's again too much state government. So you think a state government should be able to restrict a local sports organization from allowing trans people to play?
No. I'm saying I think that the state government, I think the people of the state that they're actually living in should be able to vote for policies that are being implemented in the state instead of the federal government. That's
Again,
like with ABs.
Again, one, you're advocating for this within the context of a federal government policy debate because we're talking about which executive person that we'd want in the position of the presidency. So you all are
The
talking about
people.
federal policy when referencing this. Let's say we left it up to the states. Again, would you advocate for a state to be able to restrict local sports
Because the
organizations
people are
from
voting for
Let me
their
please
local
finish my point.
politician.
Would
Sure.
you advocate for a
Sure, I
state?
apologize.
Would you advocate for a state government to be able to restrict people from local sports organizations from allowing trans people to play?
No, I would not.
Okay, so then you disagree with all of those laws. So
Because it's the people that live there.
okay,
I don't want
alright.
it to happen in my state.
So you would be okay within your state government restricting sports organizations from allowing trans people to play?
Yes.
Okay, what would you like them to do? Fines, prison time? How do you enforce
No, I don't think
that
they should be in
these
prison.
rules are
I
kept in
don't
place?
No, I don't think that they should be imprisoned for something like that, but I think
Fined?
that they should be allowed.
Okay, but we should fine them. We should arrest them if they're not doing the right thing. Under your view?
Yeah, like same thing if you run a red light or you you speed, you're gonna get a ticket, right?
So
You're not
so
allowed to
people
do
should
those
get
things.
ticketed for allowing trans people to play?
No, they're not gonna get ticketed. I'm just giving you an example. They're not gonna go to jail for speeding unless they're freaking 120 mile an hour.
So to
I'm
clarify,
just saying that
if you're a sports organization that allows trans people to play, then you're saying that that sports organization should get fined?
if it's against the law,
Wait, do you think it should be against the law?
if the people vote for it.
Do you think people should vote for it?
It's up to them. I wouldn't.
You wouldn't?
No, I don't think it's an
Okay.
advantage.
So to clarify
I
real
think
quick, you don't advocate for any law or like forcing sports organizations to act a certain way and whether or not they allow or don't allow trans people in their sports. So then when you say you don't want quote unquote men and women sports, that's just some virtue signaling nonsense point. That's not even relevant to the debate we're talking about
how?
because
How, if
you're
I
not
don't agree with
advocating
it?
for governmental laws to restrict it from happening. You're not advocating for
I
federal
am.
policy. You're not even advocating for state policy. So like what
I'm not,
even
I'm
is the
not
relevance
asking
of
for
saying
federal
that?
law. Federal law is what I'm saying. I'm not in favor of federal law.
Yeah,
I'm okay
you
with.
said you disagree with
the
state law as well. I asked you specifically about
No,
the
no,
state.
I'm okay with state law if people vote for it. If people vote for it,
I asked you if
that.
you would vote for it. You said no.
Yeah, I would vote. I would vote against it. Yes,
Okay, so you'd vote against a law that restricts
I would vote. No, I would vote. No. I'm saying I would vote in favor of banning men and women sports.
Okay, so
in
here
my
we go.
state.
So let me clarify. So in your state, you would be in support of your state government legally fining individuals, right, who allowed for trans people to play within their local sports organizations.
Say that again.
You would fine the local sports organizations every time they allow a trans person to play?
Yeah, if they're breaking state law, that's what happens.
Okay, so how much do you think the fine should be?
I don't know. I'm not going to tell you what the fine should be. I'm not the one in charge of that policy. Obviously, they shouldn't be able to. If the people vote for it,
That's a sick thing
why?
to argue for, is that people should be fined, right? 'Cause that's big government. That's too much government right there.
Okay,
You're
so
fining,
why
you're
do-
talking about
so-
fining individuals simply for allowing trans people to play in local sports organizations.
tell that to the NCAA. They're the ones that make the rules.
Yeah, those are the local sports organizations. You'd be okay with the state government forcing the NCAA to abide by their policy, the state's policy, instead of literally the NCAA policy.
Why do you think in the first place there's women's sports and men's sports? Why do you think that?
I think
Why
that's
can't we go back to
designated.
that?
I think that's designated by local sports organizations for them wanting to address conditions of fairness. But what you're not
So you don't think
understanding,
that-
what you're not
Sorry, go
understanding is that's determined by local sports organizations, not determined by the federal government, not determined by the state government. That is determined by local sports organizations, because there's also local sports organizations where people play co-ed. There's also local sports organizations that have different rules. You have to understand the sports organizations that exist, right, are going to be the ones that define how they operate for who gets to play within that sports organization, and it shouldn't be the federal government, right? It makes no
But
fucking
here's the
sense.
thing: you realize that these policies, these things that are going on, and I hate to say it, but someone commented saying, this is where is the political point in this? This is the kind of things that the people voted against, that people voted in the last election. They just don't want this stuff happening. This is not something that is like top tier problematic in the country, but this is just one of the things that are going on that people just don't want involved in. And if you would have said 15, 20 years ago, this stuff wasn't happening. It wasn't happening.
Okay, so trans people were playing in the past.
It
You
didn't
just
happen.
didn't know about it.
So why is it? So why is it
Because
now
Republicans
all
are
of a
making a
sudden?
big deal about it right now in order to distract away from all the evils of the Trump administration. Because it's used as fear-mongering and propaganda, and it's an effective tool for getting you to stop worrying about the fact that Donald Trump is giving tax cuts to his rich buddies. He's starting a war with Iran. He's not releasing the Epstein files, right? And violating so many of his promises, right? And it's getting you riled up to be against Democrats in every single scenario, no matter what. Because you've been fear-mongered into believing that Democrats don't want the best for this country. How many trans people are playing in the NCAA?
I don't know, probably under 3%.
16, less than 16, okay? Less than 16.
Yeah.
Okay? Are
So-
any of them dominating?
No.
No. Okay? So this whole argument is a fucking nonsense fear-mongering
there
that
one that
you have
won?
bought into instead of
Swimmer?
addressing the true 1% of the fucking country that you need to address that is not paying its fair share, less than 1% actually, right? The 0.1%, specifically billionaires,
Yeah.
that aren't paying their fair share. You're covering your microphone. You're covering your microphone.
Sorry about that. Yeah, another thing. I'm not. I'm just simply not.
You're simply not what?
I can turn my Wi-Fi off. I don't know why it's not doing.
You're fine now. Here you
I wasn't covering the microphone.
You were
Another-
for a second.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I believe you. I would say that
Alrighty,
that I just support.
Oh, you're cutting out. Did you get Trump Mobile? Did you get the new Trump mobile phone?
I'm just going to turn my Wi-Fi off.
Yeah, that might be helpful.
Yeah, no, I did have Trump Mobile, but it didn't work very well, so I got Verizon. Yeah, I would say that another reason would be definitely, with the border security and stuff. I think that I don't think that the Democrats and Kamala Harris and Joe Biden per se just opened the borders, but I think that they weren't very strict on the border security until late in their term. It wasn't until like the third, like 3.5 years in, that they actually started to care about the border.
Wrong. Donald Trump undermined a bipartisan border bill in 2023.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. 1 year before the election.
Wait, 2023 is a bit way before. That's like, and by the way, that they started working on that 6 months after Biden got in office. It takes time to get people to negotiate in terms of Republicans and Democrats to be able to get things passed, especially for unprecedented levels of immigration negotiation that we haven't had in 30 plus years.
But the election was in 2024, so if they were worried about it in 2023, and they offered a bipartisan bill, then why did they just do it a year in?
They were worried about it 6 months after Trump or Biden's administration started. It just takes time to be able to get that legislation drafted and to get people both on the Republican and Democratic Party to support this. And they did. They had the votes. And Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine those votes so that they didn't get the bill passed because he cared more about running on the border being an issue than actually fixing the conditions at the border.
Okay, so Kamala Harris, they implemented this bipartisan border bill. I think that was more just putting more people on the grounds at the border, if I'm not mistaken.
Wait, say that one more time?
So with the bipartisan border bill that the Democrats or Kamala Harris and Joe Biden implemented that, obviously the Republicans voted down on, wasn't that to put more boots on the ground, like at the border, like agents?
It would increase the amount of security. It would also increase how quick the asylum process would go and the legal process. So it had compromised in the bill. It would increase security, but then also make the legal process go quicker.
Okay.
Increase the amount of judges
So I guess I agree with that, but I don't think that would have been enough. I think that I think
sure,
that
it's better than what it would have been otherwise, and it would have addressed.
And like I said, I don't
to an extent where it would have secured the border in terms of security, and it would have made the legal process go quicker. Now we could have made the legal process go even quicker than that, and we should keep trying to do so. But this is a necessary first step.
Right, but do you also agree that it is a good thing that, and I'm not in favor of everything that ICE is doing, like I don't think that they're handling it very well, but I do agree with the fact that they're trying to get out, criminals. Are you okay with that? Like, do you support that?
Clarify that one time. Do I support criminals?
Do you support, no, and not that I'm not saying do you support criminals, I'm saying do you support ICE removing criminals from our streets?
Oh, okay. Any people who have committed violent or serious offenses, I support there being a process to remove. Now, I don't believe ICE should exist in the manner in which it does. I believe in the abolition of ICE because I think that border enforcement should be structured in a manner in which it can't be just changed by the executive branch so easily. I think it should have to be changed by legislation and oversaw by the judicial in order to ensure more checks and balances surrounding that in the first place. But I do believe that they should go after those that have committed violent and serious offenses to a greater extent. Right, not greater extent. They should be going after those individuals and deporting those, but I don't want to deport those that haven't committed violent or serious offenses.
So I will say that under the Obama administration, they did actually deport quite a bit of people, and Joe Biden unfortunately didn't, not as much as Obama.
Biden did deport people. It's just, not as much as Obama because Obama had 8 years.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, that is definitely a good point. But if you look at the statistics and numbers, it wasn't nearly anywhere close to what Obama did in the first term of his presidency. Of Obama's presidency.
Let's just do a comparison here. So Obama's presidency, we really saw that there was a greater portion of individuals that are going after that have committed violent or serious offenses. They were using the legal process more in terms of deporting people. They still did violate the process, but they, to a greater extent than the Trump administration, upheld due process rights. Many were just turned away at the border, which has also happened under Biden as well. So there's a few things to address there. And then also with the amount of increase of people that were coming under the Biden administration, that's not necessarily because of Biden's policies. That's because of the fact that there were supply chain issues around the entire world, which caused inflation, which then led to people coming here because of economic insecurity that existed all around the world.
Okay.
Because they saw this as a preferable alternative.
So why do you think that Biden ended catch and release?
Why do I think Biden... So by catch and release, what are you referencing? Are you referencing specifically with the process for asylum? Because that's a legal process for immigration.
Yeah, so like for example, they would catch somebody that came over in the country, and then they would just release them.
Yeah, if they've been legally entering the country through the asylum process.
Right. So everybody that didn't enter the country legally in the asylum process, do you think that they should be deported?
The asylum process is a legal process. So no,
yeah, I think
people who are going through a legal process should not be deported.
No, I think what the biggest difference is between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party is that the Democrat Party would rather have amnesty.
I mean, I maybe there are more Democrats within the party that would support that, but it's not prevalent enough for us to get to that point yet. I would wish. That's what I support.
I'm not saying that what's the word? Immigrants are a bad thing. I am saying that I think it should be done the right way and legally in the right way.
Yeah, but like, how do we incentivize people to go through the legal process to a greater extent? Well, we need to make the legal process go quicker.
We should make it go quicker. Absolutely. I'm
Yeah, but
totally in favor of
Trump
that.
is not fighting for that. Republicans are not fighting for that.
Yeah, and that's a problem. But I'm just saying that the Democrats didn't either, though. They weren't fighting for it to go faster. And if they were, when was that?
The Democrats have been fighting. The bipartisan border bill was one example.
But that's what I'm saying, though, is that my question for you is that if that bipartisan border bill was in 2023, why didn't they do it in 2022 or 2021?
Well, it takes time. I told you already, like, to get people on the Republican and Democratic side to come work together in terms of legislation in Congress relating to this, because we haven't had legislation like this in 30 years, dude. This
I know.
is unprecedented
what is it
levels
gonna-
of negotiation in Congress, right?
What is it going to take for both sides of the aisle to actually start getting along and starting actually to
Trump
pass
not
it?
being in office, because you understand that he quite literally is causing more division within our country, which is not allowing for them to work together as much. There was more policy passed under Biden's administration. What prevented the bipartisan border bill from passing? Well, Trump. So quite literally, what can we do to address people not passing things in Congress? Well, we can probably hold the president accountable, because then it would ensure that we can actually like address these things in the first place and pass policy, because he's preventing the passing of policy.
Yeah, but here's the thing, and you're gonna probably agree with this, and I'm sure of it, is that Trump has not came out with a actual like legislation when it comes to the border. However, he has implemented executive orders, like executive, to kind of.
Yeah, which one are short term, and two.
Well, why didn't Biden do that?
Well, Biden did end up doing it at the end, because it gets rid of the incentive for
At the
people to
end,
then
that's what
work
I'm
together in
saying, though.
Congress to legislate.
You gotta agree, though. Why is everything at the end?
Legislation is long term. Executive is short term, especially because executive is again something that what's it called? Something that can be overwritten by the next administration and also by the Supreme Court, because it can be deemed to be unconstitutional. So you have
So
to
do you think the
understand
border-
that
you think
Biden
the
was
border
trying to have
crossings are
long-term address for this, and he was prioritizing long-term addressing it over literally looking good to the general public.
So do you think the border crossings are down under Trump? I hope you
yes,
say
of
yes.
course I can acknowledge that, but I think that's because he's made situations in the country less desirable to go to. Why is tourism gone down as well?
But why is our GDP growth higher?
GDP growth is actually lower since Trump got in office
Wow.
compared to the end of Biden's administration.
Really?
Yes.
I'll have to look into that one, because I thought our GDP growth was actually going up.
Nope, it's lower.
Okay. Well, you probably know more than I do, so. Well, anyway, man, I'll let you go. Hey, I will say this much. I respect your grind on here, man. I've been watching you for a couple years now, so, we may be on the opposite aisle, but I will say you're very respectful when you want to be.
Okay.
So,
For sure, before you leave, is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
shit. I mean, there's probably a lot of things, honestly. It's not even that I support him. I don't support Trump. I don't support Trump as a
Let me
person.
clarify my notion of support is that you'd vote for him over Harris if the election were held
I'm not
today,
lazy,
and
by
you
the
also
way.
have the choice to not vote. You can if you want.
Well, I'm not going to not vote, because I feel like the people that don't vote should really be quiet about what's going on in the country, because they didn't do anything to fix it. Like, if you just complain all day long but you didn't vote, you have no reason to talk, because you didn't vote against what's going on.
Okay, so you
I
would
vote.
vote for Trump. So then you do
Well,
support him.
I don't like Trump as a person, but I would have to vote for Trump because I did not agree with Kamala Harris.
Okay, but like,
Don't
what's
think
so
she's a
bad
bad
about
person.
Kamala Harris that
I
gets you
don't
to
agree with
wait? Actually, so again, let me ask this question: is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him? Then,
I mean, he's done some really bad stuff, man. I mean, obviously that should be enough to not support him, but it's just it boils down to the country. And if we were voting on person, if we were voting just solely on person, I would have voted Kamala Harris. Like personality, like
so is there
moral.
anything he could do that would get you to stop supporting him? No.
Shoot, I mean, I don't know. I mean, he's done, like I said, he's done some bad stuff. I didn't vote for him for those things, though.
Okay, but like,
Obviously.
is there anything he could do that would get you to stop supporting him? Like, do you have any examples?
Man, I don't know. Like, He's probably done it. I mean, I don't know, dude.
If he's probably done it, then you probably don't
I
support
don't
him
know
anymore,
because I
right?
don't know if he's really done it. That's the thing. Like, I mean, I'm sure he probably
Well, then name something that
has.
would get you to stop supporting him in a genuine sense. Like, if you heard me...
Probably doing stuff with, like, children.
Okay, so if I told you that he has prevented the release of the Epstein files, has actively speaking said that it was a hoax, right, and said that anyone who wants him to release it never support him in the first place, and then called Marjorie Taylor Greene a traitor, Marjorie Traitor Greene, because she wanted the release of the files. And then also he's credibly accused by a minor in the files. They got a settlement with the Epstein estate. And if we believe the accusations of victims who got settlements with the Epstein estate about their accusations against Epstein relating to sexual abuse or trafficking, then that would also implicate Trump, because they also accuse, Jane Doe 4 accused Epstein of trafficking her to Trump.
Yeah, but again, I didn't vote for Trump because I think he's a morally wonderful saint. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, but you said if he did these things, you would stop supporting him. Do you see that as enough evidence to then believe he did these things?
Supporting him, but I have to support the policy.
You're covering your mic again. I can't hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't support him. I can say that I don't support Trump as a person.
And the notion that I brought up. Like, if you would rather vote for Kamala Harris, Trump, or not vote.
I mean, I don't think it's the right thing to not vote. You know?
So what would you do?
I'd have to really go back and look at it, you know, like, and see exactly. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, we don't know for a fact that he's actually done any of those things. So
I think that we have really good reason to believe that, and I just gave you the
if
argument.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you
to
what.
dispute the argument in any meaningful
if
way.
if he gets charged in anything Epstein related, I would stop supporting him.
You understand that just he hasn't been charged, one, because he's president, and two, because he's literally controlling the active attorney general.
Okay, well, he was also charged with some things as well before he won the presidency, and a lot of it got dropped.
Well, he was convicted of 34 felonies. He was held civilly liable of sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll.
Yeah, but I don't think that was a fair trial.
Okay, what about that was unfair? So even when there's a
what was
criminal conviction, you think it's an unfair trial?
It was held in New York City. What do you mean?
Yeah, that's where he lived, and also that doesn't mean it's not a fair trial. His lawyers, what's it called, were a part of the jury selection process.
Yeah, but okay. Yeah, you don't think that was? There's no way that was a fair trial.
Okay.
There's reasons.
What makes you think that it was unfair?
Things are moved. There's also reasons why court cases are moved to other jurisdictions and other parts of the state for that reason alone.
Yeah, but what makes you think it's unfair though?
Because there was a biased judge in that.
Okay. What was their name?
I don't know. I don't remember his name. I'd have to look it up, but I know his name. There was that one guy, like the Cuban descent guy. I don't know his name. I really don't know his name, dude. But he was.
How do you know that he's corrupt if you don't?
Because I read up on it. I just don't remember everybody's name.
No, it's just that Trump claimed he was corrupt. That's all it is.
Yeah.
That's not good enough reason to believe that he actually is corrupt, right?
Mm-hmm.
Don't you need evidence for those things?
Yeah, and people are saying in the comments, P3DO defender. Well, where is the actual charge of him doing that?
Again, he doesn't need to be charged of doing that for us to believe that he's done it.
Okay, where's the proof though?
I just told you. Do you believe the victims of Epstein that got settlements with the Epstein estate about their accusations against Epstein relating to trafficking and sexual abuse?
That I believe we should trust people that make accusations. Also, I'll always trust the accuser. However, they have to prove it.
So I'm asking,
innocence until proven guilty, right?
Yeah, we're explicitly talking about the scenario with Epstein, my guy. Like I feel like that's a crazy thing to say in response to me asking if you believe the victims of Epstein who got settlements with the Epstein estate about their allegations against Epstein relating to his behavior with trafficking and sexual abuse. Like, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The average person is gonna be like, yes, I obviously believe that. Yeah, right?
Sure, but how does that have anything to do with Trump though?
Okay, well, watch this. Jane Doe 4, one of the people who got settlements with the Epstein estate, right, also accused Donald Trump, right, because, right, they accused Epstein of trafficking her to Trump. So if we believe that their accusations are credible against Epstein relating to his behavior about trafficking, this is one of those types of accusations, and it implicates Trump.
Oh my gosh. I love your comment section. It's actually pretty funny. People are saying I'm protecting Epstein. Where do you get that? Like, how delusional are people?
I mean,
Really?
you're saying you don't believe the people who are victims of Epstein who got settlements with the Epstein estate about their accusations against Epstein based on his conduct related to trafficking. So
That's not what I'm saying.
you're covering your mic again.
Oh my gosh, I am not. Literally my hand is not even on my phone. I am not saying any of that, Parker. I'm actually saying that what you're saying there did not mention Trump anywhere in that sentence.
Okay, I just told you it did mention Trump because this, again, Jane Doe 4 accused Epstein of trafficking her to Trump, which is an accusation against Epstein about his behavior relating to trafficking, which we already said we believe from victims who got settlements with the Epstein estate, right? And then it implicates Trump because who she was trafficked to by Epstein was Trump.
Right. Well, then let's see what happens in court then.
Okay, so but you didn't accept the determinations in court. You didn't accept the felonies. You didn't accept the civil case of sexual abuse. You thought both of them were bullshit simply because they're against Trump and because they were in New York.
They can still have this stuff come out in court, and we'll see what happens. Doesn't mean he's going to be charged, but we can see what happens. Let the evidence come out and see what happens. I'm in favor of the Epstein files released.
Yeah, but Donald Trump isn't. And Donald Trump
Yeah,
said
that's
if you
the problem.
want the Epstein files to be released, you never supported him in the first place.
Yeah, I think that's a problem. I think they should be released.
Yeah, why do you support a guy that doesn't want you to support him, given that you said you wanted them to be released?
I don't know. I think he's trying to protect other people that's in. Yeah, like his buddy Bill Clinton.
Wait, so he's more concerned about protecting PDFs than their victims?
He must be.
Yeah, and so why do you still support him,
Love
given
that.
that you believe that?
Hey, I don't support him for that.
So, like, you wouldn't vote for him?
It's a tough one.
I don't think it's very tough. I think it's very obvious. And if you can't draw a
We're
line
not
now,
voting for people
when
with
will you
morals.
ever be able to draw a line? Real question that you need to be able to answer yourself. That's why I still have these conversations. Is people who genuinely still support him, you need to ask yourself the question, how can I still support him even though these things are true about him, right, based upon arguments that I accept to be true? Like, literally, like, you should think through that thought process.
Right, but again, I wouldn't vote for somebody on the other side that uses people that are in prison for cheap labor for the state of California. I wouldn't vote for that either, and take advantage of people like that and put people in prison for minor crimes.
Okay.
So I'm not saying that that's worse, but there's
So one, I just want to let you
both
know,
sides.
Trump does that through the context of our federal systems, and he supports that. So that's not something that he disagrees with. Two, if you want to reference this, I don't think that there's anything that specifically identifies that she wanted to use people for prison labor, like explicitly wanted to keep them in that position for longer. It was more that there were issues with actually getting people out of the jails because they were trying to limit how many people were in them because of claims of overcrowding, right? And it takes time to figure out who you're going to get rid of, because you don't just want to let anyone out on the street who's already still a criminal, Thank you for the galaxy, by the way. Thank you. So I think you're misrepresenting that a little bit. And then also, you said for minor offenses, Trump still doesn't believe in the federal legalization of M-drug.
Yeah.
So, like, talking about people still being in prison because of this, Kamala Harris wants federal legalization, has been advocating for that for over a decade.
Yeah, I get it, but I think that's more of a state issue, the M drug. Could send on ballots. If the people of the state want the M drug to be passed, then they would vote for it, just like in my state when it's pretty much on our ballots and, it always gets voted no. So I don't think the federal government should force states to allow people to have the M drug. I mean, I'm against.
So you're totally okay with people being in prison because of it?
No, I don't think people should be in prison for it.
Okay, so then, but you're okay with the states having laws that put people in prison for it?
I think
And
it
by
should
the way,
be a
it's
very
currently right now still federally illegal. So
no. I mean, if you have like obviously if you have an intent to sell and stuff, and like like in a large quantity, obviously. But like if you just have a little bit on you, obviously
what?
not. Yeah.
Wait. Intent to. Why would that be an issue?
Do you just think someone should just have freaking a shit ton of marijuana or M on him?
Well, I gotta go. Can't say that. TikTok TOS. But yeah, they should absolutely be able to have a lot on them. Hell, I don't give a shit. It's literally something that should be legal. Okay, if alcohol's legal, it absolutely should be legal. The fuck? The fact that we live in a society where it's not legal federally is fucking nuts.
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
We're 18.
Danny, thank you so much. Really appreciate the dollar. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, yes, I did hear about that one. Barbie Soul, thank you for the $25. Thank you very much. Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Barbie. Harold, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. You're totally right with that, Harold. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Ari, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is also true. Thank you so much. And then Peter, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, though, like, why don't we want to prevent? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? Hey there, I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
I mean, that's kind of like where I wanted to ask a quick question. Are you support
Before you
as
do,
in...
if the election were held
Yeah.
today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for? If you could choose to either vote for Harris, Trump, or not vote?
Yeah, Trump.
Okay, so yeah, that's what I mean by support Trump. So you do support
Okay,
Trump.
yeah, but not in future elections.
Well, obviously you can't because I'm talking about people in retrospect, like to
Okay,
get you to realize
yeah.
that you made the wrong decision, especially
Yeah.
because Trump has like almost total control over the Republican Party and will be the one determining essentially who the next candidate is. It's either gonna be like J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio. So that's why we're still talking about MAGA specifically. So why do you support Trump?
Honestly, it more than looking at it morally, it boils down to policy, and I feel that Harrison is less isolationist than Trump, which I'm kind of a pro isolationism guy, and we have a lot of issues going on within America, and Harris, is very she's focused more on NATO and supplying other nations, right, and spending more money on the nation while giving more money away and cutting tax, which can lead to things like inflation, decrease in supply and demand, putting a halt to certain forms of domestic production. I think that Harris, she proposed that the $25,000 first-time homebuyer credit, the expanded child tax credits, the crackdowns on the price gouging, the higher capital gains, which I think will, I mean, the wealth inequality is high, but I think more spending can increase inflation, right? Higher business taxes will discourage American investment. Too much regulation can hurt our economy. And the government, I mean, if you look at those propositions, the government can become very involved in our own domestic markets, which will lead to socialist forms of government, right? I mean, it's just the truth.
Can you define socialism?
Hello?
Yeah, can you define socialism?
I can't hear you. I don't know if that's like a me issue.
I keep doing this. It's because you have feedback. Can you define socialism?
Well, I mean, socialism is a less, well, it would be a almost purely government regulated market, correct? Yes,
No,
where
no, no.
it is.
Socialism is not when the government controls everything. Necessarily, socialism is when the workers control the means of production. Now, you might say like forms of socialism would include like state ownership of the means of production on behalf of the workers. Now, that's state socialism. That's not all forms of socialism. So there is socialism is just the workers control the means of production. Now, if you want to reference like liberal policies of broadening social safety nets, that's not social. That's not socialism. I'm not advocating for socialism. I'm a progressive liberal. I believe in capitalism with social safety nets and regulations. I think that we need broader access to healthcare, childcare, housing affordability, and basic necessities for everyone within this country, right? And we can still have a capitalist framework outside of that context.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't know if you were.
Oh, okay. I can also address the other points. There's plenty of others. You said
sure.
inflation. Donald Trump actually caused more inflation since he got in office because of his war with Iran, because of his tariff policy. The Federal Reserve report came out and said that we'd actually be below pre-pandemic levels of inflation if Donald Trump never imposed the tariffs in the very first place. And also, we haven't seen real domestic manufacturing investment come back. Real domestic manufacturing investment has declined every single quarter of Trump's administration so far after massive growth under the Biden-Harris administration. So it seems like the Biden-Harris administration actively led to more investment within this country comparative to the Trump administration's policies, right? Along with the fact that in terms of NATO, Trump still is upholding NATO. It's like not like that's changed. It's not like Kamala Harris advocated to put more money into NATO or anything. Like we only fund around 16% of the overall NATO budget. What people are comparing is the defense budgets. And yeah, we shouldn't have a $1.5 trillion defense budget per year. That's insane. That's what Trump is advocating for. So based upon actually that standard, Trump is putting more into it. He's also claiming he's going to war with Iran because he wants to prevent stuff happening to Europe. So that sounds like he's like doing things specifically in terms of foreign policy to prevent things from happening to other countries around the world. Plus, like this war with Iran, again, hasn't met any of our objectives, yet has caused inflation to go up.
I think there's a difference in preventing the actions of an active threat rather than sending money to other nations that have a some sort of unknown spending, right? I mean, like a lot of the time there's a lot of the money that they fund goes undocumented, right? Or it's very true. I mean, if you search this up, right, we don't know what other nations.
Wait, what funding? You mean our military?
If we fund other nations, when other nations receive money from America.
You're talking about international aid? International aid is a very small portion of our budget. And also, U.S. aid specifically saved millions of lives. By 2030.
Who funds U.S. aid?
The U.S.
Right, and who's the U.S.?
The taxpayer.
Exactly. So do you believe it's fair for the taxpayer to decide how much money we send to other nations?
Yes, I think that we should absolutely be sending money to other nations when it comes to USAID. These are really cost-effective ways to reduce the millions of people from dying. This easily preventable death. So, like, let me clarify: 14 million people will die by 2030 because of the fact that they did the Doge cuts to USAID that would have otherwise survived, according to a Lancet study.
Do you believe in the drug epidemic?
Do I believe in the what?
The drug epidemic.
Yeah, Trump's making it worse. He pardoned an individual, the ex-president of Honduras, that trafficked over 400 tons of sea drug to our country.
Can you point out any Kamala policy that has decreased the drug epidemic?
Well, there was under the Biden administration, they were advocating for policies and passing policies to increase access to prevention, to reduce the likelihood of being on the streets. They were going after suppliers, right, and producers of like the most horrible substances into the country, like F drug.
Was the prevention not giving them safer ways to use drugs?
So that you're only talking about in hyper-specific areas, and I think that that's actually a good thing. Can you argue why that's a bad thing?
I mean, because you're enabling people.
No, you're actually making it safer for them to do the thing that they were going to do either way, which reduces the likelihood of them getting disease, illness, them spreading or transmitting anything, right? It reduces the likelihood of them ODing, right? Because there are specialists and professionals around them, right? The goal is inevitably to get people out of a situation of addiction
by giving them easier access to drugs,
by ensuring that it's safer. And that there are medical professionals around them, especially because if they're closer to medical professionals, they're more likely to inevitably get care for addiction.
let's say I'm someone that would like to partake in those activities, and I see the government is offering a safe and almost free way to do that, other than the substances itself. Would that not encourage me to go do those things? Right? I
No,
mean,
I think that they're.
especially for
I think
someone
if
that's
that you're
never
an
touched
addict, you're already encouraged to do it because you're addicted. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I don't think that us
But-
providing it
but
to them
can't-
in terms of the
you can't look
situation
at
is going
just
to
the
increase
addicts.
them in terms of getting it because they're
There's-
already addicted.
There's other people aside for the addicts.
Okay.
Like there's people that would may be interested in getting into those things, and they see, well, the government is giving us a safe way to do this. Like, I don't really see a problem.
In the areas in which this is adopted, that's not something that happens. It actually reduces the likelihood of addiction, reduces the likelihood of overdose, reduces the likelihood of death, reduces the likelihood of a hospitalization, right? So actually, when we've seen this implemented in countries such as Portugal, we've seen very positive impacts.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure about those, but I mean, I'll definitely look into that. I mean, I can give you that one, sure. I'm here to learn. I'm not just here to argue.
Okay, I do think it's important to address it, but I think that we need to come at this with understanding, with love, with acceptance, and with the science as the basis for what we're going to do, and also looking to see what the impact is going to be on people. Because inevitably we want to benefit people. We don't want people to be struggling with like addictions that are really harmful to them, right?
I also think, giving people these like these needle spaces, kind of, and giving them supplies to practice these substances can create a positive culture around it, which I think we can all agree having a culture centered around positivity on
Why
using.
isn't that true in Portugal?
I'm really not sure. I haven't looked into that. I'm not well informed enough to make an argument based upon Portugal. I'm sorry.
Okay, so like the point that I would make is that maybe we should like look at examples like that. Because maybe I think the point that people get from this is that, like, for example, like if a certain city implements a policy to increase people's access in this particular way, provide safe alternatives, it is going to increase how many people from surrounding areas who are addicts who go to that area to get access to it. So it might look like it's increasing the level, whereas other areas are doing better off, but that's really just that other people from other areas are going to the area where they get better treatment. So I do think that oftentimes it's a little bit misleading when it comes to like certain types of people's understandings of things, whether it be based on the implementations of very hyper-specific liberal cities. If we look at like Portugal, or we look at like broader examples such as that, we see a very positive impact with across the entirety of the country, the implementation of the policy. So I think it's important. I think it's necessary for us to do. And I think that if we care about our fellow Americans, that's something that we should do. Now, that's on top of everything else that we're doing. Donald Trump has not perpetuated better conditions for this at all. Donald Trump's never talked about adding this, right, as a mechanism, right? And never talked about expanding access to healthcare. They just want to leave it up to people. There's no alternatives the Trump administration is providing.
Well, what I will say before I kind of like change to that claim is that I think you have kind of just changed my opinion on drug handling, right? And I think I kind of went into it with the idea that you're enabling people, obviously, and that you create this culture around using them. But no, yeah, that you made really good points. I'll definitely have to look into the Portugal thing, but that's also very interesting. I don't know if I'm gonna get kicked for saying this, but I think a lot of people would tend to be more anti-Trump and pro Harris and pro Democrat if the supporters of the Democratic Party weren't so like rude and just awful. I'm here trying to learn, and your chat is just berating me, calling me unintelligent and uninformed, and that I'm not learning and I'm talking too much, which I think isn't very a positive environment. But if we get back to the debate, sorry,
I'm sorry, bro. That's just the internet.
Yeah, I know. It's
that's
just
the internet, dude. Of course, people are going to be. Wait. That's not just liberals. That's also conservatives. That's also people of every ideological belief. And also, like, when you do say things that are ill-informed, misinformed, people are inevitably going to have that type of response because of the typical person that comes up. So you also you have to understand all the reasons why people are also responding, and understand like why people are like seeing that in the way that you're saying things, even if you're not intentionally trying to do anything harmful or intentionally trying to say anything dumb, for example.
Yeah, and but by saying that all parties are like that, I only kind of reinforced the claim that the Democratic Party could receive more supporters if they weren't like that, right? If they were more friendly. But I mean, it's an argument for another day, and I get what you mean.
Sure, but you could say that about any party, and I think
Yeah,
that
that's
it's
what I mean.
people in general carried about the level of friendliness. If we're talking about Republicans that we're dealing with right now, well, they haven't been turned off by the Republican Party being less friendly, so it doesn't seem like that would be relevant to this type of dialogue. Maybe that would be relevant to like some typical apolitical person, right? That we'd just be like talking to, but it's less applicable to MAGA because you were willing to look past that to support Trump.
Yeah, but I mean, oh gosh, sorry, I have a bad stutter.
You're okay, don't worry.
History's proved time and time again that pacifism and being more friendly to others will tend to get you what you want. I mean, you look at examples like Martin Luther King, right? He led the sit-ins, the student unions, they led passive and friendly and neutral kind of arguments and protests, and they kind of got what they want. So maybe it can work for everybody. I don't know. I'm kind of.
I don't think being as the nice as I possibly can is the most effective in all circumstances, and I think that I've seen this more directly because I debate people every single day. I see what's like, I guess, effective in terms of like responses and engaging with people, and I don't think it's true that being the nicest you can possibly be in every scenario is the most effective for being able to get people to rally behind something or being able to get things done. I do think it's important to be able to have the idea to go back and forth, like be respectful and nice in most scenarios when it's warranted and when it's nice and when it can lead to better scenarios. But there are obviously going to be some scenarios where you match energy, right? And you respond fire with fire. And that's the right way to respond in certain circumstances, not in all circumstances.
Yeah. I also think it's also kind of just opinion based as well. I mean, just how people want to be treated and how people think the world should treat each other. But can I ask, do you believe that I mean, if you're okay, if we could pivot to a different subject of immigration, because I think, me personally, that's the biggest kind of turnoff to the Kamala Harris administration.
Kamala, yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, why so? What specifically about immigration?
I believe that, well, I personally believe that we should be removing illegal immigrants from the country that moved here prior to the Trump administration, such as maybe not in the way ICE is doing it. I cannot agree with everything they're doing, and I cannot agree with some of the executive pushes Trump's made for on how they should act. But I believe Kamala and Biden were kind of too soft on immigration, and they, I don't know. That's kind of how it feels to me. If you could.
Okay. Like how so? How are they too soft on immigration?
You're muted.
They tried to do a. How are they too soft on immigration? Because I think that they tried to do a bipartisan border bill.
Well, we need to be strict on our border. Like, I think the border needs to be completely shut, obviously, and we need to remove the illegal immigrants that have already made their way into the country, which they had no intention of doing.
Okay, so I guess like you're saying we need to be more restrictive, but you're not addressing the fact that there was a bipartisan border bill that Donald Trump undermined, where they specifically were able to actually address the conditions in terms of lack of security at the border, but Donald Trump undermined it because he cared more about running on the border being an issue in terms of we need to do mass deportation, the Democrats want open borders and whatnot, instead of actually fixing the conditions of the border, because there was unprecedented levels of negotiation in Congress to be able to pass legislation like that.
Honestly, I'm not too sure of that, but that still kind of, for me, doesn't prove anything that they've done or tried to take action to do. Like, I didn't see an effect of it. I personally didn't see or investigate or research any positive benefits that he did. Right? I mean, can you name a positive that the Biden and Kamala administration took
regarding immigration?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that the bipartisan border bill, well, one, is that, and Trump blocked it, and then two, I guess you could also reference the executive order they inevitably passed that inevitably led to less people that were coming into the country through the encounters is going to be the way that you would say to address the level of people that were coming here. Now, personally, I think some of the best things they did were through like the context of asylum, TPS, expansion, or in upholding DACA and trying to do so, like things like that. I think that those were like the best things I would point to, like in terms of things they actually did.
Do you believe that illegal immigrants are harmful to the nation?
Do I believe what?
Illegal immigrants are harmful to the nation.
No, I think that undocumented immigrants who haven't committed a violent or serious crime should be given a pathway to citizenship, and that would lead to them being able to benefit the country to a greater extent, and so that they are benefited to a greater extent. I think that them in the country undocumented in that scenario would be worse for them and for the country if we keep them in the country undocumented like that and we don't provide them the pathway to citizenship. And I think that the idea and threat of mass deportation in of itself for those individuals is what's causing those conditions.
Do you think
Let me give an example. I'm saying that like legal immigration is preferable. We want people to go through the legal process. We just need to facilitate quicker and better legal processes, because that's the best way to address any conditions for immigration and its effect in terms of the economy for undocumented immigration.
You also have to take in consideration that those reforms take time. You can't just speed up the process, obviously. So having undocumented immigrants in the United States can lead to a multitude of issues, right? I mean, like security, national security. It's a threat. You don't know having a surplus of individuals that you can't track down or that you can't confirm are in or not in your nation can lead to.
Well, you can track them down, and just like any other U.S. citizen, and then also like I think you have to consider that undocumented immigrants commit multiple times lower rates of crime in the country comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens.
Rates as in per person?
Yeah, per capita. Yeah. I
didn't know that. Not sure. But I also kind of look at it as a rule of law lens. I believe that, threatening to be kind of preference and bias towards one group regarding a law can kind of challenge whenever you give the people that have already entered the nation illegally faster pathways to citizenship, you're undermining and you're creating a biased system to against those who are waiting in their natural nation legally, right, to come into America, and you incentivize people to legally come to the United States.
Okay. So yeah, we want to incentivize people to come legally into the country. That's the goal. I think that's what Democrats were doing. The border bill would have done that. And now they still advocated to criminalize undocumented entry. They just want to make the legal process go quicker, and they prioritize going after those that have committed violent and serious offenses.
Trump's also done that, has he not?
No, he hasn't. He's only 5% of those detained by ICE have committed a violent crime.
What about those detained by ICE during the Biden administration?
The percentage of that?
Yeah.
Well, under the Obama administration, I know is 20%.
Under the Biden administration.
I'm not familiar with the Biden administration's numbers on the percentage that were detained that were violent criminals.
I feel like it's a little unfair to compare those.
To compare Obama in terms of proportions and say that Democrats...
It's unfair to compare the Biden and Trump ICE detainee statistics like that. Sorry, I
don't think it would be unfair. I just don't know the number. And I'm just telling you that Democrats' intention is to go. I'm just telling you Democrats' intention is to go after those that have committed violent and serious crimes to a greater extent.
And how do you make a correct distinguishment between those who have and haven't, if we're not even sure of who has the violent intentions or may committed a violent crime which hasn't been that hasn't been documented, right? I mean, if you look at SA rates What is it? Is it over
Well,
60%?
I'm just telling you, proportionally, they're less likely to do so based upon the data. Like, I have a bibliography in my bio you should check out, where there's a bunch of different studies that go over the rates of crime that's committed by undocumented immigrants compared to natural-born U.S. citizens. Yes, there are people in the country that we wouldn't know specifically, and we want to vet those individuals. Again, I think my process is the best to do that. I don't think mass deportation vets them.
Okay. I just think that's a difference in opinion that I just feel like I haven't been challenged on enough, if that makes sense.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Like I just think I need a stronger argument to change my mind. I don't know. I'm not trying to like insult anyone, but I just feel like it's just not enough.
Okay. I guess. The point that I'm making, I guess, at least in terms of the democratic policy as a whole, is that if they're going after the legal process, they want to make it quicker. They still want to criminalize undocumented entry, and they want to go and prioritize going after those that have committed violent and serious offenses to a greater extent. What do you disagree with in terms of their policy?
I believe that we shouldn't discriminate. Well, not discriminate. I don't believe that we should just narrow it down to those who have committed crimes. I think it should be every single.
It's not just narrowed down. It's prioritized.
But it's, I mean, obviously, which I also believe you'll see more success by just rounding up all or as many.
No, they're prioritizing going after those that are a threat to the community.
But you also can't just you can't. We don't know what every immigrant's intentions are. Like, you don't know every American's intentions, right? So I think that just specifically going after those can leave out outliers who want to do harm to the nation. And I think you are safer targeting every undocumented immigrant.
I don't see how that's true. Like, you're safer going after people who are just working for a better life. Like, I don't see how a raid on a restaurant where people are just literally making food and living their lives and providing for their families is going to make our country safer. Like, I don't think that is. I think that's making our country less safe. I think that's fucking nuts. And for you to actually say that to me is, I think, crazy. Like, genuinely, think about this. Why wouldn't you want them to prioritize going after those that have committed the worst of the worst crimes rather than just go after people who are literally running a local restaurant in your fucking city?
I'm not saying it's bad to prioritize, but I'm saying I would prefer if they went after every undocumented immigrant rather than just the illegal immigrants, or prioritizing just those. I mean, and also I don't think it's fair to say that these people are just trying to.
Don't you want to make the country safer?
Obviously, yes.
Do you think prioritizing going after those that are a threat to our community will make our country safer?
It obviously will, and that's if you're looking at it as just.
So you don't agree with making our country safer, then?
I think just looking at it as a lens from making it safer. I'm not sure. I don't know. But the issue isn't just safety, right? Like, you can't just look at it like that, because obviously, yeah, sure, man, I'm just gonna go. I think we should only get the criminals, but there are so many other outlying issues. Like, you may have the point of just going after people trying to work in a restaurant and make food when you're taking jobs away from Americans, right, that were born here.
That's not taking jobs away.
You are 1,000,000%. In what world is an illegal immigrant working somewhere where an American could be working? Huh?
So they can increase demand for goods and services, which increases the demand for labor within an economy, therefore increasing the amount of people who are going to have jobs, who are U.S. citizens, plus their labor, what they fulfill, can make other jobs more productive, therefore increasing the amount of jobs that would exist because they can make other jobs more efficient. So there's countless explanations as to how they increase the amount of jobs for natural-born U.S. citizens. Okay, it's not as simple as just saying, like, oh, they're fulfilling a job that a U.S. citizen could have fulfilled. Like, that's a little bit too simplistic, instead of like an overall economic analysis of whether or not they impact job growth for U.S. citizens. And actually, if you want to reference the Biden administration, we had better job growth under the Biden administration with the immigration surge than what we have right now. So how's that working for you guys?
I'm confused as to how increasing supply will increase jobs.
It also increases demand.
Yeah,
Do
but
you think
how
this? You
how
think
can
the
people
impacts on the
purchase the
economy are
supply
just
if they don't
supply?
have a job? How can people purchase the supply if they don't have a job? That makes zero
You're not
sense.
understanding.
No, I am. So, I mean, if I'm looking at how you said it, you said by the undocumented immigrants working, they increase the supply, which will increase demand, and Americans will go get jobs to buy the new supply, even though those jobs are being taken by undocumented. That just
You're
doesn't
not
make sense.
following. I can explain
I
again.
mean,
So
if you
let me
took
explain.
macroeconomics in high school, you would know that.
I have a degree in economics.
Oh well, then you should be more well informed in this. I'm
More,
confused.
more well informed than this. You misunderstood what I'm saying and said I'm not informed. You're an idiot. Shut the fuck up. What are you talking about?
No, I'm
You have
just.
no clue what you're talking about right now.
I'm
You
just saying.
literally
That,
just didn't follow what I said and then called me dumb or uneducated on it.
I mean that's quite literally what you said, though. Unless you just rambled
No,
on
no.
past
Let me
that. No one
explain.
called you dumb or
Let me
uneducated.
explain
I
again
just think
because you didn't listen. Let me explain again. Okay.
I'm listening
So
now.
undocumented immigrants, when they fulfill those jobs, they are living in the country. Okay. They then demand goods and services with the money that they've made from the job, which increases demand for labor within the economy. Okay. It also, them fulfilling those certain jobs, can make other jobs more productive or more efficient, therefore increasing the amount of jobs available to natural-born U.S. citizens. Plus, since they're making below market wages, or even in some instances below minimum wage, the type of job that's available to them is going to be different than the type of job that would be available to a U.S. citizen. Why? Because of the fact that there are differences in the way that they're treated under the context of the law. So because of the differences in the way that they're treated under the law, the type of employer that they're going to get in terms of who's going to employ them is going to be different than the typical person. And the way they'll treat them will be different because there's no law that regulates how they're treated because they're doing it under the books. So you have to understand the differences in the economy that come from this other than just, oh, they're fulfilling a job.
Okay. I'm just. I'll give you that. I just.
Can you repeat back anything I said, or do you know even did you even comprehend what I said?
I mean, yeah, you did a lot of rambling, and a lot of connecting, right? Which led to your ultimate point at the end.
So you can't describe anything about what I just said?
No, I can.
Go ahead, try.
Like, do you want me start from the beginning?
Just give me a general rundown of the argument.
I mean, it was just a lot of jibber jabber on how. Yo, quit that little fucking smirk. It was a lot of jibber jabber on you talking about how the fucking immigrants, them working is different in the economy rather than just them fulfilling a job, and that the employers will treat them different. And it was just a load of what feels like bullshit in my eyes, but maybe I'm not well informed enough. Maybe I'm just a fucking idiot. I don't know.
Yeah, your comprehension skills are dog shit.
Yeah, my bad.
No wonder why when you took macroeconomics, which by the way wasn't macroeconomics, it was just economics in high school.
No, it's macro and it's macro and micro where I'm from, at least. So don't you can't
Okay,
just
okay,
tell
well,
me.
sure. Well, I would love to see the differences. Do you know the difference between micro and macro?
Macro is, I mean, macro, big economic, micro, little economic.
That's great understanding. You know what?
Yeah.
W's in the chat. It's an incredible understanding. Macro, big. Micro, small.
Yes,
great analysis.
Look at the name. It's just
Appreciate
big
the hat
economic
mustache. We'll just leave it at that. That sounds amazing. I couldn't have said it better myself. That was great. I think your economic teacher would be very happy. I bet them listening to this right now, they're so happy. They're like,
Yeah,
wow,
they're probably a little
they
pissed.
really comprehended what happened in class, and I'm happy with the grade I gave them.
And wait, you have a degree in economics?
Yes, I do.
That's cool. Where from?
I'm not gonna say.
Oh, is that like private?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, I feel like I might just be fucking stupid. That's how this conversation made me feel. Yeah, I definitely need to do some more research. But you have changed my mind on some things. I think that there was some positives to this conversation.
Wait, here, let me just explain one more time, okay? People demand things in the economy. When you demand things from a business makes more money, or they need to fulfill more tasks to be able to create the products so that you can buy them from them, that inevitably speaking means that they're going to hire more people to fulfill that. So the reason why it creates more jobs is because there's more of a demand for goods and services by the greater population of people within the country.
You see, that makes a lot more sense.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for that breakdown.
Okay, so given that that's the case, right, you can now see that. And also I can tell you, immigration's effect over the past 30 years, according to a Cato Institute study, showed that it decreased the deficit by $14.5 trillion over the past 30 years.
By increased immigration?
Yes. Decreased the deficit by $14.5 trillion over the last 30 years.
Wow.
So we'd have a significantly higher debt if we did not have immigration.
Really, that's interesting. Yeah. Dude, these people are fucking dragging me in the comments, man.
Just ignore them. Hold down on the screen, click clear display. It gets rid of the comments.
Well, I mean, since now this is just like a learning session, do you believe that surges in population due to immigration can like have a strain on our infrastructure and like resource management, which I do think that's also a pretty big deal. I mean, it harms the consensus. There was a study, I can't remember the exact number, but it had a significant amount of change on the consensus. No, if you could find that, unless I misread.
Very high levels of immigration in the short term can impact it that way, but that impact is minimal and actually negative, right, when it comes to immigrants. Or actually, sorry, let me not phrase it that way. It's better off, right, in the long run with immigrants, right, in terms of all of the things that you mentioned in terms of growth, in terms of prices, in terms of wages, right? All of those things are better off with immigrants in our society comparative to immigrants not being in our society. So does that address it? Like, obviously there can be infrastructure costs in the short run if there's high levels of volatility with that immigration into hyper-specific areas.
I could search up if you want, but is there has the Biden administration caused a decrease in drug crossings of the border? I thought it increased over the Biden administration.
No, it's decreased. Let me phrase it better. It increased during like the pandemic, and during situations like of inflation, and then it was decreasing under the Biden administration. So Biden didn't cause an increase; it was just happening even prior to the administration. So even prior, like to when Trump was in office, and then it started massively declining due to Biden administration policy they put in place, and that's continued since Trump got in office.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I'm obviously not well informed enough to debate you. I think I definitely need to go do some more research before I try again. But I think this was a good learning opportunity, and maybe some of my views have changed. I appreciate you for the opportunity, though.
Appreciate it. Have a good day.
You too.
Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. I have some people to thank real quick. Love you, thank you for the $1. You are totally true on that. Totally true on that. I totally agree with you. Keith, thank you so much for the $2 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, thank you so much, Keith. And then Kathleen, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $58. Happy 58th birthday, Kathleen. We've had a fantastic day so far. Seriously, W's for Kathleen in the comment section right now. Happy 58th birthday. They said, I want to thank you for all you do. It has renewed my faith in humanity and helps for America that there are young people such as yourself fighting for democracy. Keep on keeping on. Thank you so much. I really appreciate Kathleen. Seriously, W's for Kathleen in the comment section. And happy birthday. As well as Danny, thank you so much for the $1. And Marina, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, geez. I hope it went well. And I think I'm fully caught up there on Venmo and PayPal. Let's go on to the next person. Again, if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Let's go on to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? What happened to that entrepreneur guy from earlier? He like ran away and never came back. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18. All I gotta say is
Do you
fuck
support
Trump.
Oh, okay. Sounds like not. Frosty, thank you for the $3. Thank you. I did see about the new Tulsi Gabbard resignation. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Do you support Trump?
I do. Trump is daddy. Daddy Trump.
Okay. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Daddy Trump all the way.
Okay. Why are you calling him Daddy Trump?
You never heard anybody call him Daddy Trump.
Not unironically.
Well, now you've heard it. You've heard it here first, folks.
Okay, so
Daddy Trump.
Can you tell me why?
He's making America great again.
Okay.
You know.
He said he already made America great again. So what's great about the country right now?
Parker, just look around yourself. Look at how great our country is doing right now. Thriving.
Can you name one economic metric that's better off since Trump got in office?
Everything. Don't even stress about it. You guys get way too into the real like baseline stats, or you know what I mean? Like you guys got
real domestic manufacturing
live life
investment has
a little,
declined
you know?
every single quarter of Trump's administration. Real GDP growth has declined in 2025 and 2026 as compared to 2024. Real median wage growth is lower in Trump's administration since the end of Biden's administration. Unemployment has gone up. Job growth has gone down comparative to the last 2 years under Biden's administration. I mean, we can point to countless things that are worse off since Trump got in office.
Yeah, I wouldn't stress.
Sounds like
I
you're
wouldn't
trolling
stress.
now.
No. Like, I just believe he's great.
What state do you live in?
Detroit.
Detroit's a new state? Really?
Oh, I live in Michigan.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Everyone, we are just looking for debates. Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah.
Okay, let's get this next person up here. Again, only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Again, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. I need to plug in my phone. It's about to die, actually. Alrighty, a lot better, a lot better. Let's go on to the next individual here. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I want to vote for Trump.
You would? Or you wouldn't?
I would vote for Trump. Yes.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
My birth year? 2006.
In what month?
December.
Okay. And if the election, you said you'd vote for Trump, so why do you support Trump?
More of his social policy. So I do not believe in people should get reassignment surgeries, and also AB.
If they're adults, do you think they should be able to get access to gender reassignment surgery?
No, it's crazy.
So even adults?
Yes.
So what happened to American freedom?
I mean, yes, you have American freedom, but here's the thing. I think it's crazy because half of them end up committing suicide.
Yeah, you understand that trans people are less likely to do so because of the fact that they get access to gender reassignment surgery?
No, you can search up the statistics.
Yep, people are less likely. There's a
58% end up killing
bibliography in
themselves.
my bio. You can check it out. There's a reduced likelihood that people specifically will get access to that, given that they are, as adults, again, they have access to gender reassignment surgery.
You can search up the statistics. How many of them end up killing themselves after?
It's proportionally less likely to happen.
You can search it up right now.
Do you agree it's proportionally less likely to happen?
It's more likely to happen. Yes.
You're
More
lying.
than 50%.
You're
More than
lying.
50%. That's a huge portion.
You're lying. Yeah, are you comparing to the average population?
No.
Or are you comparing to
I'm
their,
talking
to their
about
prior
them as
state?
a whole. Them as a whole.
Okay, can you give me one study that says that due to gender reassignment surgery, it increases the likelihood of them wanting to unalive themselves?
Yes, hold up. Let me find it.
And you think restricting access to gender reassignment surgery for adults is going to reduce the likelihood that people will die? That's a crazy take.
Yes. Yes.
Nope, no source for that. I'd love to hear the title for this.
And also, you heard my other point too about AB, right?
No. I want you to look it up, and then in the meantime, I'll thank some people. Brian, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's exactly the way to clean the house. Exactly. Sit incredibly elevated right now, cleaning my house and listening to you. You're awesome, dude. Thank you so much, Brian. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is how you clean the house. Best way to clean the house. Number one, for you, actually, I got you.
Are you listening?
Yeah.
All right, so the National Institute. All right, so which is a government institute. So it says 30 to 40% end up killing themselves, and then 80% considering doing it. So do you really think this is good for people?
What's the title?
Hold up. I would.
Paul J, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. If you're on YouTube, by the way, everyone hit that thumbs up. We have like 3,000 likes. Or, I mean, not 3,000 likes. 3,000 viewers. And if we can try to hit that thumbs up, I'd really, really, really appreciate it. We have currently 1,400 likes. I'd really appreciate that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000.
Search up, and then search up National...
I got another title. I can't hear you while you're out of the app, just letting you know. You got to use your memory.
National
Use
Health...
that really big brain of yours.
All right.
What?
All right, National Health of... Wait, 1 second. National Institute of Health, government.
No, what's the title of the page? Like the big text at the top, my guy.
All right, so the title is more than 40% of transgender. More than 40% of transgender adults have attempted the suicide. And then I'm gonna show. Do you want the website?
Yeah, and it's from the National Institute of Health.
And it's from a UCLA.
What is it? Or what is it
study
from?
too. I'm sorry.
What is it from?
So here's one from National
Institute of Health.
Institute of Health, and there's another one from a UCLA study too.
Is the title suicide attempts among a cohort of transgender and gender diverse people, or what is it? What's the title?
I'm pretty.
Because I think you are misrepresenting the title. Is it from the William Institute? Because the William Institute.
Yes.
Okay, so the William Institute. Okay. That's not after gender reassignment surgery, genius. That actually talks about the risks specifically imposed on transgender people within our society, right? And actually provides a reason as to probably why we'd want to address this.
Then can you tell me a study that tells me that less of them will less likely do it if they get that surgery?
Wait, by the way, this thing in of itself says a lack of societal recognition and acceptance of gender identities outside of the binary of cisgender man or woman, and increasingly politically motivated attacks on transgender individuals, increased stigma and prejudice, and related exposure to minority stress, which contributes to high rates of substance use and suicidality we see among transgender people. That's what the citation just provided under you. What you said has nothing to do with gender reassignment surgery. It has to do with actually actively the person that you support and who's in your profile picture.
So hold on.
Yeah.
So can you give me a study that says it improves their mental health?
Wait, say that one more time.
Can you give me a study that says it improves their mental health?
Yeah, there's a bibliography in my bio. Check it out. There's an entire set of resources of peer-reviewed studies that show from different studies from different places all around the world that it demonstrates that there are better conditions from people getting access to gender affirming surgery when they're adults, specifically for gender or like specifically for hormone replacement therapy, puberty blockers, things like that. That's all in the bibliography in my bio. Check it out.
So, what age do you think they should be able to get it, in your opinion?
By the way, also within your study thing that you just cited, it says evidence-based interventions are needed to mitigate risk of serious mental health outcomes amongst transgender people. This might include increasing access to gender-affirming care or improving transgender community connectedness, which are related to lower rates of suicidality.
1 second.
So that's quite literally what he just cited, by the way. So it's so funny when these people don't read their own sources. I always, whenever they cite something, always go read through the source, because like 70 to 90% of the time, it's gonna disprove them. Ames, thank you so much for the money gun, and they're just misinterpreting it. It's so funny every time.
So, can you give me a source, like one in your bio? Like, what does your study say?
What does my study say? I have
Yes.
a perfect person to tell you, actually.
All right.
This is Matt, my
I
friend,
made the
who's a
bio.
librarian.
Yeah, I made the bio, so I
right.
wanted to answer your question directly. There is some evidence that post-op that the risk for self-unaliving does go up, but if you read in all the articles, they discuss the factors that lead to that, and it's not actually the surgery; it's the societal conditions that actually lead to it. So they make clear that the surgery itself leads to better outcomes, but because of the stigma, the lack of healthcare, the lack of support, that's what leads those individuals actually have a much higher rate of self-unaliving. So the idea is that if you actually want to reduce it, you do give them the a full care that they need, but you allow the society to then be able to actually to bring them into the fold so that they don't feel like they're othered.
Left out. All right. So you're basically saying it's society's problem, it's not their problem.
Yeah, because the pre and post, look at pre and post, the actual rate goes down, but it becomes elevated again because they're not being very accepted within society. So that's why.
It's society's problem that's being taken out on trans people.
All right. So do you think majority of society supports it or less supports it?
Supports what?
Transgender ideology.
Depends on what you're asking about.
Yeah, it obviously depends. I don't know what the survey data is, but I would say it's
So,
vastly
he
prevalent
said
within
it's-
society. I would say it's vastly prevalent within society.
For
people to-
adults, they allow people to do what they want.
Yes.
Most Americans support anti-discrimination laws. They don't think that they should be, be targeted for housing and for medical things like that. You get into murky waters when you talk about sports and you talk about, those under 18. That's what the polling shows.
Yeah.
All right. So, and then you heard my other prompt, right? 2 prompts. AB.
Okay. What about abortion?
I don't support it.
Okay. Do you think it should be illegal?
Yes.
Okay. What's the argument? Why?
Because it's murder.
Okay. Why do you think it's murder?
Because you're killing a human being inside of someone.
Okay. Do you think it's murder?
Even if it's a zygote or embryo, you're still killing someone.
Do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that is brain dead?
Yes. Actually, yes. Yes, it's
So you
still
think-
murder.
So you think
Yes, they're
everyone
still
who's pulled the
functioning.
plug on an individual in their family that is brain dead, every doctor, every medical professional that's done that, they should go to jail for murder?
The ones that should go to jail for murder are the ones that deceived and believed this lie. But so hold on.
You said what?
Hold on. Look.
No, say that one more time.
So yes, the doctors that do it should. Yes.
Okay, so you think doctors that pull the plug on individuals that are brain dead, you think they should go to jail?
No, because they've been deceived.
Okay, so
individuals who've been deceived in this should not.
So that's everyone then under your view. So then also you could say that women who get abortions because they've been deceived by society shouldn't get legal
But we should still
consequences.
stop it, right? we should still stop it, right?
But the way to stop it's not by restricting their access, but rather by providing an ability for them to take care of a kid if they have one, by specifically increasing access to comprehensive sex ed, right? Increasing access to contraceptives. Those things will actually mitigate abortions from happening in the very first place because they address the root cause rather than forcing people to go through pregnancies, which, by the way, will just lead to them getting abortions in unsafe ways.
So, look, I agree with you about the whole thing about there should be parent leaving, there should be taxes towards like contraceptions, condoms, make it all cheaper. Yes, I agree with you, but I don't agree with abortions, no. But so what is
Yeah, I understand, but like just because you don't agree with it doesn't mean you think it should be illegal. You could say
it
that,
should,
and
it
then
should be illegal
also,
because I believe it's murder.
okay, well, again, for the situation, I don't think that you have a basis for saying that. You said that people who pull the plug on individuals in their family that are brain dead are murderers. That's nuts.
No, they should not get tried into doing it. So, but look, here's the thing, though.
Okay, well,
That's a whole
you said
different
it's
story, by the way.
deception, so that means no one should be deceived. But then you're like, oh, should we prevent it? Do you want to prevent people from pulling the plug on individuals in their family that are brain dead?
That's a whole nother conversation.
Well, I'm asking you, though, because that's cellular life still, but everyone knows that we don't value the notion of personhood at that point because it's gone.
So, all right, so my question to you is...
Like, we know that they're never coming back. We understand
Yes,
what's valuable
yes,
about
we
people
understand
is our
that.
experience, is how we're engaging with each other right now, right?
So, all right, I understand your whole point. They will never be able to function again. Only their body is still alive, but their brain, because, brain dead. But here's the thing, though. So let me ask you this. So this is a baby who's potentially going to have a life, right?
This is a baby that will, in the future, potentially have a life, sure. It's
Yeah,
not a baby
like,
right now, but
potentially, it's like
potentially
100%.
this entity will have a life in the future.
I wouldn't even call it entity. It's a person. It should have rights. And so I have a question
Okay,
for you.
so let me just
Does a
clarify.
brain dead person...
Let me just clarify. Let me go through all this, okay?
All right.
One, do you think a single-cell organism is a baby?
Wait, what?
Yeah, do you think a baby could ever be a single-cell organism?
I think a zygote is.
So a zygote's a baby?
Yes.
It's a single-cell organism. So you can look at babies in their entirety through a microscope? And baby, actually, and baby. And infant, okay.
Okay, sure.
You have to look at the baby underneath a microscope. You think it's possible to look at an entire
Yes.
baby underneath a microscope?
No, not an entire baby. No, you can see its
Wait,
life
but you can
form.
see an entire zygote underneath a microscope. You can't see an
Yes.
entire baby underneath a
Yes,
microscope, right?
but you're not going to see the entire baby. No, but you'll see where it's coming from, where it grows from.
Okay, so then you agree a zygote's not a baby.
A zygote it's living. It's a baby.
Okay, if a
That's
zygote
what-
is a baby under your view, then you think you can see the entirety of a baby's body underneath a microscope.
No.
No?
It's like
That's
all right, I have a
contradictory.
question for you. So I have a question. So if you don't have an arm, like if you're like missing an arm or missing a leg, does that make you less of a person?
No.
All right. So if that zygote hasn't fully developed yet, or even if it's just missing all the things it needs to be able to come out the womb, so what makes it not a human to you?
Well, it's of the human species, but it's not a person because it's not sentient. There's no brain, right? Like it's literally a single cell organism, dude. You think that you can look at an entirety of a baby underneath a microscope? You're fucking
Not
nuts.
the
You
entirely,
believe
but you see
babies
where
are
it comes
real.
from.
And baby. New movie dropping.
So all right. So what is it? So all right. When do you support abortions? Like, at what circumstance do you not support it? Like 24 months, or not 24 months.
24
I'm sorry.
months.
20,
Yeah,
no, I meant
that's-
24 weeks. I'm sorry. 24 weeks. Sorry.
So yeah, I think that it's sentient at 22 through 24 weeks. I think elective abortions after that would be wrong, but I don't think there should be any law restricting because I don't think any law in that scenario would truly restrict people from getting it in those circumstances, as I don't think it's prevalent like at all. I don't think anyone's waiting to that point to get a lethal abortion at that point. After viability is just an induction of labor. So I think that it would just restrict people from getting it in situations in which they need it, like under the exceptions, because we'd have to have a process if there's an exceptions of determining who meets the exceptions, and that process would inevitably restrict people who do deserve it in some circumstances because it wouldn't be perfect.
So, my question is to you: is like, why is it not why does it not deserve human rights? Or
it's not a person.
It's not a person. So, is it because of brain waves? Because it's not fully developed? Why?
It doesn't have subjective experience.
It doesn't have an
Past or
experience.
present and future subjective experience doesn't meet that criteria.
So you can murder. So hold up. So you can get an abortion if it doesn't have any experience at all, even if it's 24 weeks.
If there was no subjective experience at that point, well, at that point it's viable. So there'd be an induction of labor at that point.
So I have a question for you. If
But,
a woman's
like,
23
it technically wouldn't lead to the death of it.
So if a
But would
woman's
it be
23
wrong to
weeks
kill
pre-
it prior to a subjective experience? No.
All right. So the woman's 23 weeks pregnant, right? And then she wants to get an abortion because she was like, I guess I don't want it no more. So
And we know for
do you think-
certain that it's not sentient.
I'm sorry?
And we know for certain that the fetus is not sentient.
Yes.
Okay, if we know for certain the fetus is not sentient, yes, I'm totally okay with the abortion.
Why?
It's not sentient.
So it doesn't have any memory at all.
Sentience does not mean memory.
No, like you told
There's
me earlier.
plenty of aspects of the debates today that I don't remember, but I still experienced it.
So you just claimed earlier that you believe it does not deserve like rights because it does not have any memory, nor past nor future memory, right?
No, it's not memory. It's experience.
All right, experience. Sorry,
Yeah,
experience.
they don't have a past or
There's no
present and future
consciousness,
subjective
right?
experience.
Consciousness.
Subjective experience.
All right, consciousness. So did you know a person doesn't even have consciousness till they're 3 years old?
Did I say
have
that
no
word?
memory? You know they have no memory. Like you don't even know
So
who
why are
you
you
are till you're like 30.
superimposing a word in which, by the way, I wouldn't even define consciousness in that way, right? In the way that I would typically use the term. I think I would use it synonymous with subjective experience. But I knew you were going to do that because there's a certain definition, like when you look it up on the internet, where it says that, because it's self-awareness and subjective experience. And self-awareness doesn't meet until like certain years after the womb. I mean, I didn't use that term. You used the term. So I don't know why you're superimposing a definition of a term I didn't use, right? Instead of just addressing what I'm saying.
Because you say it has no consciousness. That's what you just
Yeah,
said.
I didn't say consciousness. I said subjective experience.
All right, sorry, experience. But all right, so
What is this embarrassing attempt?
how is it an embarrassing attempt?
Dude, you failed
Because it has no
completely.
experience.
Yeah, yeah, you're superimposing a definition of a term I didn't use.
But but you don't even remember who you are before 3.
So that doesn't mean you didn't have an experience.
Memory is not the same as consciousness.
Yeah, do you think newborns have an experience?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay, so we at
Yes.
least acknowledge they have a
They have
subjective
consciousness.
experience, right? Wait, you just said they don't have consciousness.
No, but they have like they're
This guy's
they're able
lost.
to live. They're able to live out.
This guy is
They have
lost.
the experience. Look,
Okay,
you
so
kinda see- you kinda see
subjective
what I'm doing
experience.
here,
So
right?
subjective experience. So you understand the difference. So when I'm saying subjective experience is what I value, you know exactly what I'm referencing. You're just trying to be ridiculous
It
and
ha-
misunderstand
it-
purposefully.
You're just saying it doesn't have any experience in this world.
Subjective experience doesn't have the capacity to have a subjective experience.
So, all right. So your whole point is, no matter if it's living. All right. So I have a question. So do you know what a waterhead baby is?
I don't know the specifics of what you're referencing. Are you trying to bring up a
So
scenario
it's a-
where
it's a
It's a baby with
there's
a
anencephaly?
hydrocephaly.
Or,
It's hydrocephaly.
yeah.
I didn't know the full name for it, but thank you. But they're not able to remember or even like, their brain doesn't really function. So do you think they deserve the death penalty? Or able to?
What?
They can't. They don't have any consciousness. They barely have like
They
any
have a
memory.
subjective experience.
They don't even have experience. Well,
There is a
technically they
subjective
do.
experience.
But the thing is, they can't remember anything, nor use their brain. They can
Memory is
barely
not
use
the
their brain.
basis for subjective experience. Dude, what do you mean death penalty, bro? I don't believe in the death penalty.
When I said death penalty, I mean like, murder.
I think abortion is something that people should have access to because you have to understand the obligation that comes with an abortion, or it comes with pregnancy. You're talking about the medical risks, the psychological risks, the financial risks. There are so many risks in terms of a person that someone has to undergo simply because of a pregnancy that they should not have to go through or be legally forced to go through.
Also, Parker, can I just mention? I'm sorry to bring it
Yes.
up. I just want to mention on the hydrocephaly part. You do know that like 86% of like all cases are resolved through shunting, and so we have a treatment for it. And in fact, more than half of those go on to live very normal lives. So it's not comparable at all. You're comparing a brain condition that we have a treatment for, which is often very much treated afterwards, and doesn't go on to in more than half of the babies actually cause any long-term brain damage.
All right. And then also, so your whole thing is they don't have subjective experience, right?
Matt.
Thank you, Matt. But so your whole thing is they don't have subjective experience.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
a
but
zygote
you
does
don't
not
really-
have a subjective experience. Now, let me ask you a question. If you're in a burning building, you can either save 1,000 zygotes or one newborn baby. Who you saving?
Zygotes.
Okay, how about 2
Hold
zygotes,
on.
one newborn baby?
My question is, are they still in the womb?
Hey,
Are
2
they still in the
zygotes,
womb?
one newborn baby. Who you saving?
Are they in the womb? Yes or no?
Does that matter? You
Are they
said
in
you
the womb?
value them the same, right? They're people under your view, right?
Yes.
Okay, so 2 zygotes or one newborn baby.
Are they still able to grow and have a life? That's my question. Like, if I save
Does that
them, will they
matter?
be able to grow and have a life? Yes or no? That's what matters.
So we'll say yes.
Will they be able to, if I save them, will they be able to grow and have a life?
Yes, you can do that.
I can do that. All right, then yes, I'll pick the zygotes. But if they're not able to,
You'd
like, you
pick
just
2
pull them out.
zygotes over one newborn baby?
Yes, that if they can potentially have a life, like if they can grow and become a baby, and then they can have
Why
a
didn't you have
life,
to
then
clarify
yes,
that
of
with
course.
1,000 zygotes, by the way?
I'm sorry?
Why didn't you have to clarify that with 1,000 zygotes?
What's your question here?
Why didn't you clarify that with the 1,000 zygotes? You clarified
did.
that when it was 2 zygotes, but not when it was 1,000.
But no, because I asked you, I asked you, would they be able to grow and have a life, or
Yeah,
are they
you
just
asked me
just
that after
zygotes?
I
They're
asked
not
if it was
growing.
2, not if it was 1,000.
That's when I gave you the circumstance.
I don't know what you're saying.
But you kind of get my whole point, right?
No.
I just said if the zygotes are able to grow and then have a life, then yes, I'll save them. But if they can't, they're just stuck like that, and I'm saving the baby.
Let's say you know for certain in the future you will have the capacity to implant them into a surrogate specifically who will go through a process of pregnancy and will give birth
Yes.
to it. Let's say that you know that will happen. If you decide to save the 2 zygotes, would you rather save the newborn baby or the 2 zygotes? Because the newborn baby will experience it and burn alive.
But the zygotes will too.
Zygotes can't fucking experience shit. They're single cell organisms, my guy.
But they're still a human. They still
So
have human
so you
rights.
would let the newborn baby burn alive instead of instead you'd save the 2 zygotes, the single cell organisms in petri dishes?
That's like you asking me, would I save 2 lives or 1 life?
To me, that's not like that. That's crazy. I don't consider
That's
like a
still a
zygote to be
life.
of the same level of value as a newborn baby. I think that's nuts, dude. It's unhinged. That's literally a single cell organism, dude. Can I show you a picture of a zygote real quick?
Sure, why not?
Okay. Okay. Let me pull it up on the screen real quick. Give me 1 second. 1 second. Please, 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 please. All right, give me 1 second.
But this is gonna be a trick question.
No trick question. I'm just pulling it up real quick.
Are you gonna pull a Dean?
No, I'm not pulling any Dean, dude. What are you talking about?
You know what he did.
Well, I'm going to show you a zygote, and I just genuinely want you to say, do you value this? Do you value this? Do you value this as much as you value a newborn baby?
Are you tricking me right now?
Just look at the screen. Do you value this as much as a newborn baby?
Is that
Genuine question. Like, do you value this as much as you value a newborn baby? Do you value a zygote as much as you do a newborn baby?
is this a germ that you're about to show me, and then is this like a trick question?
Dude, what makes you think it's a trick question? Can you not tell the difference between a
Because
human
you and
being
Dean
and
did this before.
can you not tell can you not tell the difference between a human being and a single cell organism?
Yes, I can tell.
Okay, so then what do you mean? Do you value a single cell organism, a zygote, as much as you value a human baby?
Yes, they both have human rights. Yes.
So you value this as much as you value a human baby?
Sure. Sure.
Sure?
Sure.
Well, dude, this is a microorganism, okay? Just a random germ I pulled up.
Look, see, I told you.
Yeah, look at it.
Look,
So the fact that you couldn't tell the difference, in of itself, is kind of funny. Have you ever in your life you couldn't tell the difference between a microorganism and a human baby? I've never once in my life could have possibly ever not known the difference between a microorganism
I know
and a human baby. Like, genuinely, never in my life would I ever make that issue. I just never would have ever crossed my mind that I could possibly mistake those two, right?
Yes. Look. They're two different things, but they both have human rights. They both have
Dude, that
human
wasn't
rights.
a zygote. That was a microorganism. Do you
I
want to see
know,
a
but
zygote?
I'm just talking about look, didn't I tell you?
Tell me what.
You with these trick images. But here's the thing. Morally, I give them both human rights. Morally.
Okay, you give them human rights?
Yes.
Okay, so at conception.
Yes.
Okay.
And no, IUDs are not murder.
So,
No.
and you value that the same as a human baby. So, if it was one newborn baby or one human zygote, you'd be indifferent? You'd flip a coin?
No, if it's one of each, then I'll just pick the baby.
Wait, why? I thought you value them equally.
I do.
What do you mean?
Just because you can't feel pain doesn't mean you should endure the pain.
What do you mean?
Like, just because you can't feel pain doesn't mean you should endure it.
Okay, just because you can't feel the pain doesn't mean you shouldn't. What are you trying to get that from?
I'm trying to tell you this. I'm just saying, just because you can't feel pain doesn't mean you're not a human.
Okay, I'm not disputing that. But so then you value them equally, right? You'd be indifferent?
Hello?
Would
I'm
you
sorry,
be
say that one more
indifferent to
time. My
either of
phone
them
broke out on
dying?
me. I'm sorry?
Would you be indifferent to either of them dying?
Neither should die.
Okay, but do you value them equally?
Yes.
So you'd be indifferent to either one dying. So you'd be okay if that was determined by a coin flip?
So here's my point about that. So
I'm just
here's the
asking,
thing.
Can I have an answer?
So look, I'll pick the baby because that one zygote can't feel pain at all, but it's still a human life. I'm just saying, just because you can't feel pain doesn't mean you're not a human life.
Okay. Yeah, that's not what I'm claiming. I think you're misunderstanding. So, do you value this as much as you value a human being, as a newborn baby?
Sure.
That's an egg yolk under a microscope. Okay. So you value an egg yolk as much as you value a newborn baby?
No, I still pick the newborn baby.
Yeah, I would hope. I would hope that you'd pick the newborn baby. That was an egg yolk.
All right,
that was an
this is
egg
very
yolk
absurd.
underneath a
You're thinking I'll
microscope.
pick-
Okay.
You think I'll pick a germ or even an egg yolk under a
A microscope. Yeah, you literally just said that you would value a
zygote. I said
yeah,
a
dude. You said
zygote.
that you said that an egg yolk underneath a microscope was as valuable as a newborn baby.
No, it's not.
Okay, well, that's what we just
So
showed you.
hold up. So you're saying a zygote and a egg yolk under the.
So here, let me show you.
Microscope is the
Let
same
me
thing?
show you an actual zygote. Okay.
You're not, but all right.
I'm not going to show you an actual zygote. Really?
No, you're
Okay,
not.
Let's take a look. So do you value this as much as you value a newborn baby?
Sure.
No, be real. Give me an actual example. Actual
Sure.
answer.
Sure.
Okay,
Why
well,
not?
this is a dolphin zygote.
Yep. Yep. No, I still pick the baby.
Did you think I was lying in that scenario?
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't. It's actually a human zygote.
You sure? You sure?
Yeah, this is a human zygote,
One
and you
second.
couldn't tell the
One second.
difference. This is a
Well,
human
that's not-
zygote. I'm actually genuinely serious. I'll show you. It's a human zygote.
All right. Show me. Because I know what a zygote is. It's a huge. It's a huge like circle.
Do you see that?
with
Do you see
two-
that? What does that say?
Human zygote.
Yeah, so it literally is a human zygote, and you couldn't tell the difference. You
I don't
thought
know
I was
what
lying?
I don't know what a dolphin. I don't know what a dolphin.
You thought I was
under-
lying?
I don't know what a dolphin under a microscope looks like. But here's
Yeah,
the thing.
of course you don't know what a dolphin zygote, because you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. The point that I'm
So
making
you're
a
saying
joke
that
of.
dolphins and a
Hold up,
humans will
dude. The
look
point
alike?
that I'm making a joke of is that you literally wouldn't be able to tell the difference between a microorganism, a human being, a dolphin, and an egg yolk.
I'm
You
not a
couldn't tell the
scientist.
difference. You didn't know which one was a person. And I have never once in my life mistook a human baby with an egg yolk, with a dolphin, or with a microorganism. Never once happened to me. I don't know how it happened to you. That's crazy, bro.
Do you think I know what other zygotes look like?
I don't know if you think you know it, but like I'm just saying, like in general, I've never made a mistake between a baby, right? Literally a baby and an egg yolk, a dolphin, right? A microorganism. Never once in my life have I ever done that or ever thought that was humanly possible until now.
I'm talking about a human zygote.
Like genuinely, never. Like if you would have told me this like a few years ago, I'd be like, no way someone would be able to mistake a fucking newborn baby with literally a fucking dolphin, right? That'd be insane, right? Or with a fucking
Hey, Parker, do you
microorganism,
know,
that'd
like,
be
the
insane.
funny irony here, exactly, Parker. Do you know one of the reasons why they are so mistaking of like early development between dolphins, chickens, humans, no matter what it is it's more proof of that
Evolution.
we all share like a basic common ancestor. Yeah, because we all evolve in the same way.
So hold up. So I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
So your whole thing is they do not have a subjective experience.
Yeah.
So, so what about Alzheimer patients?
Yeah, they have subjective experience still.
But they can't really remember anything.
Memory is not necessarily
was
connected
doing
to subjective
this.
experience. Yeah.
Or
Do you
and then
think
there's some-
someone? Wait, hold on. Like, do you think like if someone completely loses their memory, then all of a sudden they don't experience anything in that moment?
Yeah, my
Oh, they
grandma
do,
who
they
had
just can't
dementia
remember.
had no experiences under this guy's view.
So hold up. So what point do you think someone should not get an abortion? You said 23. You said 23 or 24 weeks.
So I said 20 through 24 weeks is when it's going to be sentient, but I never said it should be restricted.
So based off of experience.
Yeah, that's when I value it.
So do you think before the baby comes out the womb, do you think it has any experience? Like right before it comes out the womb, like a week or so?
Yeah.
So we shouldn't.
Yeah, at that point, it'd be an induction of labor, which wouldn't lead to its death. Dude, these blunders is crazy, man.
So you said
Charlie
as soon
Kirk
as you
wasn't teaching you well, huh?
Hold up. So you're saying I know you don't like that guy, but hold up.
I'm only saying that because he's your profile picture, and it seems like you watch him a lot. I'm like, bro, you're not really like caught up on these debates, bro.
It's not really my hobby, but so
Okay.
so I have a question. So
I mean, then why is he your profile picture? Doesn't that mean you watch? Wouldn't that mean you like watch him?
sometimes
Okay,
I
then,
only
like,
I only had that up because he
that
died,
sounds like a hobby. Okay.
and then So
How do you
I
feel
have a
about Donald
question.
Trump saying that he's glad that Rob Reiner and Robert Mueller are dead?
That's pretty messed up.
It's pretty messed up.
Yeah.
Would that be like a reason to stop supporting him?
So I look at presidents based off their accomplishments and not who they are as a person.
Okay, so you would be totally okay with Democrats still supporting Kamala Harris, even if she said she was glad that Charlie Kirk died?
I wouldn't use that against her.
You wouldn't use that against Democrats at all? You would never
No,
do that?
why? Why would I?
You would still be totally okay with Democrats supporting Kamala Harris, even though she posted a tweet saying that? Really?
Why would I use that against Democrats?
Really?
No.
You definitely wouldn't have used that
Hold
against
up.
her?
So should you? All right, hold up. So should you be against what people say or what people do?
Both.
Both.
Why?
Because what people say often reflects what they're going to do.
Exactly.
So, I mean, well, action speaks louder than words. So here's the thing.
Yeah, but the words often will go hand in hand with it. So, for example, I can tie Trump's cruelty in his speech to his cruelty in his actions.
Name one thing you didn't like.
About Trump?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, in what, speech or action?
I mean, action.
I mean, the One Big Beautiful Bill, the war in Iran.
What is so bad about the Big Beautiful Bill?
It cuts 420,000 kids off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month. Adds $3.4 trillion to the debt. Cuts over 10 million people off their access to health insurance and 2.5 million people off their access to food stamps on average every single month.
So do you know? All right. So do you know how Medicaid works?
Yeah.
All right. So you have to now work. I'm pretty sure. Did you put on there 40 hours a week now?
It's 20 hours a week. And there
Hold on,
shouldn't
what do
be
you-
work requirements for Medicaid at all.
There should be work requirements unless you're disabled.
No, there shouldn't be work requirements at all because everyone who is not able to afford it should be able to get access to health insurance to reduce healthcare costs and ensure greater access to preventative health care.
So I have a question. So do you support people not working?
I would say that people should work in general, right? If
Yes.
they can, of course, right? It's just we want to be able to promote the conditions where they have jobs that treat them well, where they have opportunity to grow within those jobs, right? And move
Do you
up
like
the
Bill
ladder.
Clinton?
What's up?
All right. Do you like Bill Clinton?
Do I like Bill? No, not particularly.
Not particular. All right. So I'm pretty sure it was the Reconciliation Act. You can fact check me on this. So it made it where he put welfare. You were only allowed to be on it for I think like 3 months, if you didn't have like a job or anything. And also he also taught people how to do stuff like welding, electrician. He actually taught people how to do jobs rather than just live off the government.
I'm down for jobs programs. I have no issue with that. We also support that. We had policies that did that through the infrastructure
but-
bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Chips and Science Act.
So what's his opinion about only giving welfare to people for only like 3 months?
I don't think that it should only be limited for 3 months. I think that that's not going to be effective.
So, but there's like people out there that don't work, but they're not disabled either.
You understand that, like, actually tell me, what proportion of the population doesn't work, sits at home, can work, is of age to work, and just chooses not to work because they can just live off government? What percentage of the population do you think that would round out to be?
1 second.
Yeah, we actually do have data on this.
Of course, you're gonna have to have data.
I said we do have data.
Oh, what's the data? While I'm searching it up, I'm really listening.
Well, go
Actually,
ahead and,
before he does, I
find
want to
it.
hear what percentage of the population do you think it's going to be?
I have no clue.
If you were to estimate.
I have no clue.
You can't estimate? What
I
you
have
would
no
think?
clue.
Like, take a guess.
What proportion of the population?
Yes.
If I had to guess, probably, I don't know, 5% maybe? I don't know. Way less. All right, I know your whole point is going to be way less than 1%. Like, it's going to be in the decimals. But here's the thing. So, what percent of people
He
on food
knows it's
stamps-
going to be in the decimals, yet he wants to believe it's 5%. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes. Proportion of population is not going to be 5%. 5%. I'm
So
talking
then
about
you
people
think
that
your
are
guess
on
was wrong. So what's your actual guess?
less than 1%.
Less than 1%? Okay, Matt, what do you see in the data?
What do you say? Sorry,
Less than
He said
proportion of
originally
population is less
5%,
than
and then he
1%.
then changed it to less than 1%.
for
No,
a
5% of
Medicaid or
people
for
on
the
food stamps.
population?
Population as a
So,
whole.
Oh, well, that I don't know.
way less than 1%. Way less.
Let's see, population.
You have to see how many people are on food stamps. Then you have to see how many people are on welfare programs. And then you have to see
You have to
how
look at
many of
what
them
percent
work.
of the population is only working, what's called not working because of the fact that they can just live off the government and they don't have to do anything else. Like, I'm
One
sorry,
second.
they wouldn't be able to qualify for all these programs to be able to just live off the government. Like, they wouldn't have everything paid for in terms of rent and food and everything they need to do in their lives and healthcare and everything. That's not, all of that is not taken care of under our current system.
1 second.
And if it is, why is there homelessness, is my question to you. Can you answer that question? If you can just get a house paid for free, if you can just get your healthcare paid for free, if you can just get everything paid for free, can you explain to me why there's homelessness in this country?
1 second. I'll give y'all some data.
Like, can I have a direct answer to that while you're looking this up?
All right, so what was the question?
Yeah, why is there homelessness in this country if you can just live off the government for free? And get a house and healthcare and food and everything you need.
Because those people don't have anything, but...
Nonsense response. Think about that for 1 second.
I
If all
have
of
no
those
clue
things
who's
were
on.
provided by the government, then would there be like any
Do you think they
homelessness?
have access
There'd be
to it?
practically none.
Do you think they have access to it?
Yeah, if there was universal access to those programs, homelessness would be practically none, because that policy would literally ensure there's no homelessness that you said exists. That policy does not exist. You're making it up and fear-mongering based upon it.
1 second. All right, search up the FGA.org. And then the title is
why
Breaking
are
Free.
we doing that instead of responding to what I just said?
I'm showing you my my data.
Okay, and what's the title?
Breaking Free from Dependency, a case for strengthening work requirements. 1 second. Wait.
A case for
It's going to show you how many people are not working that are on
work
food stamps.
requirements.
And then also you have to have kids, and it's also a bunch of requirements you have to be on to get welfare.
Okay. Is this from the Foundation for Government Accountability?
1 second. Yes.
Okay, and what are you looking at within this?
All right. Did you type in the title?
Mm-hmm.
Breaking Free from Dependency.
Yeah, these are literally bullshit statistics.
You
This is
don't-
most able-bodied adults on food stamps do not work at all. It already has a work requirement. This is nonsense.
Can you show me a study that says otherwise?
Dude, there's already a work requirement, and there already has been a work requirement for food stamps.
And then also on SNAP, 60 to 74%.
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you just address what I just said? This is nonsense.
It's nonsense. Can you show me a study that says otherwise?
Well, dude, I said that there were work requirements already in place.
Yeah, so how are they not working?
So in order to be able to get it, you have to have work requirements, or you meet one of the exceptions for not for this.
So, all right. 1 second.
Can you address that?
I'm sorry?
Can you address that food stamps have had work requirements?
Yes, but also if you have kids and stuff, I'm pretty sure. Hold up, I have to see the factors in this. 1 second.
What? You're just gonna get a certain amount of money per kid. Yeah, there was already work
That's a
requirements for over 25 years. They've been in place since 1996.
1 second.
Alrighty, well, in the meantime, while he's looking that up, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. I have some people to thank. Brian, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much for Hint Babies. Thank you very much. Vicky, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously though, right? Jose, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously though, right? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's crazy to say that, right? Liz, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You know, I should ask that. That's what I'm going to ask right now, actually. Justina, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. So based, right? Happy Friday to you as well. Leonie, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, that is super needed to be able to address as well. Exactly why we should have all of those in place to be able to get access to that. And then Marina, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, I have to ask you. Wait, hold up. Oh, do you think that zygotes are or do you think parents should be able to get extra food stamps for conceived zygotes? Should they be able to qualify as an extra kid?
I mean, you can't physically feed the kid physically, but the woman is inside of her. So, no, why would they? Why?
Because it's a person. It's a baby. They have a kid. Under your view. So if you have a certain amount of kids, you get a certain amount of food stamps. If that's what you base it on, well, then if you think it's a kid, then they get food stamps money for the kid.
I have a question. If they buy baby food, would they be able to physically feed the zygote?
Say it again?
Would they be able to physically feed it?
I mean, they do so through the context of their own body.
Yeah.
Yeah, which means that they have to eat more for the kid, right?
Yeah, but the mother
okay,
can already...
so then let's just clarify then. Should they be able to get food stamps and count that kid? Or should they, how about this? Should they be able to count them as a dependent?
No, but honestly, they should
Why
be able
not?
to,
It's a baby.
They should,
it's a kid.
They should be able to follow them on their taxes.
Should they be able to get child support?
They're a person. Follow on taxes to get money back.
Should they be able to get child support?
No.
The child tax credit?
They should be able to follow them on taxes.
Life insurance policies?
What?
Should they be able to pull out a life insurance policy on the zygote?
Carpool lane.
But you can't physically feed it.
It doesn't matter.
So what?
Wait.
I have a question.
Wait, are there children that are sentient, that are out of the womb, that you can't physically feed? That you have to do through medical?
I mean, wait, what?
Yeah, like some people have to be medically fed, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so just because you can't directly feed them physically and they need to be medically, right, fed, right? Or they need to be fed through some sort of tube, for example, right?
Yeah, I know your whole point.
Would that then mean that this wouldn't apply? No, it doesn't. They still would need food stamps, right? Think of the money gun.
I mean, I guess you can say that, yes.
Yes, so then let's just clarify.
Yeah.
Should you be able to claim them as a dependent, to get child tax credit, to get child support? It's a life. It is a child, and you're not letting them categorize a child under child support? That's crazy.
Why should you...
You don't think the zygote needs support? That's crazy.
They do, but here's the thing.
Zygote needs support. The zygote needs support.
Here's the thing. It's not out the womb yet. It's not out the...
You want your zygote to be taken care of?
It's not out the womb yet. And number two...
Where does location matter?
It gets the nutrients from the mom.
Yeah, but why does location matter? If it's a person, right?
Yeah,
so
right.
Whereas location, it doesn't matter if it's in the womb, out of the womb, in Great Britain or in New Mexico. It doesn't matter, right? It's a United States citizen. It's a person, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's still a human, yes.
Yeah, so we can claim them as a dependent. We can claim a life insurance policy out of them. They qualify as, again, a dependent. We can get food stamps. We qualify for extra food stamps because of them. You know what? That sounds amazing, right? You know, women
But
who are pregnant, right? They can drive in the carpool lane, like just by themselves, right?
bro, this was kind of a stupid claim.
Am I gonna get a response to any of these? Are we gonna get passports for zygotes?
Well, bro, what? It hasn't even came out yet. Why would you need all
So
of
wait,
these
wait.
things?
Again, why does location matter, dude? Are you saying
It does.
it's more valuable when it's outside of the womb? That's discrimination.
That's your claim, by the way. But
No,
I'd
because
say
I
it's
don't think
always valuable.
I don't think zygotes are being mistreated, bro. Because I don't think they're people.
I still think it's people.
Okay, why do you think it's a person?
We've just been over this because it's growing and it's alive.
How about this? Can I ask you this question? Do you think women who have miscarriages, do you think that they should be investigated for miscarriages?
So did she cause it?
Wait,
Sweet Jesus,
don't you
what?
have to investigate to find that out? Like,
I
why
mean,
would you
yeah.
ask that question? Like, I don't think
Like,
the operating assumption when someone
most
has a
times,
miscarriage would be, did you cause that? I think my
mo-
operating assumption would be, are you okay? Do you need help? Right? How can I help you? How can I be there for you? I think that's like my first response. My first response isn't that.
all right. So most times, it, all right, hold up.
Wait, so
Yes,
would
they
you
should.
investigate? Answer the question. Like, my mom had a
Yes.
miscarriage. Do you think she should have been investigated by the police?
No.
Okay, no. Okay, so then here's my question. How are you going to prevent women, when you make abortion illegal, how are you going to prevent them from getting unsafe abortions, black market under the table, and just claiming that they had a miscarriage?
I mean, that's kind of a loophole. But how many of them actually attempt that?
But can you answer the question? Like, how would you be able to determine the distinction? Because to me, it just sounds like you're going to create conditions where women are going to engage in unsafe abortions, which will lead to an increased maternal mortality and infant mortality, rather than doing it the safe medical route, because you are going to make it illegal.
Yeah.
And then you don't want to investigate miscarriages, so what you're going to essentially do is cause women to have unsafe abortions or to do it themselves, and then claim that they had a miscarriage.
I mean, but it would be impossible to find out to what happened.
Okay, if it's impossible to find out, then you're just going to be causing unsafe abortions, right?
Yeah. I mean, there's kind of a loophole to that, but yeah.
Okay, so like, and I guess my question is then, what do you think that's preferable? That women will still be able to get abortions, it's just they're going to do so through more unsafe manners?
But they shouldn't be doing it in the first place.
Well, it's going to happen either way, is the point. If you want to reduce the likelihood of it happening, how about you provide more universal health care, universal child care? How about you
Yes,
provide,
I support that. Yes.
how about you provide access to, what's it called? Comprehensive sex ed and contraceptives to a greater extent as well.
Yeah. I support that.
Okay.
Like we discussed earlier.
Okay.
But
You know who doesn't support that?
I already know you're gonna say Trump.
Yep.
So does Kamala support any of those?
Kamala.
Kamala. Why are you saying Kamala?
Kamala is how you pronounce her name.
Hold
can
up,
say
where are you
Harris
from
as
again?
well.
Where are you from?
Where am I from?
Yes.
Like, where do I live right now, or where was I
No,
born?
like you can tell me region, you can tell me state.
Like, where was I born, or where do I live now? Sorry, I'm
Oh,
asking.
live now.
I live in California. I live in Los Angeles.
And where were you born?
I grew up in Iowa.
Iowa. Maybe that's how people around my region say it. I'm born in the South. Everyone says Kamala.
Kamala?
but
You could just say
people
Harris.
around. I mean, all right. Do people in California say y'all?
I do.
You actually say y'all?
Yeah.
There's no way. I mean, you're from Iowa, so.
My bad, bro.
I mean, do you hear people in California say it?
Yeah.
People actually say y'all in California, like frequently.
Well, I mean, maybe around me, I don't know. I guess some people do. I don't. It's not everyone, but
it's a southern thing. But all right, but it was nice talking to you. Nice to debate you.
Can I ask you one question before you leave?
Sure.
Or two questions actually. How do you feel about Trump committing blasphemy?
Are you talking about that picture of him? Him claiming
Portraying
that he
himself
would,
as Jesus fucking Christ? Yeah.
Yeah, I did not like that. No.
Okay. So is that if it's a red line for God, why isn't it a red line for you?
So also,
I'm proud to be an American.
he also did that after election, but
he did. Okay, so but like, so in retrospect, would you say that you don't support him anymore? Because
I
it's
mean,
a red
he's not
line
real-
for you, because it also was a red line for God.
I mean, he's not really. Trump knows that. He clearly said it one time that he does not think he's going to make it to heaven. You saw that video, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he does something like that.
Okay, so
But I bet. But
so
I vote people
why would you
based on their
support someone who
policies.
committed blasphemy? Isn't that an unforgivable sin?
Like I said earlier, I vote people based on their policies and not what they say. Or
Wait, but dude, that's an unforgivable sin. If it's a red line for God, why isn't it a red line for you?
I mean, all you can do is just pray for them.
Answer that question. If it's a red line for God, why isn't it a red line for you?
But like what I just said, I don't like him as a person. I like him as a president. That makes any sense.
Okay, but like he committed an unforgivable sin, and that's not too much for you to say I don't support him anymore. Is there anything he could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
If he does not, all right. So I'll be honest with you. He doesn't go fully with the conservatives' like views. He's not really pro-life. But honestly, Kamala isn't. Oh, my bad. Kamala. Sorry.
Is there anything
Kamala
Trump
isn't
could do
either.
that would get you to stop supporting him?
If I see this economy get any worse, I mean, I'm already halfway on him.
It already
I see
has, right? Gas prices have gone up, grocery prices have gone up, inflation has gone up to 3.8% year over year.
So
Real
none of
domestic
this would-
manufacturing investment has declined every single quarter of Trump's administration. We've also seen literally real GDP growth slow, real median wage growth slow.
And also, what was I gonna say? So you think Kamala would have not got us in a war?
Kamala, yeah, she would not have got us into the war.
What makes you say that?
She opposes it.
Actually, 1 second. You don't think she supports the Ukraine and Russia? Like she wouldn't have supported Ukraine and sent them a bunch of money?
She would have defended Ukraine, yeah.
And wouldn't that make our economy go down as well?
No.
Send a bunch of money.
No, because Trump's doing the same thing.
I mean, yeah.
Trump
but
said he was wrong on that.
You're pretty much at a dead end. In your logic, you're pretty much at a dead end then.
Excuse me.
You're pretty much at a dead end then.
And what do you mean?
So why do you think Kamala would have been a better candidate?
Because the economy would be significantly better off. She didn't sexually abuse a woman. She didn't call for the termination of the Constitution.
Policies.
What?
When did Trump?
She wouldn't have passed the
termination
Big
of
Beautiful Bill, which cut people's access to health care, food.
Or what should she have done that would have made American lives better?
Yeah, she would have increased the child tax credit, which reduced childhood poverty when implemented. She would have increased the tax credit for housing development in this country, which would have built more houses. She would have expanded access to healthcare by trying to expand the ACA or provide a public option for healthcare. She would have wanted to expand the minimum wage in this country, expand access to renewable energy production in this country, which would allow us to become more energy independent.
And so, how's she going to do all this? Like, what taxes from where?
From the very rich and wealthy, increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year. She wanted to maintain all the tax cuts
Income
applicable
tax?
to income earners under $400,000 a year, and she only wanted to increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year.
But also, wouldn't that make them raise their prices?
No, they've raised their prices more under Trump because of his tariff policy, which directly causes them to raise their prices because it's a tax on the cost of production and distribution rather than on the profits.
I'm talking about American companies that we make, like the ones that make products in their own country,
What about it?
like American made products.
Yeah, that's become more expensive in this country too because there's less manufacturing investment in our country. Because Donald Trump imposed tariffs, which decreased the incentive to invest in manufacturing in our country.
So,
So
how do
let
you,
me ask you this question: like, you ask where Kamala Harris is going to get the money, but do you ask where Trump's going to get the money when he added more money to the debt than Harris?
how much did he add to the debt?
Over $4 trillion more than the Biden-Harris administration in his first administration. And then also in this administration so far, he's added over $3.4 trillion signed into law through the Big Beautiful Bill, and also through his other policies. And it sums up to, I think it's over $4 trillion signed into law, 3 to 4 trillion, something like that.
And second,
So that's over, that's over $2 trillion signed into law of debt-related spending a year, right? Do you want to know the
And what-
deficit that Obama left Trump with?
How much?
About 400 to 500 billion. And you want to know what he increased it to by the end of his administration?
How much?
About $1 trillion in his first term.
So I have a question. So, who really caused the downfall of the economy? Like, who made gas
Trump.
prices go up?
Trump.
How?
War with Iran.
No. No, I'm talking about like in 2020 during COVID.
You mean 2022? There was an OPEC 2020 deal that ended, or that was carried over by Trump specifically, that reduced the level of production and distribution of oil by OPEC that Trump set up. There was also supply chain effects around the world, specifically relating to Russia invading Ukraine, which caused us to place sanctions on Russia. But that would have happened regardless of the administration.
And then let me ask you this: who's going to be running in 2028?
On the Democratic side?
Yes.
AOC, Pete Buttigieg, Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom.
Gavin Newsom's not gonna make it. Where's Kamala?
I think that they're going to be top contenders. If you look at the polling, they are.
If Gavin Newsom runs, he's not gonna win.
Okay. All right. I mean, I would actually prefer other candidates. So.
Like who?
Cool. I would prefer AOC. I would prefer Pete to Newsom, for sure. I would prefer Harris to Newsom.
Okay. All right. Any more questions?
I mean, you're
I
the
think I
one
have
asking
more.
me 20 questions, so I mean.
Oh. I was about to get to 21, but
All right. Have a good day. Change your mind.
All right.
You have TDS, sir. Trump devotion syndrome.
Are you just gonna try to make fun of me instead of it was nice debating you?
You don't think that's a funny joke?
No.
Why not? There's nothing Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him, right?
I just named some factors, but all
Like
right.
what?
If the economy gets even any worse,
Which it has. So like, what could you do that would get you to stop supporting him?
one second.
Okay.
All right. So I'm about to have to go, but it was nice debating you. And one more question: are you going to be on Jubilee anytime soon?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Why?
I'm just wondering. You're gonna be seeing Matt Nuclear back on there. Do you
No, I
remember
haven't
him?
seen him.
Yeah, not see, you debated him.
No, I haven't seen him on Jubilee. Is what I was saying. I have before. He was insufferable. He tried to come up here and debate me, and he like wouldn't stop interrupting me.
What were y'all debating on?
This topic.
And he just interrupted you the entire time?
Yeah, he just interrupted me constantly, and he's also like super pro-Zionist. Are you a Zionist?
No.
Okay. Well, then you must disagree with his position very heavily, then, right?
Just a lot of things. Support his ideology on like NDEI. So.
NDEI. Can you name one DEI policy Kamala Harris supports that you disagree with?
I didn't say anything about Kamala.
Can you name one DEI policy Democrats support that you disagree with?
Didn't Biden have like programs?
What
For
programs?
DI? Programs for DI that funded companies because of DI?
So what specific DEI program did any Democrat support in terms of a specific policy that you disagree with?
I'm talking about Biden. That Trump put it into.
Okay, so you don't know anything in specific?
One second.
Do 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 do.
Give me one example.
Cassie, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you very much. I'll take 3 life insurance policies, please. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Cassie. You're so funny for that. Allison, thank you for the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, that must have been an accident. Or was that the other person? I'm not quite sure what you meant. Right there. Thank you so much, though. I really appreciate it. Danielle, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, though, right? Now it just says assembled in America. Yeah, you said it was going to be made in America. Now it's assembled in America for his Trump phone. Did you buy the new Trump phone?
Trump phone?
Yeah, there's a new Trump mobile phone?
I did not know that.
No joke.
Are you joking?
No joke.
Can you pull it up while I'm searching this up, please?
Yeah, I actually
Someone
can.
did a unpacking video on it. It was hilarious.
Yeah, do you want to see the Trump mobile phone?
Sure.
It's actually so bad. I'm sorry.
Like, it is bad. Like, it's hilariously. It's.
The hell?
Yeah, dude. Woo! America! America! Woo!
I don't know what's worse, that or the shoes.
Woo! Or the meme coin. I don't know. America! Woo!
Alright, so there was
America! America! Woo!
Executive Order 14035.
You said what?
Executive Order 14035. 14,035.
Okay. Establish a government-wide initiative to advance diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility in the federal workforce. This is federal workforces. What's wrong with that?
Don't you want the most qualified people?
It is the most qualified people. It's just expanding access to the interviews to those communities.
So can you tell me?
So what's wrong with expanding the
how it
interview
works?
base to
Can you tell me
ensure
how it
that's
works?
more inclusive?
I mean, I believe the best people should be there, but can you
That's
tell me how
exactly
it
what
works?
the interview process being expanded would lead to. And do you think Trump is actually like putting people in federal workforces that are the most qualified, or just that align with him ideologically, or do whatever he says?
I mean, what he's doing isn't DEI, but
Yeah, no, it is because is Trump
How?
is Trump specifically putting people in government because they will do what he says and they agree with him, or is he putting them in government because they're the most qualified?
He's putting the people in government that he trusts.
Such as the DUI hire Pete Hegseth?
How is that DEI?
DUI hire. Sorry.
Wait, I'm sorry?
The DUI hire?
Oh, yeah.
Pete
All right,
Hegseth?
so,
Or Kash
Alright, so-
Patel?
I have a question. How is that DEI?
DUI.
DEI.
I'm saying DUI.
Yeah, you're saying DUI, but why are you saying DUI?
For Pete Hegseth or for Kash Patel?
Yeah. Which one?
Both.
They both?
Yeah, Pete Hegseth more so is the one that people have made jokes about, but like
Yeah, just a
Kash
little
Patel
bit.
has been questioned of whether or not he's been doing it on the job.
So what's your opinion on Kash Patel?
Why are we pivoting?
No, like, what's your opinion?
Bad.
Why?
Can we answer my questions before we ask me questions?
Doesn't he want to release the,
Release the what? Release the what?
I don't know if I can say this on TikTok, the files.
When did he say that? Because his administration's preventing the release of the files.
Yeah, but like he wants to though.
Would you like to provide a source?
All right, 1 second.
MC, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $7. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said people complain about having the best people for the job when Trump hires RFK for the Secretary of Health.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh my God. Seriously, dude. Like, come on. How do you overlook that, bro? How do you overlook that? That's crazy,
What you
bro.
mean?
That is crazy work.
So would you give more respect to someone that's very conservative but they don't support Trump?
Yeah, I would. It depends on how conservative. I mean, obviously I give them more respect given they don't support Trump, given if they supported Trump. But I still don't give them respect if they're like extremely bad conservative. But like a typical conservative that is anti-Trump or a typical Republican that is anti-Trump, I give them a lot more respect than a pro-Trump Republican, for sure.
Well, I didn't vote during the election, but 1 second.
Do you ever remember that speech from Mitt Romney about all the bad things about Trump?
No.
He kind of cooked his ass back then.
And what did he say?
He talked about how his businesses are bankrupt, about how he's unprofessional, about how you can't trust him in the position of the Oval Office.
I mean, JD Vance did the same, but all right.
And he's MAGA.
Don't you think he just wants to get endorsed?
What? Say that again?
Like, don't you think he's just trying to get support?
Who?
JD. So when he runs,
he desperately needs it.
So it's either going to be him or Mark Rubio.
Yeah, and I don't think either of them have the oomph. I think it's a cult of personality around Trump, and I think that JD's got no motion.
How?
I mean, he might be able to get some Republicans to like him, and more Republicans to like him than with other candidates. But I mean, dude, independents do not like him. He's got zero aura. I mean, like, can I give you an example? I can literally do it without saying anything.
Sure.
I got you. Right here. Immediately, you're just gonna be like, "Oh, okay, I understand. I understand why people."
Because of that.
Yeah, dude.
You think he's creepy? Without saying a word. All right.
I didn't need to say a word, bro.
Well.
Aura, non-existent.
So you think you need
the lack
aura?
of aura, final boss.
So you think you need aura just to be able to?
Yeah, you kind of do. I'm not gonna lie.
How?
Because he just doesn't have like the oomph, to get people to support him.
What if you don't have any aura, but you're just
Like he gets mogged by Newsom, bro.
How does he get mogged?
Dude, are you kidding, bro? Compare JD Vance to Newsom. Newsom mocks, bro. What are you talking about?
California is California
Dude,
in a shithole
his
right
aura
now?
is so low.
I have a question.
He gets fatally frame mogged, bro.
Is California in a shithole right now?
No, California's great.
Why do y'all have such a huge homeless problem?
Because we have more services for people, better weather. And
I'm
I
sorry.
mean, there are active policies to address homelessness. It just needs to be enforced through the districts and areas.
So I'm not really from California. I only hear some things from y'all, like that bill that's trying to get passed there about Nick Shirley. You're well aware of that. But
That hasn't passed. And why do conservatives hyperfixate on this? It's so cringe.
I mean, it's taking away someone's rights, but it's not going to be able to get
Can you
passed.
tell me
don't
why
worry.
Nick Shirley is focusing on Minnesota and California instead of Florida when Florida has higher incidence of fraud per capita?
Can you name one example how Florida is higher in fraud?
Yeah, look at fraud reports. They have higher fraud reports per capita comparative to Minnesota and California, according
If
to
he
Forbes.
exposes fraud there, then I want you to next live. I want you to just say everyone's sorry. Just say sorry to everyone.
I'm saying he should be going to the areas that have proportionally the highest levels of fraud.
You don't think Minnesota has high
Hey,
fraud?
can you tell me one state that's Republican run that you think is better than California?
Texas.
Okay, what's better about Texas?
I honestly throw in Florida too, but
Okay, so what's better about Florida or Texas compared to
actually,
California?
Texas and Florida. I know Florida for sure has a better education system. Like when it comes to like schooling for kids.
K through 12 education is significantly worse in Florida comparative to California.
Well, all right. Actually, I can
Yeah, look
get you
at
on this one.
educational rankings. I promise you, educational rankings for K through 12 is better in California than it is for Florida.
No, it's not. No,
you
it's
might be able
not.
to say like Florida universities are ranked higher, maybe.
No, high school. Like when it comes to high school or like K to
No, K through
K1
12 for
to like
Florida
12.
is significantly worse.
No,
in terms
Florida's
of,
like number 5. I'm
yeah,
not even joking.
educational
Fact
outcomes
check
for
me.
Florida is like 38th in the nation.
Fact check me.
Yeah, I just did. Educational outcomes for Florida is like 38th in the nation. Look up educational outcomes by state.
Educational.
I had just looked at this recently.
All right.
If you look at educational outcomes by state, you go to academic performance. I'm on World Population Review. You look at K through 12 performance. You want Florida, right? Or Texas? Texas
Number
is
1's
30th,
Massachusetts.
and Florida's 38th.
1 second. So those are outcomes.
Yeah, that's for K through 12 performance.
1 second.
Do 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 do. You know, let's name the top states of academic performance: Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Connecticut, Wisconsin,
Jersey.
Utah, Iowa, Virginia. What do most of those have in common?
You're gonna say they're all blue.
No, not all of them, but most of them are blue.
And then you said, all right, so that was 1 point. And then your other point was that Florida has more fraud on average than Minnesota and California.
Yes, according to Forbes. Overall fraud report incidents are per capita higher in Florida comparative to California and Minnesota. It's almost 3 times more in Florida than it is in Minnesota.
One second. All right, Florida, California, and Georgia. Top 3. All right, so number 1's California, number 2 is Florida, number 3 is Texas.
Wait, say that one more time?
Number 1's California, number 2 is Florida.
For what specifically?
Fraud. 1 second.
You're thinking of nominal, not per capita. Look at per capita. It's only because California has a higher population.
Let's see the ranking list.
Cooked. Oof. What can I say? What can I say? Oof.
What website did you see that on?
Forbes.
Forbes?
Mm-hmm.
There's no way Alabama's top 14. Or even Arizona being the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, do you see it?
Number 1's Georgia. 2 is Florida. 3 Nevada. 4 Delaware. Maryland, Texas, South
Florida
Carolina,
is number 4.
Illinois. Florida's number 2 on this list.
If you have to look at per 100,000 residents, genius.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, it says Florida's
Genius.
number 4.
My screen it says
yeah,
2.
it says rank 2. That's for the ranking index. They have a different ranking index.
What are you looking at?
Forbes, dude.
Forbes?
Yes. Wow, this is amazing.
What?
It's so great. You're figuring out right now that like Nick Shirley is a fraud, and that he doesn't give a shit about actually addressing fraud, and he just wants to make a political propaganda.
I mean, he just addressed what happened in Cuba, but
Does he want to debate me?
I mean, y'all should.
I'll debate him on a professional platform. He won't do it.
Have
He
you
is too
requested
scared
to
to
him?
debate me. Yeah, I mean, I've made videos. I've talked about it on live. I've added him on Twitter. How else should I?
Did he add you back?
How else should I do this?
Did you add him? Did you add him back?
He doesn't follow me. I don't follow him.
You just said you added him on Twitter.
Atted him.
Oh. So what you need to do is you add him, or my bad, follow him, and then just see if he follows you back. And if he doesn't follow you back in like in a day or two, just unfollow him.
He's not gonna follow me back. He's not gonna.
I mean, you
debate
can
me.
just at least contest
Dude,
it, and then just like
Nick Shirley is genuinely not a strong enough debater to even attempt to try to debate me or Dean.
So
Because
you
I'll
don't
seriously
support
set
what
it
he
up.
does?
I will set up. I can get Jubilee to have us do a debate together, and we can do it
So
on Jubilee.
one investigator versus 20 defenders or defenders.
No, it'll be. We could do a 1-on-1. We can do a 2v2. I'll do whatever he wants.
You did
Me and
1-on-1
Dean
with that.
versus Nick Shirley and whatever NPC he wants to bring on his team.
Can you do it without Dean?
Can I go without Dean? Yeah, I'll do a 1-on-1.
Okay, so what's that debate where you did it? I actually saw this debate on Jubilee, where you did with the ticking time clock, and then you tapped it every time.
I did 1-on-1 versus CJ Pearson.
Yeah, it was that dude.
Hmm.
And
I would debate Nick Shirley in that exact same format.
I'll be honest with you, they should have not picked him.
CJ Pearson?
No, they should have not.
There's no good MAGA representation, so.
You don't think Charlie Kirk was one?
Charlie Kirk got dog walked by me.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did.
Pull up the Jubilee video.
Yeah, I absolutely dog walked him. You should watch the Jubilee video where I
I
destroyed
watched
him
the
on
Jubilee
politics.
video. You were talking about
Yeah,
how
watch
college
the
is a
Jubilee
scam.
video and also watch the Jubilee debate that we did. You have to go to Jubilee, look up Jubilee, kind of like Jubilee, but Jubilee, and you'll find it, the debate versus me and Charlie that is about politics. That wasn't in the original video because they took it out for some reason, and I dog walked him in that too.
And so it's no longer there.
No, you can find it. It's on Jubilee.
Jubilee. And what are y'all debating about?
Me and Charlie?
Yeah, like what was the prompt?
In that episode?
Yes.
It was about the Trump and versus Harris.
1 second.
Just look up Billy, and you'll see Charlie Kirk debates Parker. Has like 2.4 million views.
It's crazy because he's
I
actually
dog
the
walked
most.
him.
I'll actually watch this while I'm at the gym. So is this when he makes like a claim like at the end?
No. This is just, it was one of the topics that we filmed, and they just decided to put that topic on a second account, which makes no sense to me. But like, they should have put this one in the original video. I just absolutely smoked him.
Ain't no way.
It just does not look good for him, bro. He said that Russia was right and U.S. intelligence was wrong. He said Putin was right about the U.S. Or about Russia not interfering in the 2016 election, which was proven to be true. He didn't know what real median wages stood for. He didn't know that it was accounting for inflation. He didn't know that Trump signed off on more debt-related spending. He thought Biden did, even though the Biden-Harris administration signed off on less debt-related spending. It's just the deficits incurred under their administration were more, simply because of the fact that Trump signed bills into law that then carried over debt-related spending into his administration.
And so I saw the video of you at his debate in Utah.
Mm-hmm.
Were you there?
Yeah.
Well, you weren't fully in there. You were like about to walk in and you heard shots.
No, I was debating people in line waiting to debate him, and then that happened.
Oh, wow. Well, that was honestly terrible. I saw the video.
Mm-hmm.
I felt sorry for him, but I did not like his wife. All right, so I'll watch this video later. And then... But I saw you and him debate about, is college a scam?
Yeah.
And it is.
You know, right? I didn't want to talk to him about that. I wanted to talk about something else. Yeah, that's one thing that I, looking back on it, would have done differently, is I would have run the argument a bit differently for that one topic. Every other topic, I think I was on point 100%.
Why would you try to debate him if college was a scam or not?
Because that was the first topic we filmed, and I didn't know what topics I'd be able to debate him on, and I wanted to be able to get as many instances to sit down and debate him as I possibly could.
But don't they give you like the prompts before you go there?
Nope.
I thought they did.
They do. Maybe they do that now. They changed it since then.
They should, but
they do.
But yeah, then why would you even debate him like when the college is a scam?
Because it was the first topic, and I didn't know how many times I'd be able to talk to him or what other topics he would do.
And so, do you think it's a scam?
No.
Why?
The average person who gets a college degree makes $1 million more on their lifetime. That doesn't sound like a scam to me.
So, I'm pretty sure it's only like 5% of people that go to college are going for... Actually, let me pull this up in a second.
The average person makes $1 million more in their lifetime. Is that not a... How is that a scam?
People that go to trade school or community college actually come out making more than average college students, like who goes to big universities.
That could also be something good to do. That doesn't mean that because there's some other better alternative that it's not a scam.
So how is college
it is a scam, sorry.
So you go to college for... Do you think communications or things like liberal arts is a scam?
No, it's up to the person.
How is it not a scam?
Because you can make money in those particular industries.
But
and
you don't
can still
make
get
enough.
a job in those industries.
You
and
can,
it's
but you're not
dependent
making
on
as
what
much
you
as
want to
you
learn.
spend.
I don't think education, the only thing that you can gain from education is simply just ROI. I think you can also, you can get things that wouldn't directly be seen in ROI. This is a point I actually made to Charlie, was that you can gain and you don't actually specifically use your degree, like hyper specifically in the career that you're in, but yet you made more because of it. Like, knowledge that I learned in my degree is useful for what I'm doing now, but you don't need a degree to do what I'm doing right now. Dean doesn't have a degree in economics, yet he still does what we're doing right now. But it's
So is
helpful
that
for me. It provides different knowledge that I can bring to the table.
Like what? Can you give me an example, please?
About economics, I can have more specific economics conversations.
Yes. So you think people that get communication majors or like liberal arts and then they go work at a job that you don't even need a degree for, because there's like most degrees in colleges you
It
don't
depends
really
on it
need.
depends. No, would I like tell someone to specifically go through that unless they like really wanted to go through it beforehand? No, I would be like, probably the other ones will make you more money. You'd be able to have better careers. It depends on like what you want to go into. It depends on what you're interested in. If someone's interested in liberal arts and they're interested in communications and they want to get a degree in that, let them. That's their choice.
Yes, but also they're going to go into student debt.
Okay, that's someone's choice.
So you don't think? Do you not? So you would tell someone if they want to go do communications to go to college instead of just going to like community college, so they won't have any student debt.
I would recommend to go to community college or go to a more affordable university.
But most people, they only go to universities though, and then they end up in student loan debt just to find the job that doesn't really require one.
Sure, and some people doing that doesn't change anything. Like I don't understand how that is then a claim that college overall is a scam, because some people decide to go to large universities and get a bunch of debt and get a degree that isn't going to be able to pay for that debt. I do think that maybe we could be more transparent with ROIs relating to certain types of industries and degrees. I think that would be important. I think expanding access to trades is really good of an idea. I think any type of argument for things that are relative to social mobility is great, but Charlie just saying it's a scam is just stupid.
It is a scam because you go in.
He only
paying-
says that because it leads to people being more liberal. That's the only fucking reason. That is
So you
literally
don't-
the only reason. I promise you, if it led to people being more conservative, he would have defended it.
So what is all right? So what is the average person making out of college, like a big university?
$1
I ain't talking
million
about community college.
more in their lifetime comparative to someone who's not got a degree, on average.
So do you think people that go to trade school make more than an average person that goes to universities?
I'd have to make the comparison. Depends on what you do in trade.
Electrician, plumber, welding.
You can make more than some, but it depends.
So what do you think the average is out of I'm talking about average like
And also,
per
if
year
you want to
income.
provide help to go through trade, that's okay, but that doesn't mean that it's a scam to go through college. So you think I got scammed?
So here, all right. So what did you go to college for?
Economics.
Economics. And then what did you plan to use that for that degree?
I would have gotten a master's, but I blew up on social media, so.
I mean, that's a good thing. So, what were you planning to use that degree for?
Get a master's and then go become like an economist.
Economist is a really good job. So, yeah, you did not get scams.
Okay, so
Economists
not
make
college
good
isn't
money.
always a scam, is your view?
My view is, if you're gonna go to college, it's a scam until you. So, college is originally supposed to not be a scam if you want to go into the medical field, lawyer, anything like an engineer, medical field, like I said, lawyer. What's another one?
So
I want to
college
say
is not a
For me.
scam. Only so
It's a
you're saying
scam for me.
some specific degrees are a scam?
yes.
So
depending on
college
the
is not a
degree.
scam. Some specific degrees are scams.
Yes, which is
Okay,
majority.
that's a different claim than what Charlie is saying.
I believe it's not a scam if you're doing lawyer, engineer, medical field, or anything with STEM.
Okay, but people.
You think my job was a scam?
Yeah, he's a
Or like,
librarian.
or like my degree?
I don't know what your degree is.
Master's in library and information science.
And what were you planning to do with the degree?
Become a librarian. That's the degree that is required.
Did you go to a big university?
Yes.
What university, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm not going to say, but it's very well known.
Are you still there?
No, I graduated about 3 years ago.
Why can't you just name it? All right, but
Because people can find out who I am. Like
Yeah,
what?
what?
They
I'm
can't
not
find
gonna
out who
name
you
mine
are.
either.
Yes, they can. Like
What?
no one's
There's
gonna try to
weirdos on
find
this
out who
app.
you are.
Dude, I'm sorry. You're actually just being ridiculous right now.
All right, but it was nice talking to you.
Bye.
Hope you have a good one.
You as well.
All right, it was nice debating you. And let me say something else before I leave. And What was I gonna say earlier? Crap. All right. Well, I hope you have a good one, and it was nice debating you.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right.
Alrighty, I have some people to thank, and then we can end it for today. Everyone, thank you, everyone, for coming through. We had a pretty long live today as well. Pretty long live today. Let me say some thank you to some people, and then end it for today. Aaron, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you. Fossey, thank you so much for the $4. Thank you. I would love to debate with him. I don't know if he would, though. Policy, thank you so much for the push the $50. Thank you very much for if the salary return on a degree determines if it's a scam, then a degree in theology or religious studies is statistically the biggest scam. Fuck, that's such a good point to bring up. God damn it, dude. God damn it, man. I should have been bringing up those points. That's how I should have framed my original argument against Charlie is a theology degree a scam. Holy shit, that would have been so fucking funny. Oh my god, dude, holy shit, that would have been such a good argument. Oh my god, why didn't I do that? God damn it. Sometimes I'm like, I wish. Kira, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you for, I'd say that schools that make you pay $50K per year for a degree, you could have got a cheaper schools or scams. They are fine otherwise. I could see that. I think it's crazy to spend over $50,000 a year for a degree. Yeah, that's insane to me. Especially when there are alternatives. Gabrielle, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's also true. Thank you very much. MC, thank you so much for the $7. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? I know, right? Nope. He's not going to get that. All right. Thank you for the $3. Thank you. Susan, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, though, I do remember them. Trump ordered people seeking green cards to return to their countries. That includes people whose spouses are U.S. citizens. Wait. Today, Trump ordered that? I'd have to look into that and see. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's what I saw. Yeah.
Really?
I saw it, yeah.
Ordered people with green cards to leave?
Yeah, let me look it up here real quick. Yeah, it says Trump administration orders green card applicants to leave the U.S. apply from their home countries.
Okay, so they have to apply from the home country.
Yeah.
Okay, so he
they
didn't
can't
get rid
be
of
in the
all
United
people who
States
have
when
green
they do
cards
it.
in the country. He just got
Yeah,
rid of the people who are applying within the country?
Yeah, it says the Trump administration said on Friday that most foreigners seeking green cards will have to return to their home countries in order to apply. An extraordinary change that could make it more difficult for hundreds of thousands of people to attain that permanent residency.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Carrie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's also true. Courtney, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. No, I haven't even heard of that. I haven't heard of that, Courtney. I'll have to look into that. Liz, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Liz. Jose, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty. I think I'm going to call it for today. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I love y'all so much, everyone. Have a fantastic day, everyone. I'll see everyone tomorrow.
See you later.
Oh, it's actually tomorrow. I don't know what time. Probably later in the day. But yeah. I love y'all. Have a good day, everyone. See you later, Matt. Alrighty. Go to join Dean's Live, or you can watch my videos. I'm about to post them right now. I love y'all. Have a good day, y'all.